I'd like to call this meeting to order. Apologize for the late start. If you'd all rise for the invocation, and Supervisor Long, would you lead us in a moment of reflection?
We please bow our heads as we start the day in appreciation for this wonderful county we live in appreciation for leaders who have stepped forward and taken on the challenge of making decisions in the best interest of all those we serve, and an appreciation of each and every individual who faces many challenges in this county, people who struggle with having the needs to meet for their family and for the resources they need to have a good quality of life. An appreciation for those around the world who are struggling with some of the same, and to certainly offer our very best in this beautiful day for our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Would our Ms. Cohen, would you be willing to lead us into the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of our meeting of March 2nd. Agenda review, Mr. CEO.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are only two minor changes. There are revised letters on items number 18 and 25.
I'm sorry. I'll do that one more time.
Okay.
Here. I just got interrupted. Revisions on 15.
On 18 and 25.
Revisions on 18 and 25.
Revisions to the two letters.
Board members, any agenda review items? Roberta is doing a good job. Keep it nice and clean there. Thank you. Revised. Okay. Then we move to the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to the consent calendar? Do we have any speaker cards on the consent? Sorry, I should have asked first. Oh, not on consent. Okay, we have no speaker cards on consent items, so the consent items, hearing no objection, consent items carry. We are now at public comments. Jane Ziv, followed by Armando Vasquez.
Is this on? Yeah. Good morning. I'm here again to talk about Kitty Beach. I sent each of you a copy of the portfolio from Wet Design, which is the fountain idea that I brought to you a couple months ago, last year, and just the newspaper article that the reporter wrote about my idea, which is kind of cool. I don't know if, I know Supervisor Bennett hasn't had a chance to look it over. I hope everybody else has. With that in mind, Kitty Beach Task Force is meeting today at 9:30, so I'm going to go there with my proposed idea. A large percentage of the task force already is knowledgeable about the idea, and they're all supportive. So as a result to the solution for the pollution, it looks like it's a strong possibility. With that in mind, the DNA report did come in, and that's what we're meeting on today. There's a couple of things that are disturbing about the report. The predominant source of pollution is the birds, which the fountain idea would mitigate that problem. Circulation being another one, it would also mitigate the problem. The worst part of the whole thing is that 18% of the pollution is coming from human waste, which is disgusting. E. coli and human waste, and 14% is domestic. My personal opinion is that it's human waste and birds have a correlation, meaning the boats and the fishermen, and it seems to go together. So I think that if Kitty Beach Task Force is open to this idea, I'd like to get Wet Design on the agenda for them to give you a presentation and show you and prove to you that they're capable of taking on this project and at least, solving a good part of the problem there at Kitty Beach. I mean, with these hot summer days, winter days that are hot and people are out there, we just can't have people swimming in that water. It's like swimming in a toilet. So I'm hopeful that we can move ahead with this. The funding's running out in June. We have $755,000 left that's gone in June. Already $845,000 has been spent on studies. We have 3 now. We have the Walker report, the Everest report, and now this DNA study. I think we have as much information as we can. We need to do something with the rest of the money. It's going to run out, and it's been 9 months since a task force has met. We have to do something. So I'm hopeful that you'll be supportive when they bring this to you, because I'm confident that they are going to bring this to you. So I hope that we can do something before the money runs out. Thanks.
I want to compliment you for taking that to the committee. I think that's the appropriate place for you to start with that. Thank you very much. And Armando Vasquez.
Thank you. I'm going to be before you for the next few weeks. I hope you get to know me, and last week was a difficult time, so maybe the message wasn't heard. I am the executive director of a program called the Cafe NA. It's an Oxnard Plains program that works with severely at-risk youth. I'm also a member of the youth board, the Workforce Investment Board. They meet today at 1:30 at the Superintendent of Schools offices. What we're doing is we're reviewing, as mandated by federal law, the 5-year programming package that we're going to provide to the County of Ventura. That's your turf. 5 years ago, the youth board panicked, and what they did was put all their eggs in one basket, and that basket was the superintendent of schools. They funded the superintendent of schools to about the tune of about 90% of all of the millions of dollars that were going to the county. The Oxnard Plains area got very, very little. What they did get was seminars. What they did get was weekend programming. Nothing substantive, nothing qualitative, nothing that would turn around the quality of life to some of the kids that I work with. Today what they're doing is they're going to hire a facilitator. And that facilitator that doesn't know anything about our problems is going to come in, charge the county $10,000, and go off. He's going to be paid for a 4 to 5 month study. The people, the citizens have requested to be participants in this process. They've been shut out. I told you that last week. This week, obviously, the community hasn't been invited, will not be involved, and there's some great concern. So I'm just telling you, Board of Supervisors, please do your due diligence on this very important matter that affects thousands of kids in the Ventura County area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasquez. That ends the public comments. We'll now go to board comments. Start with Supervisor Parks today.
Thank you. I also wanted to laud Jane Ziv for her creativity in potentially solving the pollution problem at Kitty Beach. It sounds like a very exciting proposal, too. And speaking of the harbor, with the Coastal Commission's rejection of the application for the boating center, it seems to me it's imperative that we move as quickly as we can in order to find a good site for this that works. And I would encourage our staff to bring it to the board as soon as possible so we don't have to be as concerned with the loss of funds, state funds for the project. I also want to offer my congratulations in the election. We have a campaign reform law, and I would like to be able to get some feedback if there were any complaints that were referred to our commission, our ethics commission, and then see how those were resolved. So maybe a status report I think would be interesting to get back. And also I just would like to encourage the chair to take it easy. Wish him well with his recent break. Take it easy, go home early, put your elbow up, and I know he's a workaholic and it won't be easy, but it's important.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn.
Is what do you mean by put your elbow up? Anyway, I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the list that I will submit to the board. And on the comments made by Mr. Vasquez here this morning, let me just comment on this. I met a mother as I was walking in Oxnard, whose son is in the new facility, the juvenile facility. And I talked with her for a while about her son and then decided I would go out and visit her son. And she gave me permission to do that. And I visited her son, and as I was walking into the facility, Armando Vasquez and his partner were walking out of the facility with the principal of the facility, the school principal. And the interesting thing is they had a list of people that they had, young kids that they had interviewed to come into the program that they offer. And the name of the person I was going to see is on that list. And I think what Armando is talking about is something that will help us to turn the tide, a sea change on how we treat juveniles who get into difficulty. I visited his program, and it's a beautiful, excellent program that turns kids around. I see them turning around a great deal. So when we talk about hiring consultants, we need to think about our communities. That's where the lessons are, and the people that deal with children who end up in juvenile hall. I think it's very important that we consult with that group of people all over the county, not just in Oxnard, all over the county. I think those are all. I have one more comment, but I can't remember what it is.
We'll happily keep your right to come back open to you. Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, and certainly congratulations to Supervisor Bennett, and wish Supervisor Flynn well in the upcoming few months, and an appreciation, pleased to have my challenge over with, and successfully. Thank you. And certainly wish Supervisor Bennett, I'm sure he's happy this didn't happen earlier. There's never a good time for something like this to happen, but wish you speedy recovery. I have two folks to adjourn in memory of from the 3rd District, and I think the other comments I have will actually come with the budget discussion, so thank you.
Supervisor Michaels.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I don't know whether to offer you sympathy for your injuries or congratulations for your victory, but both are heartfelt, and I know elbows are bad things to deal with, so I wish you well, but I echo what Linda said. Take it easy so that you can heal. That's not an easy thing to go through. And certainly my congratulations to Supervisor Long and to Supervisor Flynn for statistically we knew what was going to happen, that there would be a runoff, and at least he's in the runoff, and so we wish you well in the months to come. The rest of us are real glad it's you and not us. I still haven't recovered from 2 years ago, and I'm sure that Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long are glad that they're done, but we wish you well. Just the only other, I guess, comment or information that I have is that I will not be here at next week's meeting. I will be in Washington, D.C. With the Regional Defense Partnership 21st Century Base Support Group, and we are doing our annual visit to the Hill and to the Pentagon and DoD offices in support of Naval Base Ventura County, and so I'll have a report the following week after those meetings have taken place. And I have a list of members of the community from the 4th District that I would request we adjourn in memory of. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels. Real quickly, I have this arm sticking up, and so I just explain for the benefit of the public. I broke my elbow on Sunday bike riding. I'd like to say I was chasing a criminal down, but instead I was just stopped and fell over and couldn't unclip fast enough out of the clips. But I'm sorry that I occasionally will have to stick it up. Every 30 minutes I'm supposed to stick it up for 5 minutes. So it sticks it up in the air because they're going to do surgery tomorrow morning and they need to drain as much of the swelling out as possible to see if they can piece it back together. So anyway, my apologies for the distraction, and it also is slowing us down a little bit with the agenda items here. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate Supervisor Long getting your race over with. Comment regarding Supervisor Park's comment about the campaign law. I know we saw an editorial about how it did not limit independent expenditures in this past campaign, and I think we all know that's true. That's because the Supreme Court won't let us do that. But I would offer that that does not mean that there weren't significant improvements that came about as a result of the campaign law, and I think that's what we have to focus on. While it can't be perfect, as long as the Supreme Court's out there with that, we did not have anybody dump $50,000 or $90,000 into somebody's campaign, an individual making that kind of contribution in any of the races, and there were a number of very competitive races out there at this point in time. So we didn't have that. We also did have very timely reporting of all of the independent expenditures. So consequently, the newspapers could figure it out, and the public could very, very clearly keep track of it. So we had two improvements. If you'll remember, in Supervisor Park's race, in the last 10 days, the organization dumped $50,000 in and didn't file anything. Nobody knew who they were or anything else. And so we had significant improvements as a result of the law. We'll look forward to the day when the Supreme Court will allow us to do even more in terms of the regulation. The other thing I want to comment on, and I appreciate that our district attorney is here in the room, because some of my comments will relate to the lawsuit. Some of my comments will relate to 4088 and some of the recent exchanges. And so, since they're not all related to the lawsuit, I don't want to save them for that particular item. But I would like to call out, or I would like to address my concern with a couple of things, and appreciate giving the district attorney an opportunity to respond if he likes to when he comes up, if he is planning on coming up to talk about that. But number one, we've had a lot of writing about, we need to follow the ordinance 4088. I never see, I didn't see in the district attorney's letter, haven't seen in anybody's, an acknowledgement that the inflation formula is not part of the ordinance. And I would think that that good lawyers would at least acknowledge that it's not in the ordinance. Maybe they have some reason why they say it still should come to the voters, but I make the contention that it's hard to say that the voters I don't think a rational person could say that citizens were approving a formula that did not even appear in the document when they signed the petition. And the first statement here was that this isn't about demanding more funding, and yet the lawsuit is more than just saying we violated something by changing the formula. The lawsuit also has a $52 million claim that I think very much is about funding, and so I don't think that concerns me that's not the same picture that I'm getting. The final thing that I would offer that probably concerned me the most as I wrote my editorial for Sunday when the newspaper called and asked me to do that, it was right after Wednesday when I received a letter from the sheriff and the district attorney asking for the additional funding here, the additional $300,000. The accusation that we are driving the cost of the lawsuit up as if we're somehow trying to be frivolous with the taxpayers' dollars is the one that disturbs me the most. Everybody knows, and I think all the lawyers know, we tried to file to get a quick ruling on whether 4088 is constitutional or not. If we could get a quick ruling on that, the cost of the case would actually drop dramatically because we wouldn't have to depose all the witnesses, wouldn't have to go through all of that. And instead we were fought on the issue of getting 4088 ruled on one way or the other. We have gone this far. It defies logic to me that we shouldn't say once and for all for this county, is an ordinance like is 4088 constitutional or not? We can resolve that if we all wanted to fairly quickly and fairly efficiently in terms of taxpayers' dollars. And then if it is constitutional, then we could have the lawsuit on these other items. That's what we've been proposing. I think that is.
Mr. Chair, a point of order. I noticed, and you know, that we have an item on your agenda where these comments might be more appropriate, item 26.
I agree, and because my comments overlap two different topics, I suggested that I should do them at this point in time
Because
also.
I do have comments ready for 26.
Great, and I think that's very appropriate for you to.
No, I think this way, that you are taking advantage of this time here to the disadvantage of those who want to comment on an issue that's rightfully before us, item 26.
I'll turn to my colleagues since I'm don't want to abuse the power of the chair. Does any other colleague member want me to stop making my comments at this point in time? Great, thank you very much. I will continue because I would like to offer this challenge. If in fact, it is about trying to decrease the cost of the lawsuit, I would challenge the sheriff and the district attorney to join with us in petitioning the court to get a quick ruling on 4088, one way or the other, is it constitutional or not. That is the most efficient way to settle this. Then we'll know what kind of things are even appropriate to put on a ballot if we're going to put anything on the ballot. We would also know whether we need to go with all of the other aspects of the case. So with that, that ends my comments with regard to that, except to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people that I have on this list. Thank you very much, and we now go to...
I do have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Flynn.
As I said, I forgot what it is, and you reminded me of it. We do have the financing campaign ordinance. However, I think, Mr. Chair, in listening to your comments, you diminish the role that soft money plays. There were two campaigns here where soft money was used, probably around 60,000. I don't know the latest number. You're quite right about it being reported, and that's good. But soft money continues to put people at a disadvantage, I think. When you consider that the amount of money spent in my district by soft money is much more than the average I've spent in all my campaigns. So I think soft money needs to be identified as a major issue, and it's not. It's going to become more of a problem, a significant problem. And what we do when we pass ordinances like we do, we really give ourselves quite a handicap, quite a burden to carry on. And knowing that we're going to have to face campaigns and opponents who have somehow access to that soft money. Anyway, I offer that for consideration.
Thank you very much. We now have a half hour to move through our non-time certain items. I believe that takes us to item 25, and that's the authorization to participate in the Joint Powers Authority for the purpose of purchase of the medical malpractice. Mr. CEO, you've got a revision with regards to that?
I do not see. Oh, here's Mike Powers, maybe. Mike, you're here in the nick of time. Is John Nicole anywhere?
I believe John is going to present the item.
Yeah, okay, maybe we should
We'll
trail
we'll hold
this.
this item and go to item 26. That's the district attorney, the approval of the amendment to the contract with the law firm of Norman, Carmody, and Hare. Mr. Todd.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. I'm District Attorney Greg Totten, and I want to speak briefly to this important and obviously mutually distressing item on your agenda. As you know, in compliance with previous court orders, I am requesting an increase in the amount of funding available for outside attorneys representing the sheriff and I in our pending lawsuit against the county. I understand from his comments in the media that your county counsel will also soon be seeking an increase in funding of his own outside lawyers. At the same time, I'm sure you must be wondering, and I'm mindful of Supervisor Bennett's comments, the same thing that I'm wondering, and that is what we can do to put an end to this dispute before it becomes even more expensive and for the taxpayers and further damages our relationships and ability to work together. I'm probably preaching to the choir, but we all serve a community that each of us cares about deeply. We all are committed to the community we serve. And the community rightfully needs us to work cooperatively to resolve this and many other problems facing its residents. I acknowledge and accept responsibility for the fact that the sheriff and I initiated the lawsuit and would not distance myself from that decision. We did so because we truly believed and continue to believe in our heart of hearts that this action was necessary to defend the power of the electorate, and it was necessary to protect the community we serve. Likewise, I recognize your board is equally convinced that it is doing the right thing. Thus, despite the harsh rhetoric, the acrimony, and the myriad of accusations that have come forward from both sides in this matter, myself, the sheriff, I'm sure the CEO, and each of your board members are acting in what we consider to be the best interest of our community. And it is in that spirit that I believe it is time for us to come together to find a mutually acceptable way to end this dispute without continuing rancor and expense. Supervisor Bennett, the lawsuit is postured to address the very issue you raise, and certainly we can allow it to go forward. I think our fundamental disagreement is I believe the taxpayers can dictate to your board how a portion of their tax dollars should be spent. I know the board believes that it should have complete discretion. I accept that you come at that belief in good faith. I don't challenge the good faith that you have on that issue. It's just an issue that we fundamentally disagree on. But I ask you at this time, at this important time in the county's history, to work with me and the other parties to find a viable resolution of this matter that is fair to all and most especially is fair to our constituents. And resolution can only begin with communication. So in our shared commitment to this community, let us sit down at the table and talk, as I think the community rightfully expects us to do. That is something we have offered to do from the very beginning of this. There is a diversion issue attached to the lawsuit, and that is an issue, again, that is caught up and pending in the litigation before the court. That is not to say that by coming to the table and discussing it, that and many other issues cannot be resolved. With regard to the inflation factor, again, that is an area where I would fundamentally disagree with you, Supervisor Bennett. And I note the editorial comment that you had in the paper this weekend excluded what I believe to be one of the most important terms in that inflation factor, which is in the ordinance, and that is the term any. It didn't say associated inflationary cost, it said any associated inflationary cost. And we believe that defines the inflation factor. I recognize that this is a matter over which reasonable people may disagree. But that is the very reason that I come before you this morning and say, let us go forward. Let us work towards resolving this. Lord knows We have many other issues of equal, perhaps even greater importance than this lawsuit that we need to work cooperatively on to resolve. I stand before you today willing to sit down at the table and negotiate with members of this board, the CEO and your county council. And I believe every other party, including the citizens group and the sheriff, is prepared to do the same. But until the board is willing to sit down at the table, the lawsuit will go forward. So my commitment to you, as one of your colleagues and as a fellow elected official, is to sit down at the table and discuss this matter. And I would strongly urge the board, I would implore the board to do that. The time for resolution is now. Simply narrowing the issue and the litigation to one that is most appealing to this board, but overlooks our larger responsibility to the diversion issue, I believe is not acceptable. But I remain willing to sit down at the table and talk about that and many other issues that are caught up in the litigation. And I thank you, and I would urge your approval of this item.
Mr. Tutton, I'd really like to compliment you for coming down and making these comments and giving us a chance to have an opportunity for an exchange with you. So, number one, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the spirit of your presence here today. Two, I do think it showed up some comments that were made yesterday by another individual involved in one of the lawsuits, that if the board was only willing to sit down and talk, and I would offer that when the claim was made that we had diverted $52 million, we said, we'd be happy to talk about that. Tell us where, and show us the evidence so that if we could research it and find out whether that was the case. The response was, no, you'll get that information in the lawsuit. Now, if that's inaccurate, I'd appreciate knowing that. But my understanding is we were not provided with the facts and the details so that we could research it, so that we could independently say, you know what, we agree with you. Here's the money or not. But I have not, my own self, I have not felt as these lawsuits were going forward that there was this, hey, we don't want to do this, let's sit down and let's have an open dialogue. I haven't felt the same tone that I'm certainly receiving from you today, so I appreciate that. I do think from your last comments that you're saying that you would not be willing to join the board in asking the court, is 4088 constitutional or not, so that we can get that settled, because from that so many other things would be automatically resolved, and then we would have a narrower number of things for us to try to resolve. Is that accurate? You would not join?
It's not completely an accurate characterization. That issue is caught up in the lawsuit, but there are other provisions of 4088, such as the agencies to which Proposition 172 funds are allocated. There is also a provision in 4088 that requires Proposition 172 funds to be held in trust, in public trust to this community. And certainly one of our contentions is that the trust obligations that the county had were not complied with, that monies were allocated but not appropriated, and that those funds were essentially washed back into the general fund. And so it would not be responsible for us to simply say, okay, we're going to ignore that allegation since it's already included in the lawsuit and only focus on that limited issue. Indeed, your counsel, this board's counsel, stood up in open court and conceded the constitutionality of the trust provision and the constitutionality of the 172 allocation provisions. So I don't think we can just walk away from those. That being said, I'm very willing, Supervisor Bennett and all board members, to sit down and discuss what resolution we might reach in the larger lawsuit that honors the will of the electorate and that somehow reaches a resolution that is acceptable to your board and acceptable to all the parties that are involved.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask this, I need to qualify my because when I said is 4088 constitutional, we have already modified our contention and tried to say to the court, we're not saying every provision in 4088 is unconstitutional. Are you willing to ask the court, join us in asking the court to identify which provisions are constitutional, which provisions are not, so that we can then have a basis of moving forward based on what the courts believe are constitutional or not. So if like these two provisions are not, we can say, okay, we can quit fighting about that, and these two are, and so, okay, what compromises, or what's the appropriate way to handle that? You'd be willing to do that?
Well, we're not willing to narrow, we think it would not be responsible for us to narrow the scope of the lawsuit because, again, as I say, your counsel stood up in open court and conceded the constitutionality of two provisions. He lost his motion to have the lawsuit thrown out at that point in time and now has amended that motion to, I believe, attack all of the provisions of the ordinance. So we're back to square one and yet defending against another motion to kick the case out before it goes to factual hearing. And short of a resolution, which I believe can be accomplished. I truly believe a resolution can be accomplished, but short of us doing that at the negotiation table, we want our day in court to hear the larger diversion issue and the other aspects of this lawsuit. We believe that's the appropriate thing to do. But like I say, I'm still willing to sit down at the table and resolve it.
Thank you very much. Any other, Supervisor Flynn, any other questions or comments?
Yes, Greg, Mr. Totten, I appreciate you coming here today. Also, I wish that the sheriff could have come and made a presentation.
I believe he would have been here, but he has a conflict. So I'm essentially representing both of us. Please don't interpret anything by his absence.
Okay. Let me just make these comments. We're going through a big struggle in this county. And at times the struggle becomes really nasty. Becomes nasty with efforts made by the Sheriff's Association, which are out of character for that association. Some of the articles that appear in the paper, some of the letters and so forth. The public must really be very, very concerned with this issue of the friction, the division going on here. People talk about compromise. And in the American system, compromise is very important. In a democratic system, compromise is very important. But on the other hand, it's very difficult to compromise on something, including the unrestricted inflationary factor that we have no control over. Mm-hmm. That's the issue, as I see it. And to try to compromise on that is attempting to compromise on something that's illegal. In our view, as I understand the county council, as I understand the word unconstitutional, the word unconstitutional must also mean illegal. So that puts the board in a terrible position because you're coming here and the citizens group is coming here. Let us compromise. But we cannot go to that table when we know that what is the subject, and that's the inflationary formula, is illegal. And we can't go and play with that formula and send it to a vote of the people because the vote of the people, sending such a proposition is illegal. Not in sending it, but what it includes. We must know that several propositions that are brought forward by the public, by the citizenry, by the voters in the state of California, have been passed, and they've gone to the Supreme Court finally and ruled unconstitutional. So we really face that issue. And rather than the word unconstitutional, I think we ought to use the word illegal. That's a word that I'm going to use. I know that the safety people here in this county understand that this board is in support of using 172 money for law enforcement. We've made that statement. The people of the state of California have said that in the proposition. Some counties have not followed that. We have. So it's, in my view, it's the inflationary factor. And putting the money into a trust, I really have no problem with that at all. 172 money into a trust, no problem with that at all. But the word compromise is thrown out here, and people ask the question, well, John, why not a compromise? That's the spirit of the, you're not asking me to stop, are you? Man, he's got quite a weapon there. I'm going to behave. Okay. The word compromise is, people say, John Flynn, you mean you don't believe in compromise? I sure do believe in compromise, my answer is. But we can't take something like that inflationary formula and put it on the table and work with it and try to make something legal that's illegal. The whole foundation is illegal. We can't do that, Craig. And to go on and try to deal with this, there's no way for the board to limit that inflation. We have no control over that factor there. So when our county CEO right here says, and I'm not trying to bring him into so you can shoot at him.
You can blame him, Supervisor Flynn.
There you are. But when he says that, John, you look at those numbers, and board members, you look at those numbers, if we continue with this unrestricted inflationary factor, we're going to knock out the assessor. Assessor needs a lot of property tax to run an operation. The assessor generates the money for us to operate on, about 60% of our budget. We're going to have to cut the tax collector out. We're going to have to do a lot of real bad things. We're going to have to eliminate government. So here's the PR thing that you and the sheriff and all of us need to think about. And it's hard to state it. But with some of the activities going on, especially in the campaigns, one tends to become very sensitive to the power of the police. The power of the police, in this case, the sheriff and the district attorney. And I think, Greg, if you don't mind me continuing here, I think you and the sheriff and the Sheriff's Association have stepped over the line to the point that people are very nervous about where this whole police power is going. And therefore, I'd ask you to think about the question I'm raising about, we talk about police states, but a police county. We can't surrender the power that the public has given us as a board to determine what the budget is. We can't do that. That's the essence of our argument in court, as I understand it. And you know good and well I have high respect for you. I supported you in your election. I really have great trust in you. I know you have great ability. But on this issue, we've crossed the line and we've got to come back again. And I plead with you to try to figure out a way to do that.
I appreciate your remarks, Supervisor Flynn, and I don't want to comment on the campaigns because, frankly, I wasn't involved in those campaigns. But in terms of the issue you raise about the inflation formula, I think that is an issue that is best discussed in the context of negotiating a resolution to this dispute. The issue you raise about the fundamental discretion of the board and to what extent it should be vested with more discretion perhaps than the current ordinance authorizes. You know, as we have said from day one, the lawsuit would not have been filed and the lawsuit would not go forward if the board simply said, look, we don't like this ordinance, we want to repeal it, let's let the voters decide, the lawsuit would end today. But with regard to that discretion issue that you are focusing on, I think that is an issue that, speaking for myself, I'm certainly prepared to sit down and talk about. I know the board's very concerned with its discretion, particularly the level of its discretion in lean times like we are facing now, where we have a state budget crisis that we're dealing with. With regard to your comment about police state, I must, with all due respect, disagree. I've worked with law enforcement officers both in my office and in every single agency in this county, and I spent 3 years in Sacramento working with law enforcement officials from other jurisdictions. And I must tell you that each member of this board, every member of every city council in this community, and every resident in this community has every reason to take great pride in its peace officers. That is not to say we do not have problems, but overwhelmingly they are people of character, they are people of courage, they are people of integrity who are out on the front lines protecting this community, and they deserve our tributes, they deserve our respect, and our unyielding support for making this community the safest metropolitan community in the western United States. And while I realize personal concerns can get raised in the context of a campaign, having gone through one of those myself, this talk of police state I cannot agree with. But again, let me just close with this thought. The issues that you raise about discretion, the issues that you raise about the long-term impact of 4088 are issues, I believe, that can rightfully be discussed when people who have mutual respect for one another, and I have great respect for this board. I think if we can come together and sit down and talk with the CEO, with county council, and the other parties, I believe there's a solution to this, a less expensive solution. And so with that, again, I just close. I ask you to approve this item, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Totten.
I do have a
Supervisor
question.
Parks, you
Sorry.
may have a few other supervisors that, and I appreciate this, not the easiest thing to do, to sit here and have these questions. Thank you.
It's a lot easier than going to court sometimes.
Right. Go ahead.
And I do want to say how much I do appreciate you coming before the board. I know it isn't easy at all. I'm not looking forward to going before the city council tonight in my city. I mean, it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's easier being up here, and I appreciate the fact that you are there and willing to answer a couple of questions. One of the things that I want to know is in the request for allocations, the $300,000, what if the judge does approve a summary adjudication? Would you then have excess funds?
We have only received formal billings from the law firm, the Nordman law firm, and Mr. Hare is here from that firm should anybody have specific questions, although I don't know that this is the appropriate forum for it. But we've only received billings, I believe, through October 31st. The amount of those billings totaled $192,000. We believe there's other billings that are coming that will be substantial because the legal activities have been very, very busy. I know, for example, County Council has gotten authorization, I think, for $300,000 to date. Our authorization was up to $200,000. If the judge were to grant the board's motion in this case, we would then evaluate the issue of appeal. We've believed all along the California Supreme Court, which has issued a number of opinions very favorable to our position in the lawsuit, is a venue that is favorable to the sheriff and the district attorney and the citizens group in this case, and is probably where this action will ultimately be resolved. My personal desire, my personal hope is that it doesn't need to go that far. So to answer your question in an unfortunately long-winded way, yes, if the action were to end at that point in time, there would probably be some surplus. Obviously, money would not be spent to the extent that it's been authorized, but assuming the appeals go forward, which I believe they will, the expenditures would continue.
Maybe this is something for the auditor controller. I thought that there would be we do have a tally sheet of how much money has been paid out and how much is owed, but this is kind of a conjecture of how much you think you're going to need, is what I'm hearing. So this doesn't pay previous bills. This is what you're thinking you're going to need in the future. So we may have excess funds if the judge does go ahead and grant a summary judgment, whichever way that judgment goes.
Right, and we're reporting to the auditor and all the affected interest what we spend. If the board would feel more comfortable just keeping county council and the district attorney and sheriff's authorizations on a par, so every time county council gets an approved increase, we do, that's okay. But again, my hope is that after this issue, we can sit down and talk and resolve this so we don't have to go further.
And it is very frustrating to, be sued, having to pay to defend, having to pay for the attorney to sue us. It's just it's like hitting yourself in the head with a hammer. If you have to, you're paying all costs in a lawsuit to sue yourself. But one of the comments that you made in your board letter is that one of the last comments, we must also reiterate the placement of the ordinance before the voters for amendment can bring an immediate halt to this expensive litigation. Couldn't withdraw the lawsuit do the same?
It could, but from my perspective, it would not be responsible because we're defending the power of the people, and we are also trying to protect the community. That's
okay.
Those are interwoven issues.
Right. And I also respect the fact that you feel you have a good case and you want your day in court. Last question I have for you is, you said that the difference between an associated inflationary costs and any associated inflationary costs. I guess then you would say associated inflationary costs may be the CPI, but because of the word any, that would be even more than the CPI, and I guess obviously that's something for the judge to decide. But my question is, the associated inflationary costs of what was previously, somewhere 10% increase each year would bankrupt the county, and I think it was 7 years is what we were looking at last. Would you agree that if you had that power to continue getting those 10% increases each year, that it should continue regardless of the fact that the county will become bankrupt?
Well, I think that's an issue that we don't agree with on the contention. That's one of the factual disputes in the lawsuit, is the board's contention that it would
Well,
bankrupt.
it's a stretch of your imagination.
But
assuming that it is the fact that we will go bankrupt at 10% increase a year, would you still require that be it, because that is what you define as any?
No, we want to work with the board. We're not trying to bankrupt the county. We're trying to honor a law, and we would work with the board to come up with a reasonable resolution. With regard to the inflation cost increases, many of those, not all, but many of those cost increases are a function of costs that this board approves and passes on. And we would work with you to keep those costs to a minimum.
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to bend what you consider as a strict interpretation of the ordinance to allow for us not to go bankrupt. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. Appreciate you standing up here, Mr. Totten. The campaign is over, so I will try not to get back on a political speech here and try to be gracious in the comments. But I will say to you that certainly what I heard from the public was they really are looking for us to settle this and to do so at the least expense to the county, because every dollar we spend cuts into everyone's budget and puts more people unemployed out in the streets and hurts everybody in the level of services and programs we're required to provide. I heard from the public that they're demanding some fiscal responsibility of all of us to really look at how we resolve this and be responsible to all that need to be served again, and get down to what the core issue is. And I will say to you that I agree the core issue is, and we can be responsible and resolve this if we get to that core question, and that is the constitutionality of this board's role in the appropriation of revenues. And it resonated when I would talk with the public. That did resonate. And I'll say to you that if, in fact, there has been, and you say that you would not put aside that diversion of funds as a part of an issue because you feel there's a responsibility to address that with the public. And I'll say that I feel that if, in fact, there is a diversion since '93 when the 172 was passed, and yet we have had board members, elected officials, auditor controller, et cetera, since '93, pass budgets year after year after year after year, adopting budgets, adopting the appropriations, adopting the commitments that come with a constitutional act of adopting a budget. And this issue had never been raised before of a diversion of funds since '93. And I just question why we cannot get to the core issue first and the others will fall out of that. And if in fact there still is the issue and you feel there's a responsibility to address that, it can be addressed, I would feel, in a more expeditious manner if we can get to the core issue. I think that I'll conclude here real quick because I know we've got a full agenda this morning, and I truly don't wish to come across with a political speech, but to say that I think the public really wants us to resolve this. There's no question. And I would hope that everyone listening would try their very best to find the best path to do that on, the quickest and the most. We can't afford another dollar. We're going to hear a budget report next, and we can't afford another dollar. And that means the public can't afford another dollar. And I also think that if we get to that core question and get it resolved, if there is a desire of leadership to go to an initiative process after that issue is resolved, then the leadership could do so jointly, or at least in cooperation and communication, so that there's a clear message put before the voters as to whatever request that might be in an initiative process to protect the priorities of all the voters.
And that's
But after that core question is resolved.
And that's certainly something we could talk about at the negotiation table if we come together. Thank you.
Supervisor Michaels.
Greg, you can sit down. It's okay. You don't need to pretend this is the Inquisition, because it is certainly not. And before I make my comments, which I intend to keep brief, I do commend you for coming over here. Once again, this is the second time, and I think you understand what the first time was back in my last campaign, that you have shown extreme personal strength and integrity to do the right thing, not necessarily the easy thing. So I thank you for that. And I have no intentions of being demeaning, etc. But I think, my comments, we keep being asked all of these questions, and they keep coming to us. Well, why can't you negotiate? Why can't we go back to the people? Why can't we? None of those approaches will answer the very, very core question. And so I am a firm believer, as a lot of you in this room know, I was a supporter of 4088. And in theory, it was a great idea. I'm still a supporter of the concept that was behind 4088. However, like other things that we deal with in government, implementation was, I won't say a nightmare, but it didn't come out the way I planned. And quite frankly, I believe that if I, who understand how budgeting is done, etc., was shocked at the implementation, what do you think the voters felt? They did not understand anything more than the concept, and the concept is enough funding to keep our county safe. Public safety should be a priority. But as far as the details, I can almost guarantee you that 99% of the people signed it on what they heard from a deputy sheriff in uniform or a firefighter in uniform when they were asked to sign the petition. They didn't even read it. And if they had read it, quite frankly, they wouldn't have understood the mechanics of it. And so, you know, I can't believe that the voters would intentionally vote for the potential budget problems that 4088 could cause, implemented to the letter of the words in the ordinance. But the bigger question on this negotiation, once I've dispensed with the idea that I think everybody who signed that petition was 100% bought into every word that they signed for, the next question is, and I've posed this to our district attorney before, and I will pose it again. If, in fact, it is illegal, even immoral, for this board to identify an inflation factor in the ordinance, but still saying that the money would go to public safety, and there would be an inflation even, then I'd like to know how we can sit down at the negotiating table, the board and the leadership of public safety, come to a negotiated settlement. How is that different? It's not different. If there is any, at least according to, you know, what I've been hearing all these years and the lawsuit, if there is any change in 4088, it's illegal. It has to go back to the people. Well, that's not just if the board does it. That's also if the sheriff and the DA do it through negotiations. And what I heard in the beginning was stipulated settlement from the judge, not let's go to the people. You know, the negotiation was to leave 4088 in place and just stipulate some details around the edges. And unfortunately, I believe that it has come to a point that we cannot do that. I don't believe that it's any more correct for me to negotiate with the leadership of public safety than it is for this board to make that decision. You can't make the distinction. If one's wrong, the other one's wrong. And I think from my standpoint, I really do not want to spend another dime on this thing. However, after all of these years, I am firmly in the belief that it has to be settled, and it has to be settled by the court. Because no matter what the leadership at this point in time agrees to, if there is a disagreement in the future, we will be right back where we started from. And I do not believe we can't afford to do it once. I know we can't afford to do it again. It has created a tremendous amount of animosity in the county amongst some of the leadership. I would beg to differ that there's the animosity, I believe, is pointed to the facts in the case. I don't believe the animosity is personal. At least it never has been for me. Both sides have pointed out their perceived weakness in the governing ability of each other. But I think that's only natural, and I don't believe anybody was really intended to be personally hurt or family attacked or anything like that. That often happens in campaigns. It's merely an attempt to get the word out there. I would suggest, and I would support going forward, I would love to see this core question of constitutionality decided quickly. I would like everyone to agree to doing that. And I think the way that we can start getting over this, there's no reason why we can't continue to talk while the lawsuit continues to talk. But I have asked time and again from this dais as this heated up, please, it's in the courts. Why can't we go about our business, do each of our jobs, and let it be settled in the court since the process has started. There's no need for us to be sniping at one another while this process goes on. It's being dealt with, and if we let the process go through without all of the side diversionary tactics, we can get this issue resolved once and for all. And either way, we are going to have to work with each other from now through the process and once the process is over. However it's resolved, and you know, I'm not here to take a guess. But when it's over, it won't be over, because then we're going to have to go back to working together to figure out how do we make public safety a priority, and how do we also take care of all of the other priority issues of this county in a time of extreme budget crisis. This crisis isn't going away at the end of this fiscal year. It's going to be with us for at least 5 years of recovery time. So I didn't mean to preach. Somebody told me, don't preach. It's annoying. So I will quit preaching. But one final thing I do want to preach on. This one's important. Mr. Totten had made the comment about law enforcement and the line officers. That's absolutely true. This is not about a respect or disrespect for our individual personnel in our law enforcement agencies. Never has been. The line personnel work hard all day, every day, and every night, whatever shift. They're honorable, and I have always said I would stand behind to protect or in front of the personnel in our agencies. We are so blessed with some of the best. Yeah, there's, like everything else, there may be a hiccup once in a while. But we have the very best. I have long said that. And I do not want the line personnel to feel that this in any way is demeaning to their quality as personnel. It's not. I said it in a letter that I wrote to the rap sheet. This is about a battle amongst the bosses. It's happened before, probably going to happen again, either inter-organizational or intra. And so that's my final comment, is just we are very proud. I am personally very proud of all of our public safety personnel.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels. Our CEO, I think, probably has some unique perspectives on this, and that probably some conversations happened with him, and so I'd like to ask you for your perspective at this point in time on both this question about the $300,000 and the comments that you've heard at this point in time.
That's pretty open-ended. Kind of a high-risk question to ask a person like me.
It demonstrates the complete confidence that the board has in our CEO. Right.
One comment I would like to make, Supervisor Parks asked the question about monies left over or surplus. I just, for the benefit of the audience and the board, what is being requested today by the district attorney, the sheriff, and I assume within a couple of weeks by our own county council, is not appropriations. It is to amend the purchase orders to allow the authorization to spend the money. So the money is in there. It's in the budgets. If we don't spend it, obviously it's left over. But we're not talking about appropriating additional and new money. It's just that if we spend it, it won't be available to spend on something else. So the district attorney is not asking for more money. He's just asking for the authority to be able to continue representing his side of the debate. Let's see. Well, I'll just kind of go to the bottom line. The district attorney says that the lawsuit could have ended before it started if the board had simply put the issue on the ballot. And from our perspective, the reason why that didn't make sense to us, one, in the newspaper yesterday, I believe it was, or maybe this morning, the elections officer said that it would cost between $100,000 and $800,000 to put a measure like this on the ballot, depending on if it was a regular election or a special election. So we aren't saving money by putting things on the ballot. One of the things the board did in 1995 was to place on a 3-2 vote to try to avoid expending the money by putting it on the ballot, and the consequence of that is we never had the public debate, the voters never voted, and we have now this dilemma that both the public safety managers are faced with, as well as my office, There just simply is not enough money. And that will become, I hope, dramatically clear when Paul Dursey and I do the brief overview on the budget. So, to begin with, it's an $100,000 to $800,000 expense, and as your board has pointed out, it doesn't address the fundamental question of the constitutionality, or as Supervisor Flynn likes to refer to it, as to the illegality of whatever interpretation we've made of the ordinance. Actually, we didn't interpret the ordinance. We tried to redefine inflation, again, for your board's benefit as well as the community. I read in the paper, the Star says that the board capped public safety at the cost of living, or the consumer price index. I know this is a difficult one to get in a soundbite. Your board did not cap anything. What your board created was a floor, that is, not to be less than the consumer price index. And in the 3 years I've been in this office, we have provided in excess of the consumer price index every year. First year it was unlimited, the any interpretation. After that, when that became impractical, we then had to start modifying that. But in all 3 years, we have well exceeded the cost of living increase, or the consumer price index, in funding that. The fact is, there are no bad people here. There is no money here. And I know nobody wants to believe that, I guess I have to keep saying it because everybody looks at me and says, yeah, aren't you sitting in the same chair of your predecessors who used to tell this and it never came to pass? Well, I'm sorry to say that I'm sitting in the chair when it's going to come to pass, and people are going to be going out the door this year. There is absolutely no alternative to it, and it isn't something that public safety did to us or that we did to ourselves. It is the condition of the economy, plus the state of California, and unfortunately we've had a convergence here of our labor costs, which at the time we granted the raises, we thought it was reasonable. We went through strikes, 8-day strike in one case, 4 job actions in another. We settled it up by reading the paper where people talk about it being a paltry increase, that we really didn't do a very good job, but the fact is the cost of labor went up. This year, the income for the county will shrink by $3 million. I mean, in absolute dollars, shrink. So the question about, why not settle this, at the polls? It wouldn't address the constitutionality of the question, and more importantly, it doesn't address the money. Now, I have been talking with the sheriff and the district attorney as recently as last week, and everybody's now starting to focus on that this has to be a combination of establishing in the minds of the public that we are good stewards of the public treasury, that we are getting along, and that we come to some agreement on this, and then we've got to convince the public that if they want more service, they got to pay more taxes in some fashion. And I hate to say that, but I say that week after week. This is not going to be solved strictly with expenditure reductions. It is going to be resolved with a combination of cuts, improved productivity, and new sources of income for local government. For those who have not been following this, the governor's proposed budget will take on a continuing basis $17 million a year additional out of this county at a time we can, hardly pay for what we've got. In fact, we can't pay for what we've got. District Attorney Todd said that the taxpayer's right to dictate when a portion of taxes should go, the citizens should have that right. That's one of the confusions here. This is not a debate over whether the citizens have the right to do that, because obviously they do on things like Prop 172. They said that should go to public safety. 4088 goes beyond that, and it goes beyond that in the sense that it is saying that you shall apportion or appropriate whatever money is necessary. Not a percentage of it, not a portion of it, but whatever is necessary to continue funding at an unsustainable level. That just doesn't work. I'm not here to preach this politically. I'm just telling you it doesn't work. And I was deposed for a whole day by those representing the district attorney and the sheriff. And I don't know that I persuaded anybody, but I came back to the office and I ran the numbers and I said to Mr. Dursey, tell us what percentage of the discretionary revenue of this county, that which the board has some influence over, will be attributed or apportioned to public safety if we lose the lawsuit and the governor's budget is adopted. And the numbers, Paul, were something like between 70 and 75%, up from 55% in 1 year. I submit to you that that can't continue. So those are the observations that I make with regard to this lawsuit. I did ask when I first came into office and heard these rumors about a diversion of money, and I agree with Supervisor Flynn, even though some say this is not meant to be personal. It's personal with me when someone says the CEO diverted money. That's an illegal act. That's a crime. And so I said, how did this happen? Tell me how it happened so we can stop it. And I was told, you'll find it in discovery. Well, discovery is a legal procedure that is part of this lawsuit. And yeah, we are now finding it apparently in discovery, but it's very expensive. So we both need to both sides of the discussion need to calm down and sit down and see if there is a way out of the thing. But right now, I have not seen any proposal that gets us around this.
Thank you. I'm going to few points, and then I want to get us to the action and get us back to the 9:30. I'd just like to point out, I don't believe that you can have it both ways. I don't believe that you can submit a board letter accusing the board of increasing the cost of litigation and at the same time reject and fight the board's attempts to try to decrease the cost of litigation by focusing on let's get the constitutionality issue settled, because so much of the lawsuit will then be settled in that situation. You wouldn't have to spend all day with, just think the tremendous cost, 3 attorneys deposing the CEO all day. Those are on things that may not even need to happen if we could get that settled. So you can't have it both ways. You can't accuse us of that. I think that to some extent we have to, in the board's position, we didn't file the lawsuit. We haven't been on the offensive. We've been on the defensive with regard to this. And I think we have to be cautious that this appeal for compromise isn't simply another attempt to try to position the board to try to make the board look bad from a political standpoint. Because I would offer who frames the compromise if you frame the compromise properly, you can set it up so that you're sure you're going to come out of this with a win. I certainly had no personal communication with anybody before the lawsuits were filed saying if you will do this, if you'll do this, we won't file the lawsuits, etc. We are at a different spot now. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of the taxpayers' money. We ought to get an answer. So I repeat my compromise. I want to offer a compromise that I think I'm hearing from all the board members. Meet us halfway. Drop your opposition to getting the constitutionality of 408, of not all of 4088, the 2 provisions that we believe are unconstitutional. Drop your opposition to that. Join us. Go to the judge and say, Judge, that's the best compromise. We could get this settled, then we would know. And let me tell you why it would be logical to find out if those 2 provisions are constitutional or not. Because once we find that out, we would know what we could or couldn't put on the ballot. It makes no sense to put something on the ballot if it's potentially unconstitutional, right? Secondly, we would know what we could or we couldn't compromise on. As Supervisor Michaels pointed out, how can we sit here and be told it is illegal for us to change the inflation formula, but it's legal if we do it in conjunction with the sheriff and the district attorney compromise? You can't have it both ways. So we would know, hey, we can compromise in this area, we can't compromise in this area because it's unconstitutional. We could not put, in my mind, the change that we made to the inflation formula in front of the voters, because what would we say? We changed your ordinance, and then go, what word did we change? We didn't change one word of it. There isn't anything there for that to happen. And I would offer that to some extent, I keep hearing, and I think we need to acknowledge there's this sort of attempt to try to manipulate the board into having to get a yes vote, and we should all recognize the Board of Supervisors won't be able to spend a penny of taxpayers' money on that kind of campaign. Confused voters almost always vote no, and I think that there is some attempt to try to position the board so that the board has to go out there and do that, then they put out a massive campaign of misinformation and put us in that. Finally, if we don't settle the issue after spending hundreds of thousands, probably we're at $500,000 at this point in time and more, if we don't settle the issue, as has been pointed out and was threatened as much as yesterday by one of the citizens who was participated in the last law, they said they'll just go out and do it again in a few more years when the economy is better and they feel like they have a better chance of getting it done with the voters. So I would offer this Board of Supervisors, in my mind, is willing to compromise, and the compromise is let's cut out all the excessive spending on the lawsuit. Let's go to the judge jointly and say, Judge, rule on this part of it so we can get this settled. Keep your right to appeal the judge's ruling to the appellate court so that we get this settled. But this county has moved to the point where it needs to get that settled, and I would again say it should not be portrayed that we're rejecting compromise. We're offering different compromises, and I'm not even quite sure what that other compromise is that we're being offered. This is a clear one that I think you're hearing the board offer out there. With that, I'm going to turn our attention to the fact that we actually have a motion in front of us, and so I just have one question on the motion. I have some concern, this $300,000, I started to ask some questions. Our contract with Norman Carmody Hare calls for monthly submissions of their cost. How much? What do their submissions up to now take us up to? How current are they?
I'd have to ask the auditor controller. I believe that the number that Mr. Totten gave was 180 or something like that.
Timing,
currently.
Though. Yeah, what's the timing?
The last billing we received was signed, I think, by Mr. Hare on February 2nd, and it was for billings through October 31st, which, again, I think Mr. Totten mentioned in his comments.
It seems to me that having on the board agenda in March sort of the information that about October billing puts us at some risk in terms of not being able to monitor our expenditures. Wouldn't our contract call for a more prompt submission of the bill?
The contract does require for more frequent billings, and we will address that with Northern Carmody Hare and Compton.
About getting the billings to come in more rapidly.
Keeping them current, yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
May
Okay.
I just make one comment?
Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. We've had a rather interesting discussion, a good discussion, I think. And I want to congratulate Greg for coming forward like you did. I really appreciate that. I appreciate the sincerity in which you come to the board, and you've always had that posture, I think. Here's the issue, and I've said it before, and that, I said it earlier, that's the inflationary factor. That is the board doesn't have any control because of that. And so budgetary authority is removed from the board. If the district attorney and the sheriff would come and say, we agree with you, what you just said. We agree that your authority has diminished and been taken away because of the inflationary factor. So if that were removed and you put trust in the board to continue its over 100-year posture of commitment to strong law enforcement in Ventura County, then we're on the same track. You can trust that we would do that. But we cannot continue with that inflationary thing that we have no control over. That is the issue that has to be surrendered by the district attorney and the sheriff. If you would do that, then we're on the right track.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to entertain a motion on item 26. We have a recommended action.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move the recommended action. I would like to make sure that we do have more timely billing and assure that we're not spending more than we need to spend on this. And I appreciate the chair's suggestion of a compromise. I'm more of the inclination to just stop the bleeding and pull the lawsuit. But at this point, I'll just go ahead and move the motion. Because actually we're under court order, we have to pay for the attorney costs.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, motion
Mr.
carries.
Chair, I am
Supervisor.
voting yes with great reluctance.
Thank you. That'll be duly noted in the minutes. That item has been dispatched. We have now moved a half hour past our 9:30 items, which we have two, and we have many people standing in the back, and I suspect, would you put your hand up if you're standing and you're here for the Human Services Month issue? Great. So with that, and out of respect for the fact that we don't have the money to bring in more chairs, we are going to go to our 10 o'clock, if the board is agreeable with that. We're going to go to our 10 o'clock item 18 so that these people can both get back to work and get off their feet. We also have many chairs up here in front. This would be a good time to move down if you'd like to move down so you don't have to stand real quickly. We'll give you 30 seconds to move down. There are lots of chairs over here to this side now. Fact is, as we have other people leaving. So make yourself comfortable. I think you'll enjoy the event more. With that, we have me to get to item 18. This is a adoption of a resolution proclaiming March 2004 as Human Services Month. It is a tradition for us to do that, and I'd like to call Ted Myers down. Ted, I would like to present you with this resolution and let you run with the rest of this presentation, knowing that we are fighting time.
Yes. We will try to be efficient here and we have a 10-minute window here. But this is a very important month that we honor every year in March, our social workers. Barbara Fitzgerald started a tradition of going beyond the National Social Work Month to Human Services Month. And thank you, Steve. That we want to honor all the employees of the Human Services Agency, including clerical, the support staff, our employment services, our administrators, our adult services workers, our children's services workers, our eligibility workers. All of them exemplify our motto, which is they exemplify integrity in their actions, they exemplify compassion for their clients and for each other, and they're empowering our clients to go beyond dependence on government assistance and services and become self-sufficient, productive members of our community. Every one of these people, and we have over 1,000 of them in our agency, commit day after day to working with our clients and doing the best they can for our community. This is a tough time, obviously, in budget times. It is on our mind every day. It's been on my mind every day, just like with Mr. Johnston and each of you members. But one of the things that we do in our agency and what we're going to embark on next week is get everybody's ideas about how to approach this cutback management situation that we're in. This is tough. How do you do this? Still provide effective services that are mandated by law with less money and less people. This is going to be tough for us, and yet I trust every one of our people to come up with good ideas, and we'll link arms together and find out how we can do this to serve the county. So with that, I'd like to bring everybody up forward and introduce them to you. I'll tell you where they work. We have our directors, our department directors right here. Linda Henderson, who has just returned to us from a kidney transplant surgery. So she's a new woman. Linda's our Director of Children and Family Services. Barry Zimmerman has been our Director for Administration and the Business and Employment Services Department for the last couple months. Kathy Strahl is our Director of Transitional Assistance, and Teresa Alanis, our Director of Adult Services. If you guys would come forward, we have certificates for everybody. And thank you, Supervisor Bennett, for the resolution. We'll start with administrative services. We have Carrie Morales. Please come down, each of you, and we'll line up here on the side. She's an office assistant with Human Resources. Karen Pluff, a fiscal assistant in administration. Amelia Baggett, our longtime receptionist. Unsung hero. For Business and Employment Services, we have Dolores Suarez from Oxnard College Job and Career Center. She's a Career Services Specialist. Lucy Chavez from Downtown Oxnard Job and Career Center. Alicia Pascua from Oxnard IEC CalWorks, an office assistant. Teresa Titus from Ventura College JCC, a resource center coordinator. Maria Barr from West Ventura JCC, career services specialist. Lois Burns, Santa Clara Job and Career Center, career services specialist with CalWorks intake. Grace Bell from East County Job and Career Center, Office Assistant 2. Angie Payne from West Oxnard Job and Career Center, Supervisor. And Kathy Smith from BTD, Program Administrator, who has kept our technical information technology straight for many, many, many years. Teresa, if you do adult services. Glendine Kiva from our Veterans Services Office, longtime management assistant. All our Veterans Services officers have said we couldn't do it without her. She runs the office. Alejandra Mimes from Adult Services and HSO3, Medi-Cal. Alona Smith, Office Assistant from Ventura. Gabby Ramirez, Office Assistant from Oxnard. Graciela Romero, Public Authority Administrative Assistant. We've heard a lot about the Public Authority. Janice Lipset, for a social worker from Simi Valley. And Kathy Mix from Senior Nutrition. I went on a ride-along with Senior Nutrition last week. It was very interesting. Both the congregate meal site and going to the homes. It was a terrific experience. We do a great job. I asked each of the recipients, what do you think about the food? They said it's great, and they love the service, too. Children and Family Services, Linda Henderson. We have Sylvia Orozco, Ventura Regional Office Social Worker. Gina Garcia, Clerical Supervisor from the Oxnard Regional Office. Susan Feldman from Casa Pacifica, Social Worker from the Court Intake. And Maggie Rawlings from a Management Assistant from Children and Family Services. Where are the men? I was going to say the men and women of human services, but where the heart is, where the home is. Okay. Transitional Assistance, Kathy Strahl. Esther Olid from East County IEC, Food Stamps Worker. Maria Gil Moraga, Food Stamps Program Administrator. Maria Cardenas from Oxnard IEC, HSO3. Now this is going to be tough for me. Jill Makuale, an Oxnard IEC, Food Stamps. Did I do okay? Okay, good enough. Sorry. Ophelia Rojo from Oxnard IEC, Office Assistant. Faye Streaks from Ventura IEC and HSO3 for Medi-Cal. And last but not least, Lori Montano from Santa Clara, HSO2, Medi-Cal Intake.
Let's give all of them now a big hand, right?
If you don't mind, Honorable Chair, we'd like to take a picture. Are we doing okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
No, we kind of, some of those we weren't able to get our applause in as well.
Okay, all right. Yes, that'd be very nice if you could do so.
Want us to stand in back right here? I wonder if we got in, if the board members got in with Roberta's area, would that make sense?
Oh, then that'd be great.
Yeah.
We did it already.
Microphone? Is that okay? I don't know if I can do this.
Okay, everybody, got to come in. Close. In. Come in. Don't come right up to the front.
Squeeze in, everybody. Squeeze in.
More. Come on all the way over here. Lisa, over here. Come forward a little bit. Forward. Come on, don't be afraid. Come on. Come on, over here. Come forward, over here.
Forward.
Okay. Come around the side. That's it. Get shorter people up front, please. Come on, and somebody behind, right there, come around the side.
Graciela.
The shorter people have to come to the front. Don't. Just a minute. We're short. Let's get up there.
Graciela, come up here.
I have to say that Mr. Johnson considers us a touchy-feely organization.
Stack some more over to this side.
Grant 4 people from there, get over here, we can see them back here.
Yeah.
Take this first 4 people.
And can that projector be moved down? It's blocking it away.
There you go. Put your down.
Okay, now that's looking good now. There we go. Perfect.
I'm sorry, it was over the back.
Can you get on the other side?
Over the back. Now stop. Okay, here. The things I do for this job.
How's that?
Okay, now there's a lady, the blonde lady, short hair in the back. I can't see you. You've got to come to the front.
Come on, Kathy.
If you can see the camera, you're going to be in the picture. If you can't see it, you're not going to be in the picture.
Smile, Marty.
Okay, there's a redhead lady in the back. I can't see her at all.
Jill,
No way
come
she can see
forward.
his camera lens. Okay, the front, move this way, move it just a little bit wider. Okay, there you go. Okay, come over. People are going to be missing here. You need the lady in this corner. Yes. Come back just a hair. There. Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. Okay. Again. Well, let me just shift. All right, that's good. Okay, here we go. And again. And one more. Everybody see the camera? All right, that's good.
Great, thank you.
Now, hopefully, we haven't ruined the
And it was what?
Now for the good news.
Yeah, now for the good stuff.
Now, thank you for all your good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to put you on, John. You're going to do the restroom. Have arrived because this is a very important presentation. This CEO is getting ready to present to us our first shot at the general fund target budgets for next year. I think we've all, in many ways, dreaded this day, but here we are. Mr. CEO, you're on. We have one speaker card, Mr. Goodwin.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, department heads, members of the public. This is going to be hopefully a quick overview, and it's at a very high level, but yesterday afternoon we presented the numbers to all of the department heads. And as you recall, the process is to make a best guess at what we think the cost of doing business next year will be based on this year's level of service. And then to estimate revenues, identify what the gap is, and then to apportion whatever reductions or shortfall there is amongst the departments. And so Paul Dursey is here, and he's going to give you the kind of the general overview in detail, and I'm going to come back and talk to you just briefly about sort of like the basic points that we needed to keep in mind as we go forward in the process. So, Paul.
Morning, board members. Start with the what we call general purpose revenue, and you see this year we have $218 million budgeted for general purpose revenue. We're looking at we projected next year to be about 232, which is a pretty we felt an optimistic but reasonable amount of growth that we projected in there. However, we had the ERAF shift, taking out the $17 million, leaving us with the $215 million general purpose revenue. Now, general purpose revenue, as a reminder, is what we have to provide. That's basically your discretionary revenue. If you recall our budget process, start with $1.3 billion, and then we work our way down. That direct program revenue, take all that out. Here's our general purpose revenue to fund all of our agencies in the general fund. This is really a starting point. We need to roll out this whole deal. We have to start somewhere, and this is where we're starting. And we've kind of prepared for the worst and hoping things to get better. Mr. Bennett, do you have a question? Oh, excuse me.
I'm sure we got a lot of comedians coming up here. You're number 2 already, Mr. Dursey. Flynn already beat you.
Okay. This number does not include, well, when we get to the other information, the other shifts from the state that we are aware of at this time are a child court funding shift of $1 million, a child support penalty shift of $1.5 million, direct aid shifts of $1.5 million, and then we also have direct, let's say, non-discretionary expenditures that we have, for example, a $3 million increase in our debt service amount and about $1.5 million increase in our public safety funding under the 4088. So those are a lot of stressors on the upcoming budget. This is the current year budget. You see, we adopted the current year fiscal budget, $692 million appropriations, 234 net county cost. That includes using $16 million of fund balance in the current year to fund the mitigation account, layoff mitigation account, and SB 90 that the state has not funded. This is the forecast for next year. This is an estimate. We work with departments. Our analysts and departments work together to try to come up with the best numbers we know at this time to fund the current service at next year's cost. See, the appropriations have gone up by about $46 million, and it's the requirements are $738 million. Here's the year-to-year change, $46 million. You see the year-to-year change in the general purpose revenue down at the bottom, going a negative $3.2 million. And if you note the difference between the increase in the net county cost, 11.3%, and the decrease in the discretionary revenues, general purpose revenues, see that's where we have a huge problem. As a note, the major increases on the appropriation side. We have about $27 million increase from last year to this year in retirement contributions. That is taking into account an October 1st implementation of those retirement rates. So what we've done is we pushed off the implementation of those rates in our forecast until October 1st, which we consider to be legally available, and that saves about $9 million to the general fund, about $12 million countywide and about $9 million in the general fund. So you see that number would be that 26 million down at the bottom would be even higher if it would not have been for the postponement of those contributions.
I do have a question now. I want to clarify this for the benefit of everybody. The 46 million that is up in the top column, yeah, that one right there. That is the increased amount of money we would need to fund all the current services?
Yes, that's the appropriation. That does not include specific revenue offset. Those would be included in some of the what we can get down to the net cost. Correct.
Okay, which is a net 6.6% increase.
Yes.
Okay, and then when you get down in terms of the total general fund under net cost, you have 26 million, right?
Yes.
That is the net increase that we would need in the general fund.
That's the net. Yes, that's a net increase in the net county cost in that regard.
Okay.
There's some mathematics involved, so we'll get to the actual cuts at a later point in time.
Of the 46 million, 26 million of it is net county cost.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Which is a huge increase.
This also, for your information, also includes in the retirement contributions, 27, like I said, $27 million. It also includes what we call the $145 million underfunding, and we do have the actuary coming in today at 130. And it also includes, in that $145 million underfunding, it does include a $25 million that the retirement board set aside for a $27.50 retirement benefit for retirees.
Okay, so we've got a retirement benefit.
That's correct.
So the $26 million represents the percentage of the $46 million that is net county cost.
Correct.
And then at the same time that we have sort of a need for general fund, for net county cost, we need 26 million. We have a decline of 3 million.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is the target budgets we laid out for next year. You can see that these target budgets also, the big assumption there is that it assumes continued SB 90 with designations, or with our, so to speak, savings account, almost $6 million in that. The net county cost, we had to get down to the $215 million. So we came up with an allocation process using basically the current year net cost as a basis, and pushed forward and applied certain exempt departments and certain assumptions regarding state shift of expenses, non-discretionary expenses that we had to imply in there. Anyway, this is how we came up with the target budgets, and these are the target budgets we have for next year. These are the reductions by the program area. You can see we have some significant dollar amount adjustments.
Could you get that off of there for a second, what you just put up? There's a phrase going to confuse us. Can you go back one? Oh,
oops.
No. Yeah, there you go. If we just take this, because this I think is, it throws people off when you go to the next one, because you're showing us how far we are from what they want. What this would show us is that this current year, net county cost for general government was 23 million, and next year you're saying they're going to have to be 17 million less. I mean, they're going to have to be 17 million, so they're going to have to cut, about 5 or 6 million.
That's correct.
And the same thing's true. Environmental balance is going to have $2 million roughly less than what they had this year. An actual dollars.
That's correct.
Not relative to their cost. Health and Human Services will have $6 million less than they have this year of net county cost. Public Safety looks to me like the only one that's going to have more money than last year.
That's correct.
All right. So then other administration of justice, other administrative of justice would have it, but then other general funds. So everybody except Public Safety will have actual less total dollars. Public Safety will have more dollars, but not as much as they need for all of their cost increases.
And we'll get into those. Actually, the next two slides basically show there's two different ways to look at that. This slide shows the far right column is the reductions based on the needs. Let's say on the forecast, the 04-05 forecast. If you look at general government, for example, we are projecting that their needs are $28 million. They get almost $18 million for a reduction of $10 million. The next slide we'll get into will show, a little bit different twist on that. I do want to point out one item that you were discussing earlier regarding if you look at public safety, they have $19 million that they need to reduce from what their needs are. Under their interpretation of the 4088, that $19 million would be zero, and that 19 would have to be respread among the other 3 program areas. So you see, environmental health has 4.7. If you divided the 19 by 3, let's just say it's $6 million, just for rounding off, that would eliminate the contribution to, because it has to be absorbed in these three cost areas. That would reduce this to zero. That would leave roughly $14 million to be split among these other 2. So that would bring, let's assume that you break it, so that would bring this down to $11 million net cost, and this one down to about $17 million net cost. So that is when we're referring to the fact that eventually these would all be zero. We could basically next year make environmental balance zero. It doesn't mean it goes out of business because they do have some revenue coming in, but as far as the general purpose revenues going toward environmental balance, it would significantly decrease, for example, planning that don't have.
Supervisor Flint.
Yeah, but if we were, if it went down to zero, and they still have revenue coming in,
right,
then what we would be faced with is a big, if we were going to consider this, a big bump in fees.
Assuming they can only recover a certain level of fees, only up to their costs. So if they don't have the costs, they can't collect the fees. And then they have other areas such as planning that is not fee offset. That's general planning, and they have some operations that do not have revenue coming in. So those would be either trying to absorb in the other areas or eliminated.
So, Mr. Dursey, if I could here, the $19 million there that's listed under public safety, if we had not changed the inflation formula that the board had been applying to 4088, right now, if we hadn't changed that formula, we'd have to be giving public safety another $19 million.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And you're saying if we had to give them that other $19 million and just divided it evenly amongst the other 3 departments that are the contributor departments, you would take $6 million from each one of those. You'd have no contribution to environmental balance, very little contribution to health and human services, and pretty small down to about $4 million.
No, well, you need to go off the net cost there because it started 18. For like general government, 18, and bring it down by another about 7 million.
Okay.
So it'd be down to in a realm of 11 million.
All right. So we would need, but if we hadn't changed the formula, we'd need another $19 million going to public safety.
That's correct.
Fairly unsustainable is your contention, right?
Correct.
Supervisor Flynn.
Communicate this to the public. What kind of a picture do you see of general government, environmental balance, and health and human services if we didn't try to do something about the inflationary factor?
The projections would be dire.
What general government, what would they look like? What would the assessor's office look like?
It'd probably be about 20% of what it is now. Is off the top.
20% of what it is now.
That's correct.
And general government.
These are just guesses. I really don't. It's significant. And for example, in the health and human service area, we have about, I think, for next year is $6 or $7 million of $6 or $7 million of net cost that we don't have any control over. That's direct aid dollars that is just basically flowing through that has to have our match. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, we have another $4 million. So
we interrupt or impact the in health services the 90% dollars.
Yes, that's correct.
Big time.
In the human service and health service, we affect
big time.
All of our.
What do we mean by big time?
Well, for example, roughly speaking, about $10 million goes to human service agency. $6 million of that we don't have any control over. The other $4 million brings in about $63 million worth of. So if we eliminated that $4 million, for example, if that's their share, then we would lose the $63 million and all of the, and we wouldn't have anybody to administer the program. So
and I appreciate your questions, Supervisor Bennett. This allows us to try to paint the picture for the public so the public understands what we're facing here with the confrontation, if you will. We hate to use that word, with the sheriff and the DA. I mean, if we lose the case, boom, look what happens. You just described it. I would like to be able to hear a better description, though, a more detailed description, and that's what we will be hearing as the budget moves forward. We'll be hearing that, but we need to put it in a picture that people understand out there.
That's correct. And we will be, from here forward, we will be getting information from departments on the impacts of these cuts. They're going to be serious enough cuts out there in departments as it is, regardless of the 19, that was just kind of a side issue I just wanted to point out. But under the current scenario, there's going to be significant cuts, including in the public safety area. So they do need to come up with the $19 million in the cuts in their area. So there will be, all of these departments will have significant cuts and significant impacts. We're working with the departments now. We requested them to get back to us in a week or so, a week and a half, to give us the information.
And so even though their budget in public safety is technically increasing, they're still going to have reductions because it's not increasing at the rate that they are increasing their budget.
That's correct. That's correct. This is a little bit different twist on the information. This is the reductions based on their target, on the adopted versus their target, excuse me. The net adopted for the current year going forward. See $5 million. These are actual cuts. These are not cuts on the increase. These are cuts on the current year. So you see public safety is the area that has about $1.6 million, $1.7 million increase. Other admin and justice, that's primarily cost shift from the state. So in both areas, what we consider administration of justice. So that's the only area that's seeing any increase. These are our next budget steps, budget process. I'll try to educate the state and the public on the impacts, and then we'll go through that process. Part of that process is evaluating the cuts that we have coming up, identify the corresponding positions and layoffs required, and obviously send out any notices to affected employees, and then we would also at the same time identify the program area reductions that we have. We have obviously significant impacts across the board from the current level. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Supervisor Michaels.
Yeah, quick question. One of the things that we have faced and discussed consistently is the potential to cut programs that are no longer being supported financially by the state, even though they're mandates, quote unquote. Will we sometime shortly have a listing of those and the potential to have a discussion about what we're going to do, or are the target budgets already reducing service based on the fact that we're not getting the money from state?
Well, there's both. It's the target budgets, the revenue coming in from each department, the direct revenue, we try to take that into account as much as possible, developing the targets. But at the same time, as we meet with the departments and they get assigned their target reductions, they will evaluate the programs and get back to us with the program information, the position information, those types of things, so we can evaluate that and come back to your board with the information.
Well, one of the things that I would like to see, and I'm sure you all are planning on doing that, it's time to stop living in the dream world that SB 90 is going to be funded and or paid back. And so I don't want to see us go forward this year with the assumption that in 2015 or sometime down the road that we're going to get this money, get reimbursed for services delivered, and therefore we're going to continue at the level that we have been at. And we just can't do that anymore. And I think to assume that the state is going to pay us back when they fund a line item at $1,000 for the entire state is ludicrous. And if you look at the condition the state is in, and even with this monumental bond that was voted on by the public, that doesn't cure next year's problems. And so you know, I know it's tough for all of us, but we're going to have to start facing the reality that the state is going to continue to take whatever they can, and that they are going to forgive their own loans to themselves about 3 or 4 years down the road. They're going to say, oh, well, you know, we're not going to comply with that because the time is gone, the money's spent, the services, blah, blah, blah. So I think this year should be we really need to consider what the state is not doing and cut in those areas in order to keep some of the other core government issues that we need to deal with. It's tough, but we can't keep spending like we're going to win the lottery. And it doesn't look like we are, but if you take into consideration the fact that we're not being reimbursed by the state, that's the portion that we're going to have to start taking a stand on.
A couple of comments regarding, pardon me, SB 90, and for the benefit of the audience, those are the state mandated programs for which the state had promised to pay, and for the last couple of years they have not reimbursed us. That's a dilemma because, first of all, when we talk about not providing those services, that doesn't mean that it's painless. That means that there are programs that then will be cut out that are currently being provided. In addition to that, there are some programs which your board and the local community have considered to be worthwhile to do, even though the state had mandated it and said they'd pay for it. But even if they had never done that, it still makes sense, like the Brown Act requirements for open government and to be sure that everything's posted. We've been getting some money to cover some of those expenses because the Brown Act was a state law. But those are things that you'd probably want to do anyway. So even though we do challenge them, and we will, and we'll have to challenge them on SB 90, it still kind of goes back to it's all part of this horrendous reduction that's going to occur at local government. In summation, we have, for the 3 years I've been here, and I know you were working on it before I arrived, we have been attempting to prevent this from happening. And we had made some pretty good strides in the first year or two, but halfway through the second year it became evident that the state was not facing up to their issues. The governor, former governor now, Davis, either didn't see or would not come forth with the crisis at the state level. As a consequence, he has now recalled the taxpayers, compliments of Senator McClintock and others, who said, get rid of the car tax. That really was a tax reduction. So at a time we couldn't pay the bills anyway, now they've got a tax cut in addition, and they didn't cut their taxes, they cut our taxes. So all of that is kind of what has brought us to a point where first we tried to prevent it, then we started trying to prepare for it in order to make it as humane as possible. And now events have overtaken us where even with all the preparation your board has done and the fiscal discipline for the last 4 years, there just isn't enough money to go around. So now we are talking about, real reductions. A lot of people said, well, you've said that before. Yes, we have, and we've actually had real reductions. But if it wasn't you or me, well, that wasn't quite as painful as it is to the person that happened to lose their job. We lost jobs last year, but they were on a fairly minor scale compared to what we're now confronted with. What it gets down to is two basic things. One, price and cost are going up, and that doesn't take a whole lot of explanation. We know it's going up. Big question is why? Primarily labor cost. What's the answer? We either have to contain labor costs. That occurs in two ways. One, an attempt to control wages, but in the alternative, control the number of people you hire. And that's what gets us to the layoff scenario. The only alternative to that is to generate new revenues in some fashion. Your ability to do that is minuscule. Right now, it's basically on rate increases for specific services and does not help you in this area. So the targets, basically, as Paul's pointed out, have shown a modest increase in the public safety sector, which nowhere comes close to what all of their needs are. At the same time, the rest of county government has no increase. They have huge decreases. You've seen as much as, 22%, 27% on the net cost. That is where the real pain and suffering is going to occur. I already mentioned earlier about, we have not put a cap on public safety. We continue to do whatever we have to do in that area as best we can afford it, and we have not cut. There is not a reduction this year. And the bottom line is simply, there is a revenue crisis now. Despite what some will tell you that, this is, we need to cut the waste out of government and these soft-headed social programs. Well, you've seen what that amounts to. You no longer qualify for diapers as an incontinent adult and a veteran. You no longer can take your premature child and just get in line and be sure you're cared for. They're putting a cap on that. I mean, there's horrendously severe things that are going on. And why? It started with the funding crisis of the state, when 25% of the revenues of California came from what was termed capital gains and was being driven by the dot-com industry. And everybody by now knows that's ancient history. Dot-com industry has collapsed. There's some improvement, but nowhere near what it used to be. So 25% of the revenues the state depended upon went away. And they are trying to figure out, after having given a tax cut on this VLF, or the car tax, they dug a deeper hole, and now they're trying to figure out how to do it strictly with reductions. They can't make the reductions at their level. That's absolutely true. So they are now sharing that, and they refer to it as local government's share. And local government's share happens to hit the state stepchildren, the counties. There are 58 of us. We have a direct relationship with the state. It's an unfortunate one right now, but they have chosen to use ERAF, or at least the governor's advisors are telling him to use ERAF, and that disproportionately hits the county. The only bright light out there, and it's a pretty dim bright light, is the Legislative Analyst's Office, who has pointed this out, that this is disproportionately hitting counties, and maybe the governor wants to take another look. I hope that he does. Sheriff Brooks met with him along with some other law enforcement officials, and Bob's report back to me, he said that as far as he could tell, the governor was firm on the ERAF, which means county government is going to be looking at something like this. So, we have the revenue crisis, and it's compounded by the uncertainty of what does 4088 mean, and the fight that we've discussed ad nauseum this morning. We don't have a choice, and I hope that whoever's listening on the speakers out there, I keep talking about this, and yet I try to do it with a degree of cheerfulness so that we don't all get depressed, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. In my office alone, I expect that we will be cutting, possibly 20 plus positions, and most of those may be occupied. Now, that's just one department. Stan Traum has already come forth in the paper because of what's happened to his office. 55 positions are going away, most of which are occupied. If we do not get revenues, then there's only one alternative for local government, and that is to cut costs, which means reduce jobs. So that's the rather grim, and it's in some cases tragic news, but it's what we're faced with. Your department heads have done a remarkable job over the last 3 years at coping with this. They're all cooperative in trying to figure out how to handle it. Nobody's looking forward to it, but instead of me coming to you and saying it's somewhere between 300 and 2,000 jobs, which everybody just goes, that's precision for government, isn't it? They have kind of a wide range. Well, what is now occurring with these numbers is each department has been asked to now figure out what the impact is and how many positions have to be eliminated if revenues don't show up. And they will now give us a firmer number, so within a week or two we'll be able to tell you not between 3 and 2,000. We're going to tell you what this scenario translates to in terms of job loss. And then within a week or so after that, I would expect to be able to tell you how many of those positions are actually occupied, and within a month to 6 weeks, we will then start putting a face on those positions. We've done everything we can to avoid this situation, but nobody is going to listen or help. We're not even helping each other locally yet because nobody believes, so we will have to go through this 6-week process, at which point we will then have to start making some decisions. So I'm sorry to be the one who has to bring the tidings. I had envisioned a better outcome than this, but I did not foresee the state of California deciding that not only would they not help us, they would come in and take what little we had to solve their problem. So I hope the governor and his staff are listening, and that they realize that that real people live at the local level too, not just the state officials, and that we've got to figure something out, which is maybe to tell the public the truth, it can't be done strictly with reductions.
Great. Any other questions for staff? Mr. Dursey and Supervisor Michaels.
That's okay, go ahead.
I had a couple more comments just quickly. One is that the numbers are our best estimate at this time. Between now and the time we bring our recommended budget back to the board, there'll probably be some changes in those numbers. The other, I think, significant issue, it comes back to our zero-sum game. And if we move money from one area, it's got to be taken from another area. So I think that's a key point also. There's no new revenue coming in, so we need to be cognizant of the fact that it's cutting one department or increasing one department means cutting another.
Thank you. We have one public speaker card, but Supervisor Michaels. Mr. Goodwin.
Members of the board, Christine Cohen, Auditor Controller, and Frank C. Well, sorry to be missing you here soon.
Nice to visit us on this joyous occasion.
Yeah. Joyous it's not, but, definitely it's an important concept or maybe kind of a direction, information gathering meeting, and that's why I felt compelled to speak to you and pass along a few thoughts. For which I'm going to put on my glasses so I can read better. One of the things I felt was really important is, we have a different set of decision makers than we had about 12 years ago, and we have a new perspective. I saw this Oscar Wilde quote I came across that says, "A good scare is worth more to a man than good advice." I'd like to think that's not true. Of course, we also have a majority of women on the board, so that might be to our advantage as well. But my point, yeah. But I don't want to get into a scare issue. This isn't about scare. This is more about being sure we're all aware and we understand what's going on. My issues are primarily driven by the revenue tax code and a desire to make sure the taxpayers are fairly treated. That's my mission. The way I see it, for you the issue is somewhat the same, but also you have an income and expense side of the ledger issue that you're concerned with. And that's why I gave you that pie chart. I'm not sure it's understood well. Maybe it is clearly understood, but out of the proposed, out of the 0304 budget, the revised budget numbers I got from the CEO of about $208 million, you can see that nearly 2/3 of that is property tax sourced. In addition, I was surprised to see that by the time I added up the tax collectors' portions of activities, various things that they do, collecting on delinquent bills and miscellaneous things, that's not the general property tax bill, but where it says tax collector treasurer, that's earnings and things that they do. And so what I'm hoping to propose for your consideration today is that as you look at this arrangement, property tax administration has been lumped into general government as if it's an equal department. And I have the contention that there's a cost of acquiring capital. Money does not come free. And so because of that, it's just a concept that needs to be understood, and a lot of businesses, you deduct your expenses before you had your net revenue that you then distributed to all of your participants in the organization that did not bring in the revenue. So it's, and also knowing the pie so that you don't forget. It seems to me if you had this big golden egg of nearly 2/3 of your discretionary revenues, that somewhere over 60%, that would just be something you'd want to be mindful. The integrity, it's sort of like your annuity. The foundation and funding your annuity each year. There's an ad going around that says if you miss your contribution to your 401k, it may cost you more than you think. But let me give us a little story. I can't help but want to do this. This is called the Golden Egg Ranch. And I'd like to use the egg ranch illustration because as a boy, I lived down the road in the country from a friend whose dad had a large chicken ranch. And property tax could be likened to the egg ranch with a number of barns, among which Ventura County's name is on one of those barns. The other barns with eggs delivered for the benefit of schools through the state, a number of smaller barns whose eggs are delivered to cities and special districts. Now, the county of Ventura happens to be both the recipient of eggs in one of the large barns, and it is also charged with the responsibility to oversee the budgeting of the whole egg ranch. And that's one of the realities that becomes difficult when the big state barn tries to grab some of the golden eggs out of the rest of the barns. So the county is responsible for administering the responsibilities and keeping the chickens fed and producing. However, only some of the small barn beneficiaries pay an administrative fee for this service. The cities and special districts all are charged about 5% administrative fee as stakeholders in the Golden Egg Ranch. The school districts do not pay a fee, and therein lies the problem when it comes to the state contribution and the funds.
You got about 30 seconds left in your story.
Do you want to, after all this,
I'll give you a little bit of time, but
Thank you.
I'd like you to
I
be aware
won't be
that
long.
you're-
I won't be long. Well, that really, that kind of brings us to the point, to the concept. The principles that I'd like to ask you to consider this year have to do with really changing what I think is an important concept. The concept, first of all, is that people generally resist change until the pain of remaining the same is greater than the pain of change. And that's obviously why we're having issues that you had earlier this morning. The pain of remaining the same has become too big. It's clear you're trying to do the best you can with the finances you have, and the pain of remaining the same won't be tolerable anymore. And so you have to look at the redistribution issues and all. And the same thing goes, though, I think, with there was a kind of a default thinking or a flawed thinking that happened a dozen years ago, where the property tax administration portion of this county was deteriorated to a point that I believe affected your annuity, and that your overall revenues today carry that diminished contributions.
So what's the new concept you want us to embrace?
Well, the new concept I want you to embrace is the thought of considering what is really an expense to the process of acquiring capital, so that it allows you to step back from the forest that we've been so close to and really reanalyze some of how do we, what is expenses, what is income, where do we, at what point do we draw the line and cut and say, this is the right allocation. I realize it's a zero-sum game. I think Paul partially mentioned that before I came up, because I've had discussion with him, and he and Mr. Johnston, so they understand my perspective. That's your decision to make. Clearly, you're the board. You have the assignment to deal with the money. But I didn't want, as the early impressions that you begin to pass along, or the early desires on your part you begin to express, at least go without understanding the size of the golden egg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodwin. All right.
Ask a question, sir?
Supervisor Michaels.
Yeah, just really quickly. I think where you're headed is, costing the department money costs the county revenue in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind
That's
of...
part of it, yes.
Right. And so could you get back to the board, and it doesn't have to be at a board meeting, but the information that states, that validates your concern? What do you think the potential revenue losses are, and why, and what do we do to either... I don't think we can increase revenue. Property tax is going to be what property tax is, given the formula. But I would be very interested in seeing that. We don't have time to do it today, but if you could get something in the form, written form, to each of us, I think it's going to be important. If you make the statement, we need to understand it and at least address it. So I would appreciate it if you could do that. And I'm not questioning you. I'm just saying we don't have time now to do the pie chart and the numbers and everything, but it would be interesting to see.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for CEO, staff, et cetera? Supervisor Flynn.
Really in agreement with Supervisor Michaels, and that is in our decision on the budget, the egg here concept, we really have an impact, on all the districts and the cities. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. They're right. They're
in addition
stakeholders
to the
as well.
county.
Correct.
Thank you very much, and I think we do have to...
And I'll give a stab at it. I probably need to give you a phone call to develop a little more understanding of what you're after.
Okay,
Keep
that's
in
fine.
mind that it's a work unit thing that I can't know the quantity ahead. It's sort of like knowing what will your mutual fund be next year.
No, I fully understand it. It's not going to be set in concrete, but if there's a concept there, then I need to understand it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodwin. Supervisor Long has
just some quick comments. Yes. The CSAC budget work group, I wanted to just mention meetings I have been participating in with that, and coming out of the subcommittee, I'll be providing more information to the board, but we certainly are looking at support for the amended version of the LAO's alternative report. It's the first time the LAO has weighed in on the disparity that's been passed on to the counties and the whole ERAF shift. And I will say to you that shift per the governor's proposal versus the LAO's alternative to Ventura County is a shift from $16 million of the governor's proposal to 5 of the LAO's proposal. There's still a shift, but she's clearly calling out the disparity we have suffered for the last 10 years. The other thing that we're looking at is to recommend that we seek federal funding for IHSS residual program and go after the federal government for support there, and to recommend development of efficiency proposals to present to the governor's California Performance Review Group and to work on those, and to also recommend support for revenue options that we're working on a list of. And the other thing is to make sure that we have what is considered a CHIT list over there, and that was with a C. And that was to talk about where we have stepped forward as a county organization and supported the governor on 57 and 58, CSAC did, and supported the governor's efforts to look at workers' comp reform and state joint efforts to seek additional funding, and all those things we've gone to across the street with and said, yes, we'll support you on this as an organization, and we should continue to get credit for that. And then also that we need to work on the continuing public education piece of how county governments are funded, and as we heard this morning, the difficulties that are in front of us. So that's just a brief report on the working group.
Thank you very much. We have no action on this particular item, and hopefully our next item, which is the ordinance of the Ventura County Board on Moore Park Road, will be a quick one. Supervisor.
Sorry, in thinking about what the CEO said this morning about the pain, I would hope that there's also discussion in the CEO's office with our human resources group on how we're going to provide assistance to those employees who will be impacted. How can the private sector help with some of that? And could we look at some kind of a callback list, for lack of another term, that says, if in fact this year and maybe next year, are we going to be able to look at some of these fine employees who are going to be faced with this? Just as we respond to a private sector layoff, I would hope we have something in place to help our own employees.
Thank you. Like to move to our next agenda item, which is the ordinance. Can we dispense with this? Do we have people that have questions, concerns, comments? Do we have any public speaker cards? What's that? Yeah.
Move approval.
We do have a public speaker card. Moved and seconded. Any affected parties? Everybody fine? Mr. Britt, we appreciate you taking the time being here, but it allows, I'm sure, Ginger Girardi will be appreciative of us not taking any more time on that. And sorry for our delay in getting to you. Thank you for your patience. We have a presentation by Ms. Girardi. I have seen the presentation at 4 or 5 times, so if I walk out during it, no offense.
Perfectly okay. You could come down and give it.
What's that? So while you get your PowerPoint up,
Yeah.
we're going to take a 90-second break for the restroom. How about that?
Okay, terrific, because that's not the right one.
Yeah. That'd be nice. I get started on those. I'll have a great day. But we have a 12:15 APCD standing. We have 12. We have 2 speaker cards on this item after Mr. Artie finishes. So,
Thank you very much.
if we could have the boardroom's attention, thank you.
The previous 2 speakers obviously were a very good segue for this presentation, which, as Chairman Bennett has indicated, he's seen a number of times. As you obviously know, we have a tremendous budget problem at the state level, and that has seriously impacted transportation funding. The way the transportation funding works in the state, normally the money that comes in from the federal government goes into a state highway account. And usually what Caltrans has done in the past is when a project has been approved, the full amount of money has been put in the bank. And that has allowed the bank balance to grow over time. So the bank balance was an easy target for the state to grab when the first start of the budget crisis came up. And presumably this is going to be paid back, but that's a real euphemism for when and if that would ever happen. So that's part of the money that was taken away. Part of it had to deal with SB 42. But the other thing that we've been notified is that we can expect another $3.9 billion in transportation reductions in the next 2 years. And that has a direct impact on us locally. We had 3 major projects that were ready to go to construction in September. And those projects are now on hold. And that specifically is the widening of the 23 freeway, the widening of the 118 freeway, and the widening of Lewis Road to CSUCI. And while we had begun to do some work on congestion relief on 101, that's off indefinitely. It's very difficult to come in and talk about looking at a sales tax to any group. The first question that I am always asked is, what happens to our gas tax? So I want to take a second to explain it to you, because I think when I do, it'll become clear why we really have the problem we have. Right now, you are paying 36.4 cents per gallon in gas tax. 18.4 cents of that is federal, 18 cents is state. The money is divided up among a number of programs. Some of it stays at the federal level, and some of it goes back to the state highway account that I just mentioned to you. The biggest portion of that money, the 15 cents that you see on that chart, is going to Caltrans to specifically maintain our existing freeway system, roads, state highways, and make them safe. You know, 10 years ago, that number was down about 8 cents. It's growing and growing and growing and will continue to grow because that is Caltrans' main charge. And there are really a couple of reasons for that. Number one, when you got 10 cents a gallon, 10 miles per gallon on gasoline, Caltrans had 3.6 cents for every mile traveled. Now when you get cars that get 30 miles per gallon, they have 1.2 cents for every mile traveled. We have a lot more miles traveled in the state of California, and obviously it costs a lot more to fix infrastructure, particularly as it gets older. So that's the reason why that 15 cents has grown and will continue to grow. The next big portion on there is 11.3 cents. That's the local gas tax. And that's what comes back to cities and the county to fix your local streets that everybody's budget relies on. That formula is set by a combination of federal and state law. So if you see a proposal in the future that says we're going to raise the gas tax, unless there's a specific ruling in there or line in there that designates it back to local streets, it's not coming back on the local side. So just keep that in mind for something that you might see as a proposal coming up during the year. On the federal side, 3 cents is taken off and it goes to transit. And we get that money back, or our share of that money back in the county, for Metrolink, for SCAT, for Simi Valley Transit, all the various bus systems that are going out. So we're getting a percentage of that money. 1.5 cents is going to other states like Montana and Wyoming, because California is a donor state. So these are to states where the population is smaller and they have a lot of roads. The total that's left is 5.6 cents. That's for all new construction in the state of California. That means everything from fixing an interchange to widening a major freeway, etc. We are getting our fair share of that. But our fair share of that money is 0.112 cents per gallon, which equates to about $13 million a year or less. That is why it takes us so long to acquire the money that we need to build the major infrastructure, because that's all the money we have, because we are totally reliant on the state. The other issue related to that is that every single time there is a problem at the state level, whether it's an earthquake or a financial problem our projects get pushed aside, waiting for something else to come along. So that's where your gas tax is going. That's the little amount that we have, and that's why it takes us so long to save money for projects that we need. In fact, I can't tell you how incredibly lucky this county was with this last budget crisis that we're in right now. Had this occurred a year and a half earlier, the widening of the Vineyard to Johnson project, the Lewis Road project, would be on hold for another 10, 15 years, just like the 3 projects that were supposed to go to construction in September. These are the projects that we're talking about, specifically the widening of the 23 freeway, starting up in the upper part of your screen in Moore Park, coming down to the interchange. The construction on the road portion will probably be completed, a best estimate at this point is about 2010. The problem that we have, however, is that Caltrans did not finish the design on the interchange. That was supposed to start next September. However, because of the state budget crisis, that will not be completed until 2013. So the net effect is on 23, and I'd like to show you the traffic on it right now, where we have 2.3 hours of stop-and-go traffic immediately, right now, starting in about the Tierra Rajada Road area. To the left is Moore Park. To the right is the 101 freeway. To 2010, where it will grow to 3.3 hours of daily stop-and-go traffic, and you can look at what it's projected to be in 2025. We have a similar situation, although not quite as bad in Simi Valley. In the Simi Valley, the unfortunate part is that we are now looking at 2012 before the first phase of the freeway is completed, and that will be from the LA County line to Tapo Canyon. The problem with that, however, is that phase 2, which was supposed to start next September, is now delayed to starting in 2021, meaning it will not be completed until 2025. The traffic on the 118 freeway right now is just under 2 hours of stop-and-go traffic during the peak hours. If you look at 2010, what you can see there, if you're familiar with the area, that's Moore Park on the left, the LA County line on the right. You see that little blip in the middle? That's by the landfill. There's an extra lane that widens out in there. The freeway opens up again, then it bangs back up. If you look at 2025, when it's projected not be completed, we're looking at 4 hours of stop-and-go traffic. The other project that was supposed to start in September was the Lewis Road widening. The Lewis Road widening is now scheduled for 2009. This project will probably take about 2 years to build. It's basically a road. It's not a freeway. The issue here, however, is that the campus is expected to grow to 23,000 students with 5,000 full-time equivalent faculty and staff on the campus. We have a substandard 2-lane road with ditches on either side of it, and about 2 weeks ago we had the first student killed going out on that road. It's a safety problem, and it needs to be widened to meet the needs of the university. I don't even want to tell you about this one because if I'm living at the time, I know that I'm not going to be driving. We will not be able to save the money to get that. Yeah, you're right. I drive bad enough now. We will not be able to save the money till 2048 to widen the Ventura, the 101 freeway, which is pretty pathetic. The 101 freeway, like the other, this is the traffic that we're looking at right now. And this is only the portion from Ventura south. We know that there is a mess from Ventura towards Santa Barbara, but we haven't even begun to look at any of the data on that because, frankly, it's so far off, it's pointless for us to do it. But right now we're looking at, again, 3 hours of traffic starting up in the Vineyard to Johnson area, Del Norte. You get that little blip by the outlet malls in Camarillo, which you hit if you drive that road, you know it's there. Then you go up the grade, and you see the space in the grade because that kind of levels out all the cars that can't go up the grade. And then you slam on your brakes as you come down all the way into LA. And you're looking at what 2025 traffic is on the bottom. One of the things that was in the LA Times recently, it said that the long-term economic outlook for the county is positive, but the lack of affordable housing and needed highway expansion remain major impediments to attracting new business and creating new jobs. It also went on to say that economic growth would be hampered by continued delays in the widening of major roadways, including the Ventura Freeway 101, the Ronald Reagan Freeway 118 through Simi Valley, and California 23 and Thousand Oaks. I should point out to you also that for every dollar that's invested in the transportation system, that equates to jobs in this county. So the 3 projects that are on hold right now equate to jobs lost in this county. Lest you think that Caltrans actually goes out and builds anything, they do not. They fill the potholes and pick up the trash, but when they have a contract out, it's bid out. And right now, all of the jobs in this county are being built by Security Paving, which has hired local workers to do those jobs. So it comes back to a real economic impact in terms of local jobs. If we do not want to wait, we have obviously some options, and one of the options is we could deal with a half-cent sales tax for transportation.
I know you did say you don't have an analysis from here to Santa Barbara, the increase in traffic. When will you have that?
We haven't done, we could go in and do a study on that. Which I'm going to get to in a second, if we were to go ahead with a sales tax measure, we would be able to make the improvements on the 101 freeway between 3 to 5 years instead of 2048. And that's including the needed environmental stuff, the design work, and then going out to contract. It's covered on a slide that's coming up, so I'll catch it then.
That includes the Ventura to Santa Barbara?
That includes the Ventura to Santa Barbara.
Does it include the East County where you have the bottleneck going
Yes,
to
it
the
does.
valley and back? You'd be able to widen the 101 freeway there?
It includes to the LA County line. It doesn't go over into Los Angeles County. So obviously we do have some work that we need to continue working with LA County because it's going to get backed up as you go into LA County. But in this county, we could straighten that out from the line to the line. The one other issue that I want to mention about the half-cent sales tax, which is not generally known, is that 80% of the population of California is currently paying a half-cent sales tax for transportation. We are the largest county in the state of California that is not. We're the only county in Southern California that's not. And frankly, we've discovered that our residents don't really even know that they're not paying for it. If you go to Santa Barbara and have a cup of soup, you're paying a few cents for their system up there. If you live in Westlake, on one side of the street you're paying the tax, on the other side of the street you're not. So people generally don't know.
Can you just tell us what is a sales tax in Santa Barbara County, LA?
In Santa Barbara County, it's 7.75%, which is what ours would go to if we were to put in a half-cent sales tax. And in Los Angeles, they have a full penny. They have 2 half-cent sales tax, so theirs is 8.25. Okay. In December, the commission asked us to go ahead and do a poll of high-propensity voters to see about their willingness to collect a half-cent sales tax similar to those measures, and we did that. I want to also point out that this poll was conducted before we knew how bad the impacts were on the freeways and the projects that we were looking at. We thought that there would be delays, but we thought we were looking at a few months. We did not know that we were looking at years of delay. So that information was not generally known to the public at the time this poll was taken. The first question that was kind of surprising to us is that 79% of the public said that they could afford a half-cent sales tax. We then asked a generic baseline question that said, would you support or oppose a half-cent sales tax for transportation without giving out any information? And if you look, the baseline is at 59%. The last time we did that, in 1995, November, the baseline was 47%. We believe that increase of 12% is just an aggravation increase based on driving on the increasing traffic. I also would like to call your attention to Simi Valley, which is the lowest number in there at 49%, because I want you to watch what happens as they become aware of what we're looking at. The next question that was asked was not a transportation question. It was a question about what issues do you think are not being handled appropriately? What are your concerns? Had nothing to do with transportation per se. What are your general concerns? The first one that came in was spending tax money more wisely, which is number one top. On top, the second one that came in was preventing worse traffic congestion. In 1995, that one was down about where keeping taxes affordable are. It was a concern, but it wasn't a very high concern for the public at that time. Third came in providing public education. Normally, education is right up there on top, but what has happened in the past few years is that traffic congestion has gone ahead of the education issue in terms of something that the public is concerned about. Managing new growth and development, widening Highway 101 came in a category all by itself. And then you go protecting ag lands from development, keeping taxes affordable. And then there's a whole litany of them that are lower than that came in, but we didn't bother to put on this slide. We then went and asked, what were your transportation priorities? And it came off with synchronizing traffic signals, lowering transit fares for the seniors and disabled, widening congested sections of Highway 101, citizen oversight and audits of tax expenditures, pedestrian safety improvement, transportation fees on new development. This is an interesting one. It was very high. Every single city and the county charges these fees. The public's unaware of it. So that's someplace that the message is not getting out to the public. Fixing potholes and maintaining streets, improving railroad crossings, expanding Metrolink service, building a truckway station on Highway 118. This is a picture of Lewis Road for those of you that are not familiar with it, one side of Lewis Road, widening Lewis Road. In some areas of the county, sound walls, and then building a truck station on 126. After we went through that, we asked that hypothetical question again, and our relative acceptance of the half-cent sales tax went to 64%. It came up to 58% in Simi Valley, which is a big jump in just the space of one short question. We then checked on specific projects. Interesting to us is that widening Highway 23, the overall support countywide was 53%, 74% in Simi Valley, 67% in Thousand Oaks. And this is a road that a lot of people in this county do not travel on because it goes just between three East End communities. The thing I need to tell you is that if a sales tax were to be put in place, we would be able to turn dirt on this project and get this project started within 6 months. It is shelf ready. All we need to do is go out to bid and hire the low bidder to come in and go to construction. The similar situation exists with Highway 118. The overall countywide support for that project is 50%, 56% in Simi Valley, and again, it's a road that not everybody in the county rides on. Same situation, 6 months and we would be to construction, and the same thing on Lewis Road. 6 months we would be to construction on Lewis Road. On 101, and this is the question that Supervisor Flynn asked, the total cost of that project is $545 million. It's about $350 million to get from the LA County line to Highway 33. The remaining money is from 33 up to the Santa Barbara County line. And the likelihood is that project would be done in pieces. It would not be done all in one big contract, but we would be doing selected areas of it. We can't start this in 6 months, but we can get this into construction within 3 to 5 years, which is a heck of a lot better than 2048. And that's basically the difference that we're looking at here. So we came up, we summed up, and we said, okay, now that you heard some of the projects that are being considered, would you support or oppose the half-cent sales tax for 30 years to pay for the improvements? And we came up to 66%, which, and I'm going to say this again, poor Supervisor Bennett has heard this a jillion times. My father would always say, is close but no cigar. So what the commission did is asked us to put together a draft expenditure plan, which you have in front of you and which you have on your desk. It was handed out. And I'm not going to ask any of you to give me comments on that plan today. Please read it at your leisure. If you see something in there where you've got some concern, please come back and let us know. And the other thing, I'm not going to go over the specifics because I think you can see all of them there, and I know you're pressed for time. We had a lot of requests, though, for improved rail service. One of the things that's included is some double tracking. We are about at the end of how many commuter trains that we can put on a single track line with the freight that we have on there. So all of that is included in what you have. And the measure that we've drafted envisions dividing the money, and we do collect right now, and this is important for me to explain. Right at the moment, we would collect about $50 million a year. Okay, that obviously is going to go up with inflation or growth each year. Similarly, the cost of the projects will go up. So for discussion purposes, we kept everything flat. The cost of the project's flat, the revenue flat. And what we're looking at is about 40% to state highways, 20% to transit. That includes Metrolink, buses, paratransit. As I think all of you know, we have an aging population. We have tremendous demands for paratransit services. It's the most costly transit service for us to provide. This is an area where we need to do a lot of work. And then 15 million or 30% for local streets. I wanted to take a second just to go over what our shortfalls are. Right now, the adopted VCTC priority list shows that we have $1.48 billion in highway needs. That is annualized to $49.3 million. If we take the $20 million we get from a sales tax and combine it with the $13 million that we get to the state, we still cannot do everything. Two things could happen here. By advancing some of these projects, the costs may come down a little. By dealing with the private sector, as opposed to Caltrans, the costs may come down a little. We still won't be able to get everything done, but we will make a major dent in what we need to have done. On the transit side, we are currently with a shortfall of about $33 million per year, and that's dealing with costs that we are paying locally for bus and rail services. We have estimated local capital costs. They include the Metrolink costs, other buses, paratransit vans that we know we need, and then we've estimated some costs based on the preliminary plans for some pedestrian and bicycle funding. The one number that's not shown on that chart is the local street number. We have just collected that data from the cities, and I don't have it summed yet, but we will have that on this presentation. So when we go out to service groups, they can see that number. And we're talking about in the $40 to $45 million range per year on the local street side as well. So finally, what the Commission asked us to do was to do a public education campaign, and that's part of this effort. We're going to all the city councils. I have presentations to Rotary clubs, chambers of commerce, taxpayer groups, you name it, throughout the county, just to make people aware of the problem. And we intend to do a second poll in April. It's my understanding that the Commission would hope that if the numbers are over 67 to 70%, that we would consider asking to have the measure put on the ballot in November. As part of the public awareness campaign, you have some postcards that will be mailed out. Not all of them are being mailed. This top card is being mailed to all registered voters in the county, and then each person in the county that lives in a specific area will get two cards that are pertain to their geographic area. If you're in Simi Valley, it'll be the 118. It might be potholes in some communities. And then we have some others that we hope that will be distributed through various community groups. And that's all I have, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We have two speaker cards. Do we have any questions for Mr. Artie at this time? Okay, Councilmember Keith Millhouse.
Thank you, Supervisor Ben, and I'm actually here in an individual capacity today, and I've had the pleasure of seeing the presentation on a number of occasions, and I'm very supportive of the fact that the public should be offered the opportunity to determine whether they wish to fund these projects now or wait for the state to get their house in order in 2048 or whenever that may be. As part of our discussion, and I know the board has discussed this before, there's been a consideration of the concept of combining an open space tax with the transportation tax, and a discussion along the lines of 3/8 for transportation, 1/8 for open space was considered. At the VCTC, there were several issues that came up in connection with that. I think Supervisor Bennett and I and several others had a healthy vetting of the issues, and just wanted to bring them up now in connection with that, because if there is a discussion on your polling and combining open space, there are questions that have been raised in the county that need to be addressed. A poll question that says, do you support open space in and of itself, I'm sure would receive overwhelming support, and like Supervisor Bennett, I'm supportive of both measures, although on the open space I think you need some tweaking on that, but that's a separate issue. There have been questions and concerns raised by a variety of cities, the City of Thousand Oaks and the City of Simi Valley. Certain members of those councils, the mayor in Simi and a council member in Thousand Oaks, expressed concerns. And I think those have to be vetted to the public so they're aware of the impact of combining the two measures. And then if the public says, yes, we still want them combined, that's fine. But if they're unaware of the entirety of and the implications of the combination, I don't think that's fair, because what will happen is you'll get the measure on the ballot, and then the critics will come out and they will point these flaws out, or potential flaws, and if they haven't been addressed and the public reels in their support, we end up losing both measures, which I don't think anyone wants. First question in connection with that is that under the Open Space Advisory District's proposal, they recommended funding of $120 million. By combining the two, you end up tripling that amount to $360 million over the life of the tax. So a question that might be asked is, will the public support spending $360 million on the acquisition of open space? I don't know the answer to that question, but people that come out and may have questions of that say, gee, that's an awful lot of money, almost $500 million. The administrative fees on the open space are different than the transportation. Up to 15% can be set aside for administration of the open space acquisition, which on a $360 million project is $54 million. Again, the tax advocates may come out and raise questions. Constitutional limitations. There is a prohibition against combining two unlike measures. Can we get around that or not? The answer isn't really clear right now. There have been some preliminary discussions, but I would hate to see us combine apples and oranges, end up having a challenge from a legal standpoint and having both items not get on the ballot. Some critics have said that this is really an end run around the legislative process, since there is no authority right now to get a 1/8 cent tax on the ballot by itself, since there is no enabling legislation. So it would have to be a 1/4 cent, which in our poll did not poll as well. So the question then becomes, do we combine them and subject the whole measure to that criticism, or should there possibly be some other review as well? There have been some indications from a number of cities that they have questions about how the open space measure would work, whether they would be beneficiaries. Maybe those can be addressed, maybe those can't. But I think the important thing is we've requested at the VCTC to see the poll questions before they go out to make sure they accurately represent transportation and the projects that would be there. You're going to have to cut $360 million in projects from the transportation proposal if you include the open space, because in essence that's what you take away. Is that a good idea? Is that a bad idea? I don't know. I'm not going to opine at this point in time. I'd like to see the results, but I think you have to make sure that as part of the polling, so people consider the validity of the polling, that all these items are addressed and included, and that the public is made aware of the potential implications of combining the two and what the critics will say in connection with that before they make a decision. So thank you for your time, and I'm fully supportive of the transportation measure for a lot of the reasons that Ginger talked about. I'd like the public to have the opportunity to say, we'd like to get things started in the area, and we recognize the importance of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Could I ask
Mr.
a
Milhouse, for
question?
coming down. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you for coming down and presenting us with your case there. I'm wondering, my position is that I support letting the people have a chance to purchase open space and preserve it. And that's my feeling. I'd like to see it on the ballot. And that's where I'm headed, whether or not it's combined with the transportation tax or whether they're separate. With that, which would you prefer if it had to be one or the other, that they be separate or that they be a combined one?
Well, personally, I'd like to do what I think the people want, because I consider myself a representative, not possessing any special knowledge of saying, I want it this way or that way. If we are going to combine the two, and people won't support it because certain items have been identified, we've already had people that have come out and said, gee, I have a concern about this. Certain cities have come out against things on an open space deal. So it might be better, rather than potentially bringing both down, to have them stand separately and let people make decisions.
Okay, so that's
I think
fair enough.
there's a benefit. I mean, if you'd like me to go over my concerns about an open space as it's presently framed, I could do that, because that may or may not be something that could be fixed.
Right, and that's a lot of that's been vetted through a 41-member committee. But I do appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Because you can put both on the ballot and let people decide. And unfortunately,
Okay,
with the
so
budget,
that would be your preference as opposed to combining if you had to have open space on
well,
there.
again, I'd like to see things come back, but I think it's imperative that we have a half-cent transportation measure on there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker, Harvey Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett and the Board of Supervisors. I'll just take about 30 seconds of your time. I'm here as an individual. I'm a development consultant. I live and work in Somas, and I'm active with various groups in the county, builders groups and conservation groups and planners. And I just want to anecdotally support what the last speaker just said. People I talk to and work with are interested in both of these measures. They think that a sales tax for transportation and for open space acquisition have merits, but I'm hearing concerns from both sides, just privately, that a potential combination of the two on the ballot could ensure that both will go down to defeat as a result of confusion among the voters and the fact that the purposes for the funds are so very different and don't seem to fit together in a similar measure. So I'm here to one, to express support for the sales tax measure. I think it's critical that it get on the ballot and be passed, and two, to recommend that it not be combined with anything else in a public vote. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much for coming down, sir.
Okay.
And that ends that presentation. We have no action. I'd like to go on then to our other agenda items. We have 10:30.
But thank
only
you
an hour late.
for
Thank
coming
you very
down.
much for your presentation.
Thanks, Keith.
10:30, we have American Red Cross presentation. Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. And appreciate the opportunity to present this. I serve on the board of directors with the American Red Cross and proud to serve, and I'd like to invite Laura Hernandez forward. She's going to, certainly from our emergency services, and is a new member on our American Red Cross board. This is March, the month that is acknowledged as American Red Cross Month in our county, and it's a collaborative effort with the federal government and other members of the emergency planning community. The American Red Cross of Ventura, we are partners together with many of them in serving our community. Whereas through its bold, new, Together We Prepare initiative, the Red Cross is leading the way in empowering individuals and families to protect themselves with 5 simple steps. Make a plan, build a kit, get trained, volunteer, and give blood. And American Red Cross of Ventura County and Coast to Coast are going to help with this 5-step plan to make our community safer. For more than 122 years, the American Red Cross has honored this mission to provide relief to victims of disaster while helping people prevent, prepare for, and respond to emergencies. And last year alone, more than 161 silent heroes helped our neighbors by supporting the efforts of the Ventura County Red Cross. And almost 16,600 more took the time to learn life-saving skills such as first aid, CPR, and defibrillator use. In addition, over 2,000 individuals reached throughout our community with a Positively Speaking HIV/AIDS program, and trained people in the workplace, and trained students in water safety classes. So Red Cross has a broad breadth of both life-saving skills and training that's offered in our community. Victims of more than 59 single-family home or apartment house fires have received assistance through American Red Cross in our Ventura County chapter. We've responded to international emergencies by aiding other countries. Our local CEO has been called to duty in New York and other places throughout our country. More than 2,500 U.S. military active duty servicemen and women and their families received direct assistance from the Ventura County Red Cross, keeping them connected in times of their great personal sorrow and joy. And those who need blood, those who are victims of disaster, those who are recipients of a broad spectrum of community services rely on the Ventura County American Red Cross every day. Compassionate and caring people who want to make a difference in Ventura County across the nation and abroad channel their support through American Red Cross. So in acknowledging this month, we'd like to encourage our citizens of Ventura County to become partners in preparedness with their local Red Cross chapter, to become active participants in advancing the noble mission of the American Red Cross. And for those who are listening and others, I certainly would call on anyone who has an interest in serving in the Red Cross. We have a strong volunteer program that really provides a lot of these services throughout our county, and that are called to duty when we have disasters, and were it not for our volunteers, we wouldn't be as successful. And I think we truly have one of the strongest chapters of the American Red Cross throughout the nation. And Chief Bob Roper serves with us on the board of directors, and many others. It's a good group. So I'd like to step down and present this, and appreciate Laura coming this morning. And sorry it sits so long, but in acknowledgement of March as American Red Cross Month. like to say something.
While Supervisor Long walks down, I'll just point out for the benefit of the board and the public that she is on the board of directors of the American Red Cross and volunteers a lot of time herself for that. Any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. As Supervisor Long mentioned, I am a newly elected member to the Board of Directors of the Ventura chapter of the American Red Cross, but I'm not new to the work that they've accomplished, and they've had quite a year, as Supervisor Long has mentioned, the number of house fires that they've responded to, and just their work alone with our office, the partnership that we've had with the Red Cross in Homeland Security efforts, disaster preparedness efforts, has just been stellar. They've accomplished so much in this last year, and we look forward to a continued relationship with them. So thank you very much on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Just for the benefit of the board, I'd like to tell you what my thoughts are about our agenda and our unusual time. At 12:15, we have APCD Standing Committee meeting, so that's when we've scheduled, and I think we've announced it, that that's going to be our lunch break, 12:15 to 1:30. We have closed session that we're supposed to go to at 11:45. I checked with our CEO. We don't have any paid hotshot people waiting or anything, but we do. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. We don't have any outside consultants that I'm aware of at this point in time. But we do have our fire chief sitting here and some other people, and so I'm going to try to push through the rest of this agenda item, then whatever time we have left go into closed, because our closed session is going to be cut short anyway. I'm sure we're going to have to come back after the 1:30 item. Does any board member have an objection or a problem with that? Right. Okay. All right. With that, we have two other 10:30 items, and I think they can go quickly. One of them is in my district, so I know I'm fine with this. Staff, do you still want to do a 15-minute presentation?
I don't believe 15 minutes is nearly enough.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers on this issue? All right. This item 21. So I'd like
question. Sorry.
Okay, on item 21, that's franchise fees.
Two questions. The $25,000 that it is an annual fee. Where does that money go?
Into the general fund.
So it could be used, for example, to tape this and play it on channels out in our districts.
If that was your pleasure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You said you had two questions. Did you
I answered my first one when I saw annual franchise fee. I wanted to know if it was yearly,
Great.
so I figured that one out. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Okay, it's moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, motion carries. Now we go to item 22, and that's a public hearing on the ordinance for the parking restrictions on commercial vehicles in the Ojai Valley.
Are there any speakers?
Do we have any speaker cards? All right.
Move approval.
This public hearing open and closed. Moved approval. Second.
Well, we didn't have any cards. So.
Is there any objection? Do we need to read this? I believe we do.
Okay, title of the ordinance is an ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors regulating parking or standing of commercial vehicles having a manufacturer's gross vehicle weight rating of 10,000 pounds or more in designated residential districts.
Thank you very much. That has carried now, and that'll come back to us for a second reading. Item 28, my recommendation to appoint Lee Fitzgerald to the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. Any objections? And now item 29. What's that?
Have we done 25?
Yeah, okay, let's just do these policy matters real quick and we'll come back up that. Item 29, recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to direct the fire chief to conduct a feasibility study on the cost and operational effectiveness of providing ambulance transport services. Since I brought the item forward, I should probably make the first presentations. Set that down. We have the EMS agencies are recommending that we look at our contracts as they come up here, with 2005 being the expiration date for these contracts. I think a fundamental question that has been out there probably since 1995 when the city of Ventura for 1 year did engage in providing those services is whether we would have the public the public agencies provide that service, or whether it makes sense for them to do that, et cetera. My request is that we simply make sure that as we start into the process that we at least do an analysis to find out what the cost effectiveness is and the feasibility is of Ventura County Fire doing this. I know the city of Ventura has already done that kind of feasibility study. So it's a request that we simply get the information so that we have that as we're starting to move forward, because things will get a little time sensitive here as we move forward. So that is the overall topic. I'll open it up to questions, and we have the fire chief here to answer questions if you'd like. Supervisor Michaels.
Yeah. If we can afford the study, I guess that's okay, but I don't want it to raise undue expectations. I will not support, not that I'm the only one, but I will not support the exclusivity of government doing transport service. I believe very strongly that we have had very, very good providers. The record is extremely good, and the personnel are extremely professional. I see some real costs that have to be in this study if it goes forward, and that is, what are the overtime cost increases, if any, if trained firefighters are out doing transport. There's a whole bunch of issues there, but philosophically, everybody needs to know right up front that I do not believe that we should be in the transport business as a county fire district. I believe those services can be provided more than adequately and cost effectively by the private sector, and to have trained fire personnel pulled off to basically do transport, I think is probably going to prove to be more expensive than we think it is. Keep in mind that if somebody's off on transport, they're not available for their other fire duties, and certainly we have proven recently that government employee expenses are on the rise, and it is a major portion of the taxpayers' expenses. And so, just to be perfectly clear up front, I personally don't even think we need to do the study, but if the rest of the board does go ahead with it, I wanted to be very upfront about my basic feelings that we have good service now.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Long.
I'd like to see Chief Roper's hat off. Oh. Yes. Congratulations.
Yeah, you raised a lot of money.
Congratulations on raising some outstanding funds first.
Seeing how you don't have any sunglasses up there, I'll keep it on.
Yeah. I'd just like to say that I think it's healthy to always study an issue, particularly because this one has been out there for a while. I too agree that we have good service, but I know that the chief has also reached out to do some good public-private cooperative hybrids that are operating today in our county. I think it's good to do the study to, again, evaluate what the real questions are and make sure that I would hope that the study will bring back information regarding additional space requirements and management structure and liability issues, and the key thing for the public is going to be response times. As we know that the state has again, not recently, but challenged us with response times, and the private sector has responded to that, and looking at, we should always look at improving our service, particularly if we're going to do some restructuring of it. And I think we're challenged today, as the private sector is too, with reimbursement rates, and the reimbursement rates are again being ratcheted down by the federal government. So making sure that a study gives us all the information possible. At $10,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money to do a study, but would hope we can get a solid study back that accomplishes the goals and gives us some real information to work with. So that's my comments for you to consider in the study process.
Okay. Thank you. Other supervisors? Supervisor Parks.
Yes, first I'd just like to congratulate you. I heard you raised over $10,000 by shaving your hair. That's probably more hairs than dollars, right?
That's true.
Or more dollars than hair.
It is a way to balance the county's budget if you took all the county employees and
All the
managers.
I know there's a couple up here, we probably wouldn't make much money.
Males, right?
I have to say that one of my female firefighters did shave her head on Sunday too.
Oh,
Cool.
So
Well, if
wonderful.
Sadiq can look that good, she probably does too.
And a great cause. I do thank you for your effort there. My only comment is I looked at this when I was on the city council in Thousand Oaks, and just from the perspective that fire engines often to get to the scene first and to be able to get a quicker response time, I'm willing to certainly look at the study. And I do like the concept that Supervisor Long pointed out too, that we could come up with a kind of hybrid program, and we've already got some good partnerships going there.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other?
To say that the we had a study on the agenda last week, was it?
For
last week, approved a study on what? I forgot.
That was on the combining of the transportation and open space.
That's the study. Yeah.
Sales tax.
The public called me on that. Said, well, you have all these financial troubles and you're doing studies, and therefore I'm going to abide by the public concern and vote no on the issue, even though I think it'll probably pass.
Okay.
Could I make one quick addition to my comments, and that is we have very good, and to the credit of Chief Roper and all of the personnel and the private sector, we've got some very well thought out, well functioning public-private partnership agreements. But what this is talking about is transport, not response. And there's a big issue. Well, I know you do. It's other people that I want to understand. We're not talking about response. We already have agreements in place that deal with the fire personnel and their ability to respond to automobile accidents and all of those other things. This discussion is about ambulance transport. So just so that everybody is clear on what we're discussing, we already have fine paramedics in the fire service.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out just a couple of things. Number one, my understanding is when the city of Ventura did transport, they did not do the transport with trained firefighters. In other words, the city of Ventura took over the whole program, but they did the transport with non-firefighters. I see the chief back there shaking his head. So I would agree with you that that could really introduce some overtime cost, et cetera, and that's one of the but there are certainly some significant advantages to the potential of the synergy of having, in Ventura, they certainly found lots of advantages for that 1 year when the fire department would respond, and they did the transport right off of that in terms of doing that. So with that, I think it's, this is one thing I would offer the perspective is that when this went out there, the public in the city of Ventura was overwhelmingly in favor of it. They really did appreciate that because there is the whole question. There are a lot of complicated issues with reimbursements and response times. One of the differences would be if the publics are doing it, they would not be engaging in private transport, and it is when the ambulance companies engage in private transport that it causes some complications in terms of response times, and that's one of the great advantages of moving forward. So I think the study would be very healthy for us to get that information. The other thing I would just offer, because I really appreciate Supervisor Michaels trying to not have misunderstandings out there, and this is a classic one where she and I have exactly different values on this particular one, and I look forward. Those are actually the best debates that we have up here because they're not personal, but we have completely different values about the issue of the transport. My value would be emergency services ought to be provided by the public sector wherever possible. I quote that with the wherever possible. She has a different value. I respect that completely. It'll be interesting to see how all of this goes forward. The other thing I would just offer on a different note, since the chief is up here, is I did get a chance to stop by the fundraiser where the chief was losing his hair, and I just want to tell you something really clever. His wife tried to start a campaign where she was going to raise enough money to keep his hair and force them to raise more money to shave his head. And I think that really did pique the interest up. When somebody wrote, the chief said, when somebody wrote a check for $2,000, his wife gave up. On the effort, I showed up. Quite frankly, I had just come from the hospital. I was in the Ojai Hospital where I just had the accident. I showed up, and I pledged $100 to try to save the chief's hair. I was booed by the firefighters as I did this. This was a small group before the chief got there, but I told them that we managers have to stick together sometime, and this was going to be the one issue I was going to hang with our fire chief on. So anyway, it was a great fundraiser. I think the chief indicated they raised about $20,000, $10,000 coming just from his head. About 60 people got their heads shaved. Now, imagine, I mean, that's just a classic example of how our fire department and our firefighters, but all of the employees of Ventura County really take care of each other as family. This is a family coming together, and if firefighter Guernsey wasn't feeling reinforced under that situation, I'd be stunned if he wasn't. And even his 4-year-old son got his head shaved. So I just wanted to end on sort of all that positive note. It was great to be there with him, and it's really great of our chief to do this. Finally end the story with, I heard about somebody got their head shaved and the hair never came back. It had some impact. So
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll introduce that anxiety to
That would be me.
All right.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, Supervisor Michaels.
Yeah, just quickly, and not to ruin your ending on a positive note, I hope this is positive. The last time we had these discussions over who would be providing services, et cetera, there was some great discomfort. There was some, quite frankly, some rancor in the boardroom during those discussions. Some misinformation was dispelled to the public. And I would hope this time that we don't have that. I mean, I'm still living, although he hasn't been back for a long time, but I still was faced with, the reminders of one of the incidences that happened at the end of that meeting. And so, I think we can do this in a very professional manner. I do look forward to the debate. And that's the way that it should be done. Looking forward to resolving differences of opinions, getting consensus, and or at least having aired all of the concerns. And so I hope that we can take that path this time, whenever that happens.
And we always have in the past, and I'm confident we will on this one also. Thank you very much. Okay, we have an action item in front of us to author. I'm sorry. For recommended action, I'm sorry.
Move the recommended action.
There we go.
Direct the fire chief to conduct a feasibility study on the cost and operation effectiveness of providing ambulance transport.
Thank you very much.
You're
Is there a second? I thought you were going to second it. We almost had it there. Second by Supervisor Parks. How many people in objection? We have 1, 2. So it passes.
And it's a philosophical, I do still believe in gathering information, like I said at the last meeting, but this one goes too deep with me philosophically.
Okay, so 3-2, right? So that's 3-2 if the clerk will make sure that that we reflect that. And we have item 30, and this is a quick discussion purposes only. I don't feel strongly on this. I'm not going to...
I feel strongly on this.
Oh, you do? Okay, so we have somebody that feels strongly, yeah.
I'm planning on being out of town on the 31st, so...
Oh, you are, huh?
Yes, vacation.
Okay, yeah. I thought you were going to say you felt strongly because, see, school schedules, our schools come back just as we're starting to go out, all the schools are coming back. So I thought as a parent you would be sharing my interest in being on the school schedule, but it sounds like you feel strongly on this one, right? Okay, all righty. Do we have, anyway, we have, our traditional schedule would call for us to be dark the 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st. I was asking whether we could be dark on the 3rd, 10th, 17th, 24th, and then come back for the 31st. Now let me ask you, Supervisor Parks, do you really want to be here for the 31st, or if I know I'm saying, do you really want? I mean, if we had the meeting, do other supervisors have any strong feelings of this? If we had the meeting on the 31st and you weren't here, would that be a big problem for you? Depends on what's on the agenda, I assume, right?
Well, you can always keep
Supervisor
keep something off the agenda.
Yeah.
The only concern, and I don't feel strongly either way, other than if we meet on the 31st, then we would be dark
On Labor Day.
on Labor Day. And that's, to me, that's a little difficult with vacation
Okay.
planning. But, you know, I don't want to get between, I don't want to get in this argument. I don't care. Just give me 4 weeks off.
The suggestion on the other side was it would bring us back so that if we weren't out for quite so long for staff to be able to catch it. So
I've got a compromise.
Go.
Why don't we, are you in favor of a compromise?
After our discussion this morning, we'll never turn down the discussion.
Well,
of a
why
compromise.
don't we just simply add the 3rd of August to the first schedule?
My only reason, I think that part of I think that it's stick staff. I think it's stick staff with a pretty long time with us not available. I think that's probably excessive in terms of what.
Can we have a vote among the staff?
That's what I'm just asking.
No, he said among the staff, not amongst us.
Supervisor, anybody else want to weigh in on this? Supervisor Parks, you feel
I like the second.
What's that?
I like our original schedule, but
You like the alternate schedule or
the original.
The original. So
You
that's
keep
2
trying,
for the
Steve.
original. Supervisor Long. The original is to be dark on the 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st.
That gives us a meeting in August.
That gives us, I don't have vacation plans yet, so it didn't matter to me. So whatever works. If the original works, then we're
Great.
That's fine.
I'll withdraw my request. I know staff needs to know so they can start to schedule things. My only request would be that maybe we reconsider this next year when Supervisor Parks isn't going to be gone, if people would think about it in terms of that.
Is the reasoning because you want to be more closely aligned to the school schedule?
Well, in terms
for
of
planning for purposes for you and other parents?
Also such a long period.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, those two reasons, right?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll withdraw my request, have us stay with our traditional schedule. I suppose we should actually vote now that we made this an agenda item. So let's vote to go with our traditional, the motion would be to stay with our traditional August dark days. You should second that. That's in your interest, right? All right. Any objection?
No objection. Could we add to the motion that this come back
next year?
Really early next year,
Yeah,
so
okay.
that we can maybe
Great.
accommodate?
Come back early next year. Thank you very much. I appreciate you adding that. So if we could have that to the motion. So you're clear on the motion, clerk? All right. It's both the traditional schedule and that it come back next year early. And if the clerk will help the new chair remember that, I'd appreciate that. Okay. We are at item 31. Okay. Well, we said we we're going to finish the policy matters and then go back and do it real quickly here. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you. This item is to ask both the City of Oxnard and the developer of the Seabridge project to consider removing the beach portion of that project. They're going to have some interior beaches in the project, and history has shown that there will more than likely be a bacterial problem with the water quality of those beaches, and to save the costs and to help the environment, this request is being made to send a letter making that recommendation. Do you have cards on this?
We do.
Yeah, Supervisor
Supervisor
Bennett,
Marcos.
you know, kind of like to be upfront about this, and I apologize to everybody involved. I probably should have done it under agenda. But I think it would be appropriate to continue this item for 1 week because I was informed that the developer in the project and some of the people involved from the city standpoint didn't find out until Monday and were unable to change their plans to address the board, to be available to have, you know, a logical discussion. So, you know, I mean, if people want to speak, they could go ahead, but I would request that this board, and I would make it in the form of a motion, that we continue for 2 weeks, which is selfish because I'm not going to be here next week. But I think it's only fair to give people adequate time to respond.
Supervisor Parks, do you have any problem with that?
My only comment is that this is to send a letter, and they can get the letter and then they can respond. You know, whether we should send the letter or not to them, to me, doesn't seem to
Well, I
so
wouldn't
much
be
of an
taking a
issue.
position on whether or not we would send the letter until I had heard all sides. So That's my difficulty.
Whether the people who would receive the letter would want to receive it.
Sorry. Right. Supervisor Flynn.
Yes, I passed out to you a letter that I wrote to the executive director of the Coastal Commission dated January 13, 2004. And the letter was written primarily because it was my sense, at least of hearing about Kitty Beach and the problems of Kitty Beach, that why should we have another problem and create another problem upstream of the harbor itself? So I wrote this letter to the Coastal Commission and Peter Douglas specifically, and it was scheduled for the regular Coastal Commission meeting on Wednesday, January the 14th, and it had the Sea Bridge agendized on that particular agenda. In the letter, I stated that they should eliminate the beaches and, if that isn't possible, have a stringent water quality policy and place the cost of this policy on the developer and not on the taxpayers of Ventura County. As a result of this hearing, certain conditions were put on the developer. One was condition 6, that they develop a water quality management plan. In this plan is a segment that says the beaches are to be tested for a year before the beaches can be open to the public, that is the water in front of the beaches. In that plan was a breakdown of costs relative to each segment that was to be done, and it was thrown into the escrow agreement. In that breakdown, the developer must show that bacteria monitoring is being provided. But provided, he said, by Ventura County. And that is not correct. I asked County Council for an opinion on this, and according to County Council, the county is not responsible for this testing. So an expense was going to be burdened on the county budget. So the beach community that surrounds the harbor was in support of this letter. I placed it in front of you, and the commission did put some amendments and further conditions on this project. And the reason for my letter is this, is that we have worked on Kitty Beach for, 3 or 4 years and have that problem there. Why create another problem? It's like putting schools out in strawberry fields. We already have a problem with schools and strawberry fields. Why build another one? And this is a similar situation. So this is what I've done so far. This is really based on discussions I've heard at the board about Kitty Beach and what are we doing this for when we already have a problem. So I thought that the Coastal Commission took some pretty strong action.
Thank you very much. We do have some speakers here on this item. We have a request that we not take action or actual and officially a motion. Supervisor Parks, it's just I'd like to announce it to the speakers. I mean, the audience, it may make a difference to them. Do you have a problem with whether we hear the speakers or not holding off an action of the board for 2 weeks?
I'm in support of the letter, whether we vote on it in 2 weeks or vote on it today. Okay. And I'm just thinking the reasoning is kind of,
Mr. Chair,
I'm questioning.
I would offer, unless there's a compelling reason, we try to honor the request to delay. So that's what I'm trying to find out. Is there some other reason? Is there something going on? Supervisor Long.
Well, I would like to ask and support the request also because this came. Frankly, I'd read it and didn't have a chance to review the County Council report, and then some questions were brought to mind on the WQMP and the status of it, so I'd like to be able to do further review of the item.
Okay, thank you. With that, I have 4 speaker cards, and I'd like to say to the speakers, we will actually take action on this next time. You are here now, and we did not pull this off at agenda review, so you certainly have the right to speak today. Or would you like to come back, or would you like to briefly say something? So I'll ask each one of you as I call you out. You can decide what you want to do. I would point out to you that we are behind our schedule if you're interested in being aware of that as you make your decision. But Vicki Finan?
I can defer my time to Mr. Quaintance, who has probably more pertinent information.
Okay. Mr. Quaintance.
Yes, good morning. I'm Lee Quaintance for the Beacon Foundation. I'd like to add just a little context. Obviously, you will decide what the degree of urgency is to acting on this matter. The WQMP, the Water Quality Maintenance Plan for this project, is currently in the hands of Coastal Commission staff. I don't think anything's going to happen on that in the next few days because they are looking for input from various places, including the Regional Water Quality Control Board. But I think, speaking for our own reading of this report, it is highly unworkable, and it does place obligations on this county that I really wonder whether you are prepared to assume. The situation really here is that the developer has been given an opportunity, and as I read the letter that two supervisors prepared, all you're doing is saying, hey, why don't you look into not having these beaches? Frankly, I think you're doing them a big favor, because I think this water quality management plan is going to be mired in lots of controversy before it's over with. Finally, I'd just like to make you aware of why this even is an opportunity. It's an opportunity because the Coastal Commission really came to realize that this was a bad idea. And at the meeting that occurred in January, at the very end of it, several of the members remarked on the fact that had they known what they were getting into, they would have left these beaches out as their staff had recommended. And Commissioner Pedro Nava created a great big opening for the developer. He said, he alluded to Supervisor Flint's letter and he agreed with it. Why would we add any more beaches to this area? And he said to them, what I would like to be able to do as we leave here this evening, and this was at 8:30 at night after a lengthy hearing, what I would like to be able to do as we leave here this evening is so that the community knows and the developer knows that after your cocktails this evening, when you realize what the hell happened here, if you decide you want to come in with an amendment to delete the beaches, that is open to you. Although it was not formally on the agenda, the chair allowed a showing of hands to be made on whether the commission would be receptive to removing the beaches if the developer asked for it. All but one hand went up. So there is strong reason to encourage this developer to not create this additional problem for the public health of the children of Ventura County. And I hope you will adopt this letter. Sooner is better than later. That's obviously something that you will determine.
Thanks for keeping your comments short, too, Mr. Quaintance. Mr. Wynn, would you like to comment today or next week? Or 2 weeks, I'm sorry.
Chairman Bennett, my name is Bill Wynn. I represent the Seabridge Project, the Ole Mandalay Bay General Partnership. I think we would request that you carry this item for 2 weeks. As everyone has indicated, the WQMP is out for circulation. It has been presented to the regional board. It has been presented to the county health department and various folks that are involved. We certainly have the same goal as the supervisors do in that we would want to protect the public health, and we don't want to put an amenity in a project that's going to be a problem down the road, either monetarily or from a public health point of view. And we are evaluating that now. So I think within a couple of weeks we can get everybody educated and maybe even have some decisions related to this. And obviously this isn't the first time we've heard the issue of the beaches being in or out. So, and we're aware of where the Coastal Commission stands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wynn. Mr. Wing.
Good afternoon. I'm Damon Wing from Ventura Coastkeeper. I'd like to echo Lee Quaintance's comments on this. We've been very active in this and had also been in attendance at the California Coastal Commission meeting. I would encourage you to issue the letter. One of the concerns we have is what will be placed on the taxpayers, will become a taxpayer burden for Ventura County citizens. We just got back from a Kitty Beach meeting where we're looking about how we can best spend the $1.5 million allocated to clean up that problem through the Clean Beach Initiative funds. the water quality management plan draft that we're now reviewing for this Seabridge project only allocates half that amount to problems. I mean, it's already very clear that there's a lot of concern, even from the developer, that there will be some bacteria problems, enough that all these measures have been taken to try to figure out, well, what do we do if there is that? We have all these issues that are set up that we can address that. It's clear that there's a tremendous amount of concern, and we're wondering how much the taxpayers are going to bear with this. As Supervisor Flynn has noted, there's a listing in there that the bacteria testing would be provided by the county. This is not supposed to be what happens with this project. It is supposed to be where it's financed by the development and not by the taxpayers of the county. So we support your letter.
Thank you very much for coming down, and I appreciate all the speakers keeping your comments brief given our situation. We have a motion to continue this matter for 2 weeks. Do I hear a second?
I'll go ahead and second the motion and just say, even though there are funds being put forward to try to monitor, the remediation's a whole nother issue, and we haven't been successful as yet.
Okay. Appreciate that the original motion maker is seconding the motion here.
Appreciate
any objections to this going 2 weeks? And with that, the motion carries for this to come back in 2 weeks. Let's go to item 25. I know we have staff trying to get out of here.
Mr. Chairman,
excuse me. Before you start, if anybody in my office is listening, could you let APCD Standing Committee people know that Supervisor Parks and I will be a few minutes late? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I apologize for not being available when you first called this. I won't let that happen again. We come before you today asking for your authorization to participate in the Joint Powers Authority for the purpose of purchasing medical malpractice insurance through the Beta Healthcare Group. Rather than take you through the details of a 5-page board letter that you have, I'd like to just give you a summary and overview of the risk management decisions that led us to this, and then give you the opportunity to talk to any of the other principals, including the representatives from the healthcare agency or our broker. Approximately a year ago, we made the decision to try and get our insurance policies to be coincident with the fiscal year. That would have caused us to buy a short-term policy. In October of 2003, we bought a 9-month policy for medical malpractice insurance to get us to the July year, to put us in sync with the budget year. In November, the truck insurance, a member of the Farmers Insurance Group, advised us that while they would honor our policy, that as of June they would no longer be in the medical malpractice market. That's a very difficult market in California. Many of the major players are no longer insuring in California. This provided us an opportunity to see whether or not we could coordinate our transition earlier if possible. We had previously talked to and worked with the Beta Healthcare Group. With these two things overlapping, our broker very quickly went to work to secure protection against a short rate charge from the insurer who was leaving the market, and started work with the Beta Healthcare Group, who'd been the number 2 when we last looked at our policy. The Beta Healthcare Group provided us an opportunity to buy not only good coverage, but to find coverage specifically tied toward public health care agencies. The Beta Healthcare Group represents 120 medical facilities and medical health care agencies here in California. They are over 30 years old in this business. They have a AM Best company rating of A-, and they were willing to work with us on our coverages. So beside being a strategic decision, it was also a good risk management budget decision. We had the opportunity, if we took coverage quickly, for us to get a rate guarantee through the following year, as well as a reduction in the annualized rate. The annualized savings would be gross of about $500,000. Once we purchase some specialized coverages that we need to get that Beta doesn't carry that Farmers did, the net savings would be about $430,000 on an annual basis. We needed to bring this matter to you as quickly as possible because the Beta Healthcare's opportunity to buy reinsurance came up in March. So what we did was continue our coverage with Farmers and agree with the Beta Healthcare Group that if we got approval to join the Joint Powers Authority, we would become full members of that in order to get our medical malpractice insurance.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Nicole?
Do we have any cards? No, I don't have any.
Do we have any cards? No.
Actually, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. The question is, who are the other joint powers? Who are the other entities that are part of this. For example, you don't have to name them all, but I saw, like, for example, one was a Nevada corporation. Are these other municipalities with hospitals or?
With your permission, I'll have the broker respond to that since he
Thank
did the
you.
direct negotiations, and that list is included in that handbook.
It is included in something we have?
I'm sorry, it's in the handbook that was made available through the office of the clerk.
I don't have it.
I'll find it.
Okay, it was on file with the clerk. But if you can just give me kind of a general idea, are these private corporations? Are they other municipalities with hospitals? Are we the only municipality with a hospital?
Absolutely. My name is Barry Kramer.
Thank you.
And I want to respond to the question, certainly. Beta Healthcare Group specializes in providing coverage to not-for-profit and government district hospitals. So all of their clients, or all of their members, as we'll call them, are not-for-profit hospitals. Most of them are county or government district
Okay,
hospitals.
that's sufficient. Thank you. I hate to make you go through all that effort, but I did want to find out.
Anything else, Supervisor Parks?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. Any objections? Motion carries.
Good job.
I'm
Good
going to
job.
very quickly jump down to Treasurer Tax Collector. Mr. Matheny, you called me about trying to be on, and I'm a little vague on the conversation, but I thought I remember saying, look, I know things are going to move fast. If you're in the audience and you want to be on early, get my attention. Have you been here wanting to get on early?
Oh, let's not go into that.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So item 34.
Yes, thank you. Item 34 deals with the Boomerang campaign, which your board will recall is in support of the Ventura County Medical Resource Foundation. It is a device that is used to allow county employees to demonstrate their generosity and assist in the funding of the many projects that the board, the Medical Resource Foundation board does.
And we did want to get as much publicity for that as possible, and my apologies.
Yeah.
I blew that. We had that whole room full. That would have been a very good
Well,
time.
you're not a well man.
Yeah, I'll pass it off to the pain.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, I apologize for not getting that done.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. All right.
Excellent campaign.
Great.
Yes.
It is. Items 35 and then 36.
Yes, item 35 is seeking your board's approval of our annual sale of tax defaulted properties. There's about 17 properties on the list right now. I expect that to shrink down to around 10 or so by the time we actually have the sale on the 26th of this month.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection? Motion carries. Item 36.
Item 36 is a special type of liquidation of property where we have a couple of parcels that the City of Thousand Oaks is interested in acquiring, and so we've entered into an arrangement with them. It requires your board's approval to complete that.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Moved.
Second.
Second. Any objection? Motion carries.
Thank you.
That's it. You're free. Again, my apologies.
Thank you.
Let's real quickly, we do item 32 and 33. Are they both quick items?
I don't know.
Okay. Then we will be done until 1:30, and nobody will have to come back afterwards.
What?
Oh, okay.
Move to receive and file.
Okay, item 38, moved and seconded. And we have 32 and 33. What about 27, you said?
27?
Can we do that when the district attorney was here?
Yeah.
Oh, this is continued to March 23rd. Recommended.
Yeah, that's the action.
Yeah.
We have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. So we are at item 32, Public Works.
Move approval.
Second.
Second. Any objections? Motion carries. Item 33.
This is a good one, too. Good job.
Item 33, authorization for the sheriff to accept the anti-drug funds.
Second.
Any objections? All right. So we still have item 37 that needs to be heard, but that needs to be heard after the 1:30 item.
Correct.
Have we cleaned everything else out? Do we need an action on that CEO
Continuance.
recommends continuance to the 23rd? We probably do on item 27. Why don't we just make that
Move it.
official?
Second.
Move to continue to the 23rd for item 27. Any objection? Motion carries. We're going to APCD while the rest of you go to get fresh air. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see everybody at 1:30. We'll have closed session after the 1:30 item.
And I want to commend Steve Williams. I'm going to nominate you for the Productivity Award this year for the expedited delivery.
Well, I just love to talk.
I'd like to call the board back to order and ask everybody's indulgence. We're going to have a short closed session item here of 5 or 10 minutes and then be back out, but that way we have some people that can get back to their other things. So we'll be back out for our 1:30 in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Item 24, the oral information presentation by Mr. Angelo regarding our Ventura County employee.
I'll introduce Paul Angelo from Siegel Company.
Great, thank you very much.
That was smooth, Paul.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come and visit with you for an hour and 45 minutes. Our agenda here, and I believe that the supervisors have a copy of the slides in front of them, sort of blue copies. And I'm probably going to be pointing mainly. Can you all see this one? Does it matter which one I use? 'Cause I'm going to be using a pointer to highlight some things as we go through. And let's see if does everything work? There we go. Our outline is we'll spend probably an hour or so on some pension funding basics, which I'll go through fairly quickly. You know, what is evaluation? Why do we do evaluation? A little bit of actuary 101. And then I do want to focus on two recent actions that are, or one recently taken by the board and one that is under discussion by the retirement board, which is setting the interest assumption, which has been done, and then also looking at the asset smoothing method. As you're certainly aware, much of the results that we're dealing with here are a reaction to the investment returns and the losses in the investment markets in the last 3 years, 2000, 2001, 2002. And so one of the ways that the pension plan reacts to that is through something called an asset smoothing method. So we'll go through that in some detail. And then we will go to the actuarial report, which I think you also have. Now, this part is not going to be up on the slides, but we will go through the summary section of the actuarial report just to give you an idea of how to read this document. And again, this is something that was just presented to the retirement board a couple months ago. Just as a matter of habit, generally when I say board, I will, unless I'm clarifying otherwise, I'm probably referring not to the Board of Supervisors, but to the retirement board because they're my client. So, very basically, you know, why do we do an actuarial evaluation? And this is really very fundamental stuff. The primary reasons are, as it shows on the slide, that you need to determine what the contribution requirements are to maintain the funding of the system. You also want to get a sense of how far along you are. I've described this sometimes as your actuary is a combination of the mechanic who can actually take the plan apart and put it back together if necessary, and also your local AAA office. So we're where you get your maps. And the actual evaluation is that you use maps for two things. One is to set your course. That's really what the contribution requirements are. What is the contribution that's required on a systematic basis so that over the careers of your members, the benefits are adequately funded. And the other thing that the map does, it helps you tell how far along the way you are. And that's what this funded status and funded ratios and accrued liabilities and unfunded accrued liabilities are all ways of measuring how far along you are in terms of funding the plan. Secondary things are there are disclosure requirements required by the accounting profession, GASB 25, GASB 27. GASB is the Government Accounting Standards Board. They're the ones that set the rules for your financial statements, both for the county and for the retirement plan. If there are plan changes, benefit improvements that are under discussion, use the valuation as the starting point for that. You get some interesting demographic information. We have a system recently that the county and the retirement board are having discussions about disability policies. And, you know, what is the relationship between the retirement board and the employer in terms of, you know, how you use disability as a human resource tool. Well, the evidence that really triggered that discussion came from the actual report and the experience analysis, where we reported objectively, as we always do, that rates of disability were substantially up. So that's something you can get out of there. And then a little bit on analysis of financial experience. The retirement board gets most of their discussion on this from their investment consultant. You know what how the markets are doing and how their managers are doing relative to the market. But we have a little bit of comment on that as well. Now, why do you fund? Well, funding, you're legally required to do so. If you were a corporate plan, there's a federal pension law, ERISA, which says there are minimum funding standards. The 37 Act has funding standards, and so that's one reason. The other is to establish the security of the benefits. There was the infamous collapse of the Studebaker plan back in the late 60s, where Studebaker went bankrupt, and they were paying their pension benefits on a pay-as-you-go basis. That is, they were paying pensions exactly the same way they paid wages. And so when the company went bankrupt, some tens of thousands of career United Auto workers were without a pension. The other thing is, there's an element of timing. And when we talk about setting assumptions, we will talk about what assumptions really do is to affect the timing of plan cost. If you want to incur the cost of the pension while the county and the taxpayers are enjoying the services of the members covered by the pension, then you need to make the contributions while the people are working, not wait until they've completed their their service to the county and then try to incur the expense then. And then ultimately, because you build up a corpus of assets, you ultimately get to pay some of the benefits not out of contributions but out of investment earnings. So you reduce the long-term cost of the plan, since by getting the money in earlier, the plan gets the time value of money. Now, you can always flip that around and say that if the county had retained the funds, they could have done something with the money. So it's the no free lunch rule enters in here, but it does lower the cost of the plan because you advance fund benefits. And if anyone has any questions as we go through, please can do so. And we'll have to have a special sign, I guess, in terms of whether you have a question. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, one of the things that you hear talked about a lot is the funded status of the plan. And there are different ways of measuring this. Sometimes it's described as a ratio where you divide the assets by the liabilities. And you can remember the assets go on top because if it's over 100, that's considered good. That means you have assets greater than liabilities. The other way it's normally described in the actuarial report is by taking the difference between assets and liabilities. And if the assets are bigger, you say you have a surplus. That was last year. If the assets are smaller, you say you have an unfunded liability. That is this year. Now, one of the things to be careful about, I have people come up to me and say, oh, you're an actuary, our pension plan is 120% funded. And I am usually not as impressed as they would think I would be, because there are at least 6 different funded ratios you can come up with for any given pension plan, or a minimum of 4. Because there are different assets that you can use. The accountants tend to focus on market value, whereas the ratios that we use to describe funding tend to focus on the actuarial value. Similarly, there are several measures of liability. The only one that we will discuss here is what's called the entry age normal liability, which is your actuarial accrued liability under your funding method, and we'll talk through what those means. But there are other measures of assets. There used to be something called the PBO, which was something used by the accountants. There are terminal liabilities, which are if you were to shut down the plan, how much money would you need? So you just need to be careful. And this is true both in general discussion, what you read in the press. What will happen a lot of times is that the community will lock on a particular measure of surplus or unfunded liability as though that were somehow the be-all and the only driver there is. We do think that there is one that is more important to our retirement board than any other, and that is the one that compares the actuarial value of assets to the actuarial accrued liability. But just, there are other measures of funding, other ways to describe this. So now we're going to go through what goes into the valuation process. I don't do a whole lot of pictures, but we have a little bit here. We'll just touch on each of these, but you can imagine you have to collect member data. I think I have one of these. Sure. You have to collect member data. We have to collect financial information. We need to know what the plan provisions are. And then these are the 2 sort of black box parts. We need to make predictions about what will happen between now and when benefits are paid. And then we have this thing called an actuarial cost method, which is a cost allocation process. So I'm not going to spend much time on data. We gather a ton of data. Mr. Paris, Mr. Thonis here from the retirement office, and we send them a data request. We scrub the data. These are the sort of things that we collect. On the financial information, again, we get audited financial statements. We look both at the balance sheet and also at the income statement. And then the last one, the actuarial value, is the one that we calculate based on all the other information that's there. The plan provisions, again, you read them, and there they are. So they describe, both eligibility conditions and amounts of benefits. So those are sort of the 3 that we're going to go through quickly. Now, to slow down a little bit, actuarial assumptions. The whole key about a defined benefit plan, but one of the ways to distinguish a defined benefit plan from a defined contribution plan is you look at the people you have to hire. If you were running a defined contribution plan, you would still need attorneys, you need an administrator, you need investment people, but you would not need an actuary, because the actuary's unique role is unique to the defined benefit plan, where you make a promise today to deliver a benefit in the future. The actuary's professional responsibilities connect the 2. Is to talk about how promises in the future are converted into commitments today and contribution requirements today. Well, a lot of that has to do with making actuarial assumptions. Sir?
What are we doing in terms of expected life, life expectancy, and how do we factor in that health is continuing to improve, et cetera? Can you help me with that part of it?
That is actually, there are a series of standard tables. The mortality table is one of the ones that is the least customized in that you do not have enough people to have, the Ventura County Employees Retirement Association mortality table. You do have the Ventura County Employees Retirement Association retirement rate table. It's designed specifically for you based only on your information. We use standard tables. All of the standard tables have margins built into them. So they measure what the actual rates of death are at every age, and then they just lower them all by anywhere from 7 to 10%. And that is to include anticipations of future mortality improvement. So those are built into the tables.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to talk generally about two kinds of assumptions: demographic, which are the ones that really determine, you can sort of guess, it's how long people are going to live, when they're going to retire, it's really when the benefits are going to be paid. And then the economic assumptions, which is really how the assets grow and how salaries grow.
Can I ask you why you're still on this?
Okay.
How comfortable are you with the 7 to 10% as the factor for improvements? I mean, is there some data over time? Isn't the rate of improvement getting better, and shouldn't that factor increase?
No, we're very comfortable with it. And the other thing about the 37 Act systems is you do a completed experience analysis every 3 years, so you really don't have a whole lot of time to get very far off. Even if we were being unduly aggressive, that is not conservative enough, it would self-correct fairly quickly over time.
Thank you.
So the demographic assumptions, we call these rates of decrement. Decrement is a word that only actuaries use. Everybody knows what an increment is when things get bigger. Well, when we do these valuations, we do what's called a closed group valuation. That is, we look only at people you've met, only at current participants. Excuse me. We do not anticipate any future new entrants. What that means is the group of people that are in the valuation can only get smaller. And the standard, 4 ways that you can get out of a pension plan are you can either quit, become disabled, retire, or die. Those are the standard 4 decrements that we deal with. We measure each of these, and as in response to Mr. Bennett's question, some of them are very much customized to the plan. Some of them we take standard tables and then using the experience of your particular plan, sort of, pick the best one of the standard tables, the one that matches the best. Mortality, we make a separate assumption for before retirement and after, although as of our latest experience analysis, we're now using the same assumption for both of those. We also distinguish between the mortality for service retirements compared to disability retirements. It is a matter of actuarial fact that disabled lives do not survive as long as healthy retirees. Although to the extent that you have presumptive disabilities, you might imagine that would tend to bring those two closer together. That's all the sort of stuff that we study here. We make assumptions about percent married. This is for the actives. For the retired, we know exactly who has beneficiaries and the beneficiaries' data. For active members, we make an assumption that a certain percentage are married, and we assume that spouses are a certain number of age difference apart, because we don't have marital status reported to us as part of the data for the active members. For the economic assumptions, we're going to talk in detail about the investment return. Generally speaking, these are all done in a component analysis. You start with inflation, and then inflation is a driver of investment return and is also a driver of salary increases. We'll talk again about investment return in detail. On salary increase, here again, there's sort of 3 layers. There's inflation, and then there's sort of across the board wage and salary increases above inflation. So if the national average wage is growing faster than the national CPI, that means that basically everybody's pulling ahead. In theory, it's attributable to increased productivity, the workforce, that's what the books say. And then on top of that, you have each individual member who, as they advance in their careers, will move ahead of the pack. So we really do all 3 of these components.
Just have a question. Are you also considering recent of interest, same-sex marriage, and civil unions?
We have that. That actually would go into the percent married assumption. That is, to the extent that you are covering either domestic partners or civil unions, that would just tend to increase the percent married from where it currently is. I believe it's 80. It might scooch it up to 85%. So, but again, these are all based on actual system data. These tend not to be very proactive. That is, it tends to be pretty much, what happened the last 3 years. they say that, how many actuaries does it take to put, there's all about 6 actuary jokes, though, and I'll try to get to it, as few of them as possible, but how many actuaries it takes to put in a light bulb? Same as last year. See, so this is a good example of that right there. So anyway, let me just see, do we go? So the economic assumptions, we finish off with the salary increase, which again is done in a component analysis. Now, that's the easy part. The heavy lifting comes in what we call the actuarial funding methods. Normally, when people talk about a funding method, they're talking about either unit credit or entry age normal, which is a way of determining the cost and the liabilities. But there are actually 2 other decisions that the retirement board has to make that technically are part of their funding method. One is the asset smoothing method, and the other is this amortization period. And both of those have been getting a lot of discussion in VSERA in recent years. Now we're going into Pension 101. And we're not really going to try to go through all these in detail, but these are all the concepts. When we go through this with the retirement board, we actually take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours and do a very thorough discussion of this. That's one of the things that Siegel tries to do early in their a new consulting relationship. And we go through each of these concepts in a great deal of detail because the retirement board really has to own at a policy level, has to own how these things work. These are not the sort of things where they do something because we tell them to. Believe me, they don't do things because we tell them to. So let's start just with the basic idea of what a present value is. I'll tell you one place where this is coming up a lot now is that we're starting to discuss ARC, additional retirement credits, which was part of AB 55, was passed last year. This allows members to purchase additional credit. I'm looking for some head nods. Is everybody familiar with the ARC credit? LaSera has already adopted it. If everything you want to know about present value, you will learn in going through how to price ARC, because fundamentally ARC is just tell me the present value of those 5 years of service. Well, to get the general concept going, everybody has a pretty clear idea that, here in a capitalistic society, money grows over time. And so money today is worth more than money in the future because you can invest it and it'll get bigger. And so if you have a debt that's due in the future, you can satisfy that debt with a smaller amount of money today. Well, there's a related concept, which is survivorship, and as opposed to having things grow at interest, they also grow at survivorship, and that is the fact that you collect contributions or you make contributions on behalf of a larger group of people than will actually show up to collect a benefit. And that ends up working very similarly to the way present value works for investments. So we're going to do a quick example here. Suppose I have a deal where I'm promising to pay $100 in 10 years to 10 subscribers. And I know that money is going to double in 10 years. That's 7.2%. And I also know that 3 out of 10 subscribers will actually be around in 10 years to collect on the deal. Let's start with just interest. You can get the idea. How much do I charge for this subscription? I charge $50. Because I collect $50, I invest it, it doubles to $100, I hand out the $100. That's the easy part. The terminology is we say that $50 is the present value today of $100 discounted at interest for 10 years. Discounting is, just as going forward you call accumulating, that's what things getting bigger with interest. Discounting is the process of moving money backwards in time and watching it get smaller as the interest is in effect sucked out of it. And that is really what the actuary does when he takes a future promise, which is in large dollars, and says you can satisfy those with a smaller number of dollars today because we've taken out the interest as we move backwards in time.
And what are we using for are we using 7.2%?
No, you're currently using 8%.
For discounted at interest.
For discounted interest. Your assumed interest rate is 8%. Recently reduced, we'll go through that in detail, recently reduced from 8.25.
And you're comfortable with that?
Yes, sir. Now, survival, let's pretend that there's no such thing as interest. We're in the Middle Ages, right? There's usury has been forbidden by the church, but people still die. Well, now think how this works. If I know that only 3 out of 10 are going to show up, if I charge each person $30, now this doesn't work per person. This only works for the whole group. If I charge each person $30, I collect from 10 people $300. 10 years from now, it's still $300. There's no interest. 3 people show up, I pay them each $100. So it really feels the same way. I'm able to satisfy an obligation of $100 with only $30, not because of compound interest, but because of survivorship. So we use the same terminology. We say that $30 is the present value today of $100 discounted for 10 years at survivorship. Now, without cheating and looking at the next page, what if we combine both of these? What if we have both interest and survivorship operating? How much do I charge for this subscription deal? Not all at once. Okay, okay, it's $15. Think it through. If I collect $15 from each of 10 people, I have $150. I invest my $150 for 10 years, it doubles to $300. 3 people show up, I pay them each $100. So the present value of $100 discounted for 10 years at interest and survivorship, those are all the words, is $15. These are actually roughly the right proportions. The fact is that survivorship is
You kind of sound like a magician.
I know. Yeah, well, that's well, we won't go into it. Well, actually, yeah,
That's the next joke.
that's the next show. You know, actually, the difference between you're going back to the picture, the difference between a regular actuary and a Sicilian actuary. Do you know this one? You know, an actuary can tell you out of 10 people in a room how many will survive, how many are going to die that year. Sicilian actuary can tell you which ones will die that year. So, yeah. Okay, that's all you get. Okay.
And is our what's our survivorship rate?
You know, I don't have that boiled down to a single figure because it involves both mortality, disability, turnover. It's all of them factored in. In rough terms, though, in very rough terms, 3 out of 10 is close. And that is, if you take 100 new hires, how many of them are actually going to stay in their careers and collect a retirement benefit? Rough numbers, 3 out of 10. Okay. Yeah. So that actually is, as I say, it's more powerful as a discounting mechanism than compound interest, and that's what everybody talks about.
Is it true then that 7 out of 10 die before they get there?
No, they probably
Good.
quit. No, they quit.
Thank you.
They quit. Yes, right. Yes, right.
That's the survivors alive.
Yeah,
it's
again,
remaining.
we have many decrements.
Okay,
That's right.
thank you.
That's right. Yeah.
Would hurt our recruiting, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that's our present value example. So now that we know how to take a present value, let's suppose that your job is to fund the retirement system. The first number that we calculate is something that we call the present value of future benefits. This is the largest number in the entire actuarial process. This is, if you had this much money today, you would be able to pay every dollar of future benefits to current members. Remember, no new entrants. If all assumptions come true, it would all work out perfectly, and when the last retiree, they would receive their last retirement check the month before they pass on to their reward. So this is the total value. If you had this amount of money today, you'd never have to make another contribution. You do not have this much money today. But this is the thing that our computers calculate, and then the question is, how do we come up with a systematic way of accumulating, in effect, this amount of money? Now you'll notice it depends on all the same things that went into the valuation. There's the benefit provisions, the data. We've broken out the actual assumptions from the interest rate because this is sort of used to project the benefit stream, and then this is used to discount it back to today. So the survivorship is actually built into these assumptions. What you don't see here is that actuarial cost method, because what we're now going to do is try to figure out how those are developed. Okay, I'll move through this a little bit quickly. The general idea is, one reason you don't have all this money in the fund today is because some of it, they haven't even worked those years of service yet. So some part of the present value of future benefits is associated with past service, some is associated with future service. But now we got to define some terms. Now these, in order to read an actuarial report, you do need to know these terms. The total present, this is now looking at one person. And what we're asking our computers to calculate is, how much would I have to pay each year for this particular member so that when the member reached retirement age, those contributions would accumulate to an amount of money that's sufficient to pay that member's benefit for as long as they live under our mortality and interest assumptions. So that amount is the present value of future benefits for that one person. Then what we do is we calculate how much you'd have to pay each year, and we calculate it as a level percentage of pay so that those contributions will match the value of the member's benefit. Well, the amount that is allocated to each year is called the normal cost. It has always been called the normal cost. No one knows exactly where that term came from. But that is the allocated cost assigned to a given year of service. Now, assuming that the person is in mid-career, like this person is, in theory, those normal costs will have been paid in each past year. So then you do a sort of a what-if calculation. If the plan had always been in effect just like it is now, and if we had always had the same assumptions, and if those assumptions had always come true, and if we had paid our normal costs in each past year, how much would we have today? That number is called the actuarial accrued liability. It is the accumulated value of the past normal costs. In theory, it's what you would have in the bank if all those what-ifs I just described had come true. So that's the past piece. The future piece is called future normal costs. Nothing clever there. And by the way, this picture is a little misleading. The white box is part of the yellow box. Okay, the current year normal cost is the first of the future normal costs. So we've now split this present value future benefits pie into past and future, but now we have names for them. You know, we have a name for the past, we have a name for the future. Well, I said that the actual accrued liability was this kind of what-if number. It's the amount you'd have in the bank if all those things. But the fact is you do have funds in the bank, and so we call them the assets. And so we take the actual accrued liability and now split it into the part that's covered by assets and the part that's not covered by assets. The part covered by assets we call the assets, and we color it green. The part that's not we call the unfunded actual accrued liability, or the UAAL. You'll sometimes see it called the UAL because up until like 1984, they called this the accrued liability, but that got the accountants nervous because the accountants have a lot of words that sound like accrued liability. So they did a pension nomenclature study, and now they have to call it the UAAL. So sometimes you'll see that actuator part dropped out. So now we've taken the total present value of future benefits and really split into three parts. The part that's in the bank, that's the assets. The part that's not in the bank, but it sort of shouldn't be because they haven't even worked those years of service yet, that's the present value of future normal costs. And then the part that in theory would be in the bank if all those things, but for whatever reason, is not. And so now we have to figure out what is the total future contributions that have to be made. And I'm just going to move the arrow over. The total present value of future contributions has to eventually cover your future normal costs and eventually pay off your unfunded actual accrued liability. And now we jump to the current cost, and this is what you'll see if you look in any actuarial report from any firm in the United States and look on the cost page, you will see that the cost comes in two pieces. There's the normal cost, which is this year's slice of the regular allocated cost. In the horizontal box, this was white, remember? And then you have to make an amortization payment, which is like a mortgage payment, to pay off any unfunded actual accrued liability. Now, where you folks have been for the last few years, and I've never figured out a way to draw this, if you imagine the asset line here swinging all the way around here so that it actually covers up all of the actual accrued liability, this means that instead of having an unfunded liability, you have a surplus. And I can't really draw it because then the green part would actually sort of start to cover up part of the present value of future normal cost. That's the situation that you were in through last year. You had a surplus, and so instead of your cost being normal cost plus an amortization of unfunded liability, you ready? It was normal cost minus an amortization of surplus. And that is what has changed from last valuation to this valuation. If I were able to draw this thing and the green line was here, the green line has now gone back over here, so you have an unfunded liability for the first time in several years. Okay. Now, what happens when benefits go increase or you have actual losses? This is just to give an idea of leverage, and we'll do a numerical example in a second. The idea is that let's suppose that you put an across-the-board increase in benefits. And so the whole present value pie gets bigger. And some of that biggerness is allocated to the future. So this little annulus out here is the part that the present value future normal cost that got bigger. Well, this blue part around here is where your actual accrued liability got bigger. Unfortunately, plan amendments don't make the assets get bigger, unless you're in CalPERS, which is a whole different story. But for most plans, when the accrued liability gets bigger, the assets don't get bigger, and so there's leverage that actually works against you. And we'll just look at a quick example of that here. This is where I get in trouble all the time. Let's suppose you have a plan that's pretty well funded, 90% funded. They have $100 million in accrued liability and $90 million in assets, so their unfunded liability is $10 million. Okay? And they do a plan amendment across the board. Everything goes up by 10%. So the accrued liability goes from 100 to 110, which is a 10% increase. That's fine. The assets they didn't hear about the plan amendment, so they stay at 90, they don't change. The unfunded liability goes from 10 to 20. Now it's, listen to me, it's the same $10 million, right? But up here it looks like 10%. Ooh, down here it looks like 100%. You've doubled your unfunded liability. Folks, it's still just $10 million. But when you're looking at, I have to use my hands here, the difference between two large numbers, a fairly small change in either of the large numbers can look like a very large change if you're focusing on the difference between them. And after all, it's the difference between the assets and the accrued liability that determines a big piece of your cost. So this is where you will see relatively small changes in the assets or the liabilities produce what, at least on a percentage basis, looks like a very large change in your cost, in particular in your amortization costs. So that's something to keep in mind when we look at the results as we go from 2002 to 2003. Okay, how's my time? I'm way late. Gains and losses, this is where, anytime all the assumptions that we make, they're all going to be wrong ultimately. And so what happens is if you have an event that is more favorable financially, it causes a gain, makes your unfunded liability get smaller, makes your costs go down. Flip side, if you have something that is financially more favorable, it's called that, the other way, financially less favorable, it's called a loss, which makes your unfunded liability go up, makes your costs go up. Now, we're going to talk about entry age normal very quickly. The method that your board has adopted is the gold standard for how to produce a level cost. There are other methods that are used that do not produce a level cost. The method you use is designed to do so. It's called entry age normal. That's all you need to know about it. Now, amortization is this process of how you pay off the unfunded liability. Now, there are a surprisingly large number of different ways to do this. Your system right now uses, first of all, it looks at the total unfunded as one big chunk. It does not look to see where it came from, whether it was due to gains and losses, due to plan amendments. It's one chunk, so it's a single layer, and it is amortized over what's called a rolling 10-year period, which means that this year it's amortized over 10 years. The next year, whatever the remaining balance is, including any new stuff, new gains and losses, is still amortized over 10 years. It's as though every year you refinanced your mortgage over a new 10-year period. Now, the main reason this is done is that when you get to where the main source of this unfunded liability is gains and losses, well, in theory, you got gains one year, losses the next year. They tend to average out. And so it makes sense to just sort of have something that will very smoothly take those gains and losses, and rather than have a period that gets shorter and shorter, because after all, if you had a fixed amortization period, 7 years from now, whatever your gains and losses are that year, they'd be paid off over 3 years and then 2 years. So eventually you're going to have to change your policy. One of the things we'll be discussing with the board is an alternative is to actually maintain separate layers for each source of unfunded liability. This is what all tax qualified plans do. The minimum funding rules require that you track your unfunded piece by piece. There you can actually use a fixed amortization period for each one, because each year when you get the new gains and losses, you're not trying to cram that in over the remaining period, but you get a new fresh period for that one. So these are the sort of things we'll be wrestling through with your board. There's an example here just to show you a little bit of the no free lunch rule. We probably don't need a whole lot of this. If you look at this in your spare time, it's $1 million of liability. If you pay it off over 20 years, you end up paying, about $1 million in interest. If you do it over 20 years as a percentage of pay, you end up paying a lot more interest. Well, that's because you're paying smaller amount up front and a higher amount going forward. Now, this is not like your mortgage. Although if you had a creative banker and you went to the bank and you said, look, I'm going to be getting a 4% pay raise every year for the rest of my life, can you structure my mortgage payments so they start lower but they go up 4% a year? That is exactly how your retirement board amortizes the unfunded liability. It's not level dollar, it's a level percentage of pay. And then, as I say, you are currently using 10 years. This just gives you an idea of what the different payments would be under the different approaches.
And are we using 4% as our salary increase, our annual salary?
I think that you are. No, that's a mistake. That should be 4.25. This example was done for a generic presentation. For yours, it would be 4.25 for the salary scale. Right, man? Plus merit longevity. Yeah, this is, remember I talked about inflation. and across the board and merit and longevity. This does not include merit and longevity because this is supposed to capture your growth in your average salary, not the growth in some individual person advancing in their career. But that should be 4.25 for you. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now, I'd like to, let me see, where are we? And I'm going until 3:15, is that correct?
1:30 to 3:15.
Okay. So so now that really is sort of the basic background stuff. I now want to bear down on two particular decisions that your retirement board faces every year. Each year, the board has us review with them the investment earnings assumption. Of all the actuarial assumptions, this is the one where everybody is an expert. We get a lot more debate, a lot more back and forth on this. And I say that legitimately because, as you'll see, we're getting to the point where there are parts that go into this decision which are fundamentally, they are investment questions, they are economist questions, but they're not really actuarial questions. The actuary is not necessarily the best expert when it comes to developing this assumption. I say that standing in front of you as your actuary.
Ask is sure. Because of this does cause a lot of debate, and you have different interest groups around the table, retirement board, so it's really a political thing too. Politics enters it, right?
One would hope not, but I know where I am. I mean, let's talk about what really happens. There's sort of this sense that the cost of the plan can be changed by changing the interest assumption. Now, this applies to all other assumptions, but let's bear down on this for a second. Let's assume for the moment that somebody knows for a fact that your fund is really going to earn 8% year after year forever. Okay? But they're off, on the mountain, but that's what's really going to happen. So we have this political debate, and people say, well, there's risk tolerances and there's all kinds of stuff, so we would like to set the interest assumption at 9%. And so the board, based on whatever reason, they adopt a 9% interest rate. Now, the calculated cost, normal cost plus amortization of unfunded liability, the calculated cost will be lower under a 9% assumption than it is under an 8% assumption. There's a fundamental equation, contributions plus investment income equals benefit payments plus expenses, right? If you assume higher investment income, everything else equal, you're going to get lower contributions. So now you've calculated the contribution rate at 9%, and you, the Board of Supervisors, are funding at that level. Now, next year we do our evaluation. The fund earned 8%. The fund's always going to earn 8%. That means we're going to have an actuarial loss of 1%. We will amortize that 1% loss, and that will increase your costs. So now your cost has gone from this level to this level. It's gone up a little bit. Next year, we do the actuarial evaluation. You're still using a 9% assumption. Next year, we do the actual evaluation. Oh, look, you earned 8%. You have another actuarial loss. So what has happened is you've defeated the whole concept of level funding. Because instead of getting a nice level cost, you have a low cost to begin with, but every year it's going to go up because every year you're going to pay the piper on that 1% loss between your 9% assumption and the 8% you actually earn. So the only thing that happens is if you make overly aggressive, unconservative assumptions, if you're wrong on the unconservative side, what you have done is to backload the cost of the plan. You've basically traded in lower cost today for higher cost later, all as a percentage of pay. It goes exactly the other way. If you said, oh, we should be careful, we should use a 7% assumption, I won't go all the way through it, you'd get a higher cost today, each year you'd have a little gain, the cost would trickle down, you would again have defeated level funding, but now you would have front-loaded the cost of the plan. So the purpose of picking the right assumption is to get level funding. So when you say it's fundamentally a political process, I would hope ultimately that it's not, because ultimately the goal is level funding. And there's a general consensus in public sector thought that level funding is good. That is, that the employers like predictability almost more than they like absolute level. The budgeting process gets in trouble when things change. No matter whether it's high or low, sort of once you get used to it, as long as it's predictable and stable, that's a workable cost basis. And so the problem with politically manipulated assumptions is that it defeats level funding. Okay, Johnny?
So if you underestimate the earnings, don't you create an artificial surplus?
if you underestimate the earnings, well, it's not that you would necessarily create a surplus, but what would happen is you would have an artificially high level of cost, but next year that cost will come down.
Right.
Now, if you left it up there for a long time, you'd create a surplus. But again, the purpose of the annual evaluation is that you never really have a whole lot of time to go very far off.
Right.
Unless you have what we had either in the late 90s, where we had 3 or 4 years in a row of absolutely extraordinary investment gains, followed by 3 years of perfectly extraordinary actuarial losses. But as far as, as I say, if you consistently used 8% and you really were going to earn 9%, the cost would creep down, and then we would come in every 3 years or every year on this thing, and we would eventually say, it's time for you to revisit your actuarial assumption. But creating surplus is a tricky word. Surplus is a cumulative measure of assets and liabilities. You could have a very underfunded plan, and if they used artificially conservative assumptions, you'd have a contribution rate higher than it needs to be, even though you never got anywhere near surplus.
Right.
Surplus is kind of a special word.
Right.
I'm talking more about a year-by-year contribution that has either an increasing pattern or a decreasing pattern built into it, regardless of whether it ever gets you to surplus.
Right. But in the last few years, we've experienced that expectation. I think you and I talked about 3 years ago. I called it morphine, and you thought I was conservative. You said you guys called it heroin.
Oh, no, it's actuarial heroin. That's right.
Yeah, right.
We'll get to actuarial heroin.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if one underestimates the earnings capacity of the system for any period of time, creates an estimated actuarial surplus, I guess you'd call it.
Right.
And then the politics comes in to say, well, we have extra money here, we need to grant extra benefits,
right,
which is one of the threats to a system, from the other side. I'm just pointing that out because we lived through that,
exactly,
and it created what we are now faced with, which is this huge swing now that we're back to normal contribution plus picking up the unallocated
unfunded liability. Right. And I'm not sure, though, that if you go back, I'm not sure that your assumptions were ever wrong. I mean, that is, back when the fund was earning 12 and 15% a year, I had funds come to me and say, how long is it going to be before you guys get off this 8% nonsense? And my answer was 30 years. And these are long-term assumptions. We're now seeing the other side of that. And at least in the first couple years of 2000, 2001, 2002, we had the same question. Is it time to lower the investment earnings assumption? And while it may be, if it is, it's not because we had 3 bad years. It's because there's a fundamental change in the markets going forward. So what we're trying to do is not react too much to what just happened recently. This is actually the opposite of the actuary joke. The one assumption, which is not simply based on what happened the last 3 years, is the investment earnings assumption, as we're going to see.
So that assumption pretty much should stay the same.
Pretty much. I think the 8.25, Van, do you know how long that was in effect? From 91. So the 8.25 has been in for a long time. We will be going through here that we recommended a change, and then we sort of split the difference. With
the reason I use the word political is that the assumption rate can affect the rates.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So that's the politics part.
Yes. If you look at the short-term costs of the plan, they are absolutely governed and driven by the assumption setting process. And so I am a complete realist. I have been in enough retirement board meetings when the county officers come in with the charts showing how many family assistance centers are going to have to close because of your actuary. Those are very real world conversations that I do not in any way mean to minimize them.
The reason, Paul, that I brought that up, though, is before your firm's arrival, and last year when we still theoretically had some kind of a surplus, I appeared before the retirement board trying to sound a cautionary note concerning granting additional benefits on an ongoing basis, because whatever they granted would show up in our rates this year, which I regret that I was correct in that. And that looks to me like we may be paying something in the neighborhood of $2.5 million more in this coming year because of the change in the rates, because of a decision made at the retirement board when people wanted to believe that surplus was real.
Mm-hmm. So, and one of the things which we are not going to go through today, there's another piece of terminological confusion. There's surplus and there's excess earnings. All retirement systems are, in America, all public sector systems, potentially could have a surplus. There's this idea of assets and liabilities. That's something all funds go through. This idea of measuring excess earnings is unique to the 37 Act. And one of the things that you folks, and that especially my client, need to be very careful about is understanding the difference between excess earnings and surplus. They're not the same. We will not go through that in today's discussion. So let's hit on the interest rate.
And I just want to let you know we're asking a fair number of questions of you. If that throws your timing off, it's more important to us to get a complete presentation. So if you have to go a little bit over 3:15, we'd rather make
I'm yours, yeah. Very good. Okay. Thank you. So on the investment earnings assumption, this is also the assumed interest rate. It's the thing that uses, that you use to convert the future payments into a present value. It affects the timing of planned costs. I went through this in detail. A lower assumed rate means a higher current cost. Ultimately, though, cash pays benefits. As I often say, you can't make a benefit payment out of assumed interest. Okay, the checks do not clear. So all that we're talking about in terms of setting assumptions and all these funding methods, everything else, is the timing of costs, is the pattern of costs. So this is all an allocation process. Now, there is a standard of practice. You want some fun reading, you can get these. They're on the website. There's the www.actuarialstandardsboard.org, and you go to ASOP 27, that's Actuarial Standard Practice number 27, and it will tell you in vague detail exactly how to set your interest rate assumption. It does talk about ranges. When I'm asked the question, am I comfortable, with what the board adopted, we're going to go through the fact that the CU company made a recommendation and the board adopted a different rate. And the question is that okay with us? And the answer is it absolutely is okay with us, because we have to do two things. We identify a range, and then you have to put a bet down. You have to pick a number. But ultimately, in a public sector plan, the selection of the specific point within the reasonable range is not the job of the actuary. It is the job of the retirement board. This is different in corporate plans. Interestingly enough, under ERISA, funding methods, amortization periods, and cost methods and smoothing methods, those are the province of the plan sponsor. But the actuarial assumptions are selected by the actuary. And if you don't like the assumptions, you go out and hire a new actuary. Whereas in public sector, fortunately, you don't have to go out and hire a new actuary. You simply adopt a different rate. And that is exactly what happened this year. And by the way, it has happened in, I would say, more often than not this year as we're going through this process with different clients.
And what did you recommend?
Oh, you want to jump ahead here? Okay, so let's do two more slides. Okay, so the data, this is stuff we look at. The one point, look at this last bullet. This is a quote from the ASOP. Do not give undue weight to recent experience. Remember, actuaries, they're the, same as last year and all those jokes. This is the one assumption where the recent experience of the particular plan is not a principal driver of the assumption setting process. That is unlike any other actuarial assumption, and it's right there in our standard of practice. And when you look at the first page, of the actual report, and it says this has been prepared in accordance with generally accepted actuarial standards, that's what that is. So that's one of them. There's another good thing they throw in there, but the last one on here, which is you generally do not put any add-on for superior individual manager performance. Nobody beats the indexes long term. The way it's phrased in the standard is, if you have included a premium for superior manager performance, this may be overly optimistic. That's actuary speak. But the way this works is you do it in components. You start off by looking at each asset class, and you look not at what you think the return is going to be, the total return, what's called nominal return. You instead project what the real return will be, which is the return above inflation. Then you add to that your expected inflation assumption, which is a separate assumption. Then you take out investment expenses. Then you take out administrative expenses if applicable, and in your systems it is applicable. That is, your administrative expenses are paid out of investment earnings. And then comes the softest part of it, which is something called a point in the range based on your risk tolerance. And what you'll see is that we actually have a component that we call a risk margin. We'll talk about that a little bit. So now, when do you change this assumption? Well, the easy thing is, we'll look at a spreadsheet to show you how this is built. If you change your asset allocation, that will probably change the calculated result that comes out of this. What's harder is, when do you change these real rates of return by asset category? This is where we get into, paradigm shift. Is the future going to be fundamentally different from the past? Well, you can get a lot of debate about equities, but I'll tell you on fixed income, I don't know any investment managers who are saying that going forward that you're going to be able to beat inflation by 3 or 4% in fixed income. Everyone has scaled that down. So there's a situation where to the extent that you're invested in fixed income, the future will be different than what you've been accustomed to in the past. So where do we get this data? Well, we generally talk to the particular investment consultant for a particular fund, which in your case is NSNUP. Now what we did, I'll just say what we did with Contra Costa, there we actually took an average. We have at this point 5 37 Act systems, and we had data on 4 of them. So we took an average of those 4. And so that is something that we may start bringing before you. This is just the hardest part of setting this assumption. If you're going to try to do it in a technical, step-by-step, objective way, trying to pull as far as you can away from the political process, trying to say that there is an objective answer here. But the key is, if you want someone to tell you, as a matter of their professional judgment, what is the long-term return on international equities, you don't ask an actuary. It's not our area of specialty. So you go to the investment community, and that's what we do. So here's how your numbers look. This is a discussion that we had with your board just a couple months ago. Your current asset allocation, little pointer, your current asset allocation is shown here. It's about 50% domestic stocks, 16% international, 30% fixed, and 5 or 6% real estate. Here are the real returns above inflation as provided to us by NSNUP. You just do the math and add it up, and you get 4.58%. Now again, when will this change? This will only change if either you change your asset allocation or NSNUP revises their forecast. We get these from them fresh each year, and they do change from year to year. So then, this is the whole component approach. There's your assumed inflation of 4.25, and that is also, the midpoint of a range that was developed, on another page. Here's the real return. Your expenses, this is historically, you've run about 35 basis points in expenses, so we put that in there. And this is the smoky part. This is the risk adjustment. The idea of the risk adjustment is that most boards do not want to place a 50-50 bet as far as investment return. The way I describe this is retirement boards, they get a lot more sad when you come in low than they get happy when you come in high. It's called an asymmetrical risk tolerance. So 50-50 is not where any of our boards live. Now we finally, this is my partner Drew James and I, finally got in our probability and statistics books and tried to figure out a way to quantify this. And so using the standard deviation of the portfolio and looking at 15-year averages and all this stuff, which we went through with your board in great detail, what we determined was that if you shave off 70 basis points, that will give you a 60% confidence that your 15-year average return will meet or beat your assumption. Again, trying to quantify an elusive concept. So if you do all that, you get 7.78. So we trotted into the board and made a recommendation of 7.75 because we have a historical bias toward 25 basis point increments, which we've been corrected on in several systems. Contra Costa just adopted 7.9, and some years ago they adopted 8.35. So this 0.25 thing, which is kind of religion with us, there are some agnostics out there. Anyway, we went in with 7.75. Your current assumption was 8.25. That's a 50 basis point drop. Now remember, it's just timing, right? But that will markedly increase your current cost. We could observe that Orange County, we were kind of waiting to see which was going to be the first 37 Act county to break the 8% barrier. Orange County did it. Orange County went from 8% to 7.5% for their current valuation in one step. And there were discussions at the board, which I understand were credible, of going as low as 6.5%. So there is a school out there. We went in with 7.75. You're currently at 8.25. Basically, the board split the difference and adopted an interest rate of 8% for the current valuation. That's what all your current costs are based on. So if you don't like these numbers, they would have been worse at 7.75.
Can I ask a question about the risk adjustment? Mm-hmm. Is that essentially saying that you're underestimating by 0.7% what you're actually going to be getting?
we're underestimating what, at least in theory, would be our 50-50 break even. That's right. So over time, we should come in high 6 out of 10 times and low 4 out of 10 times. But notice, I'm not saying that each year that there's a 60% chance we'll beat it. What I'm saying is, if you were able to do the next 15 years 100 times and looked at the average over that 15-year period 100 times, 60 of those times the average would be higher than 775. 40% of the time it would be lower than 775. That's the idea.
And you calculated 7.78%. What does the 4.25% and the 4.58% and the 0.35 and the 0.70 somehow magically get us to 7.78?
Add them up. Yeah, those are minuses. Yeah.
Oh,
So you take 13. Yeah, because those are you see how it works. The parentheses subtract
okay.
out. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, but I mean, after all, expenses come out, and the risk adjustment is fundamentally a conservative step. It's going to move you in the lower direction. So this is where we've tried to make this really as mechanical as possible. But there are two soft spots. One is the risk adjustment, and the other is all these numbers, all these real return numbers. So it's still a guess. License to guess. That's what actuaries do.
So the assumed
Yes, sir. Man.
the assumed inflation rate that you have there,
Yeah.
the higher the assumed inflation rate, the higher the assumed investment return would be.
Correct.
Over time. Right.
Now, the inflation rate is a tricky assumption because, on the one hand, the higher the inflation rate, the higher the assumed interest rate, the lower your calculated cost. You notice I say calculated cost. However, the salary scale is also dependent on inflation.
And do you use the same inflation rate for salaries?
Absolutely. Consistency among assumptions is a requirement.
And that's why when you asked what are we using, they said 4.2.
Exactly right. That's the same 4 1/4. You've got exactly right. Okay. Okay. So that I think that's it on the investment. So questions on the investment earnings assumptions. We're about to move to a new topic.
Question, but the observation is that you're pointing out that if we had followed your original suggestion, we would have had a lower earnings assumption, and we would have had a higher increase this year and next. We also have the pipeline assets that I assume you'll get into at some
Yes.
point, and that works both ways too.
Pipeline losses.
Yeah, in
Right.
this case, losses, right. When this conversation started, when I came in, everybody was very bullish on everything, and we had assets, or at least a positive pipeline.
Right.
So now with all that kind of moving up and down, that you mentioned, and I think it's accurate, that in a political environment, trying to adopt budgets, it's stability is almost more important than maybe efficiency, because we made some really brilliant moves in the 90s when we issued pension bonds and we invested in the market, and the market started producing 16 and 20% returns. Unfortunately, we're not quite as good at hanging on to that, and we ended up increasing our appetite. So the next couple of years that we are going to see, this thing could continue to increase our costs on an operational basis.
Very likely.
Ms. Cohen.
Just a quick question. I'm glad you brought up the pension bonds. When the pension obligation bonds were issued, that would front load the plan. In essence, you're destroying that level funding approach that the board would have.
It's true.
And how would the actuary treat that, as a surplus or as excess earnings, or both?
It's really more like a prepaid contribution. You go back to where you're amortizing the unfunded liability. It's just the same as if you had your mortgage with the bank, and you've got a $1 million mortgage, and you win $250,000 in the lottery. So you take the $250,000, you make an advance payment, a special payment on your mortgage, and then re-amortize your new lower balance. So it is neither like surplus nor like excess earnings. It's really a third thing. I think of it as an advance contribution. Just like making an upfront sort of balloon, normally balloons are at the end, but sort of like making an upfront payment on your mortgage, thereby lowering your mortgage payment going forward. Or take the extreme example where if you had $1 million mortgage and you got $1 million in the lottery, you pay off the mortgage and now you don't have any mortgage payments. That was really what most funds tried to do with pension obligation bonds, was to reduce the cost of the plan. Instead of being normal cost plus amortization, completely wipe out the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, so then all that remains is the normal cost.
Which would afford you an opportunity for enhanced earnings.
Exactly right. If you then beat your assumption, which is really what happened, a lot of funds throughout California issued pension obligation bonds in like 94, 95, and they were at exactly the right time, and they got to 100% funding. Then they proceeded to beat their investment earnings assumption by double digits 3 years in a row. That's where the surpluses came from, plain and simple. Okay, very good.
Ready to go on?
All right, let's go. So now we're talking about asset smoothing methods. Now this is my favorite topic. Okay, there's a lot to be said about this. There's actually a 1966 paper by Hamilton Jackson which lists 119 different asset smoothing methods in sort of a category. This is before there was even ERISA or anything else. It didn't catch on. What has happened is there's a fairly limited family of these methods that are currently in use. Your system is using one, and for the last 3 years, their actuaries recommended that they make a change to a different method, and we are making that same recommendation. That's sort of part of our, I'd say our work plan, for the next year or so. The idea is the green slice of the pie in the pie chart, it just said assets. What it really was, the actuarial value of assets. And this is the thing that is used to determine your unfunded liability. If it's bigger than your if it's bigger than your liabilities, then this is what is your measure that gets you to your surplus. And it is generally described as a smooth method. The idea is it generally will track market over time, because ultimately market is what you pay your benefits from. But you want to dampen the fluctuations. You don't want the cost of the plan to ride the market roller coaster. And so what you get is, by smoothing out the asset values, you can see how it goes. Smaller changes in assets means smaller changes in unfunded liability, which means smaller changes in amortization payments, which means smaller changes in contributions. That's the way it all ties together. Now, this is what you have to remember, because we are now in the dark side of smoothing. Okay. Asset smoothing only delays the effects of losses and gains. Okay, you can think that the idea is supposed to be you have gains and losses, like every other year, and they average each other out, so you get a really nice smooth pattern of actuarial value. That's not what we've had. We had like severe gains followed by severe losses. Well, the tightest shocks in the world can only smooth out the bumpy roads so much. Now the metaphor is that you're about to have a 2-hour crippling migraine headache, one of these ones where you have to close the curtains and lay as still as possible. The doctor offers you a pill which will let you exchange that for a week-long dull throb in the back of your head, which will be persistently annoying, but at least you can function. Okay? The total pain remains the same. The dollars of losses are dollars of losses. Now, the thing you have to remember, I started using this slide last year when we were we were all happy about smoothing because it was allowing us to sort of keep off the table these enormous losses that came out, especially in the year 2002. Now that we've had, our first good year, everybody's talking about, happy days are here again. Well, we took the week-long approach. We're now on day 5, okay? Your head still hurts. If you had stayed at market, I'm going to beat this analogy to death, you would have missed 2 days of work, but now you'd be back at work and you'd be happy and you wouldn't have any more pain. Well, you got to go to work every day, but now what you are going to see is even if we have successful market returns for the next couple of years, that is not necessarily going to get you out of the woods because we have the deferred losses. And we're going to see on a spreadsheet exactly in dollars how much deferred loss we are still facing. Mr. Johnson used the term pipeline assets. Pipeline assets, I don't know who came up with that term. I would say as good as any other. The pipeline assets, back when the actual value was lower than market, the pipeline assets were the assets that you weren't counting yet. They were deferred gains. Now we have pipeline, I don't know what to call them, but they're losses, they're deferred losses, pipeline losses, a pipeline hole. Okay. Anyway, so let's look at some suggestions here. This is maybe more detailed than we need. There are a bunch of different ways to do this. Fundamentally, you take the income and you split it into the part that you're going to smooth and the part you're not going to smooth. Okay? And the deferred portion is what gets smoothed. And the choices you have to make are how are you going to decide which parts are smooth, which parts you don't. Visera is currently using a method that was very common a few years ago, but was now we see systems moving away from, and both your previous actuary and we are talking to them about making that change. I'm not going to go through a lot of the details on that. In fact, let's jump to a real example. So this is not your plan. I wanted to go back and pick a pair of years where in one year the actual value was higher, or sorry, one year the actual value was lower, the other year the actual value was higher. In order to do that, you have to go back to 2001 and 2002. Then we will look at your actual smooth value for the last 2 years. But I have to wave my hands here a little bit. The idea is if market value is going like this, you can kind of imagine, and the actual value is sort of, chasing along behind it. When the market value is high, the actual value is going to tend to be lower. And when the market value goes down, then for a period, the actual value will tend to be higher. That's what these slides are out to show. So back in January 1, 2001, these are real numbers in millions. I think this is LA Water and Power. They had 3 very good years. Now, I've got to be real careful what I mean by good year. These are returns above or below the assumed rate. This doesn't mean, for example, that they lost $5 million. This means that they earned $5 million less than they assumed you were going to earn. That's something to carry away. Investment professionals come before the retirement board and they say, well, it wasn't a terrible year. We earned 3%, but at least we didn't lose anything. From my perspective, if you have an assumed rate of 8% and you earn 3, you lost 5%. And lost means this. Standing at the beginning of the year, we project where the plan is going to be at the end of the year. You are going to be short 5% at the end of the year. That means $1 out of 20 that you thought you were going to have at the end of the year isn't there. So you always have to remember when we talk about gains and losses, it's not against a break-even level of 0. It's against a break-even level of whatever your assumed rate is, currently 8%. So what this is saying is in 1997, these folks earned $15 million above whatever their assumed rate was. $20 million in 98, $10 million in 99, and a $5 million loss, again, compared to assumed, in the year 2000. And the way this works is, each one of these is spread over 5 years. The way the math works out is the market value has everything in there. The market value recognizes all gains and losses. So you start with the market value, and then you back out the parts you're not yet ready to recognize. So let's take the current year. What we're saying is in the previous year, prior to this valuation date, the funds showed a loss of $5 million. What we want to do is recognize that $5 million over 5 years. So we want to recognize $1 million this year and $1 million each of the next 4 years. The way we do that is we calculate the amount that's not recognized. Whatever happened in the most recent year, we basically defer 80% of it. And so what goes here, this is the 80%. Kind of see where I'm going. This is the market value. If I'm going to subtract out the 80%, that means I'm leaving in the 20%. So I'm recognizing 1/5. That's how these all work. By the way, if you want to, the slide I skipped over, the ones before, go through that process in a lot more detail. This just gives you the general idea that at this point, we still were deferring more gains than we were deferring losses. When you add all these up, you've got 20% of this 15, so there's 3 here that we haven't recognized yet. That means you have recognized 12 of it. You have recognized 80%, right? Here you're deferring 40, so you've recognized 60. You can see how it goes on. So at this point, the market value is 225, and we had 13 million of good news that was in the pipeline. So we had 13 million of pipeline assets. So when we did the valuation, we ran the numbers and calculated the actuarial unfunded accrued liability as though the plan had 212 million, even though the accountants said we had 225, deferring gains. Now, 1 year later, what happens? Well, first of all, you're going to expect to see these 3 numbers. They're going to show up again. Right? Now it's a year later. Here's the 20 from 4 years ago. Here's the 10 from 3 years ago. Here's the 5 from 2 years ago. But now we had a terrible year in 2001. By the way, 2002 was even worse. Okay, but this was when we first started to see the loss years. We're going to defer 80% of this $15 million loss. Remember, that doesn't mean that you lost $15 million. It means you earned $15 million less than your assumed rate. So we're going to defer 12. Here we're going to defer 3. Now, because we have a lot of bad news, most of which is deferred. And the good news has almost all been recognized. Now we have made the crest, and now the actuarial value is actually, we have a net deferral of losses, which means you sort of get a double negative here. You take the 230, which is the market value, and instead of subtracting out the gains that you're pulling off the table, you add back in the losses that you're pulling off the table. And that's where you get the 237. Now, there are some political ramifications here. Oh, sure.
You add back in the losses to your market value that you haven't taken yet. Okay, I got it.
You got it, yeah. It's one of those things that when you're going up, it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, it's, it's a spreadsheet. They don't care, plus, minus, all works exactly the same way. Okay, right? All right. Now, spreadsheets don't care, but other people might. We call this thing the market stabilization reserve, the market stabilization designation. It's the pipeline assets or the pipeline losses, right? When the market value is hitting, the actual value will be less. We already went through this. That means you're deferring gains. You put off recognizing gains. It means that you are, in effect, let's go back to this. We're pretending we only have $212 million. You're pretending you have less money than you really have. That's called being a prudent fiduciary. That's putting money away for a rainy day. That's a good thing. When it goes the other way, when the market value goes down, now you are deferring losses. You're pretending you have more money than you really have. That's this one here. There's only $230 million in the fund, and yet we're running it as though we had 237. This is called funny money. Now, I'm being a little bit overly dramatic here, but the idea that this is symmetrical, in perception, it is not symmetrical. It's one thing to be cautious and pull gains off the table. It's something else to, bear with me, put up your blinders and pretend the losses didn't happen. The spreadsheet, it's two sides of exactly the same process. And again, over time, if it wasn't for this huge run-up and huge run-down, we wouldn't be having this conversation. These things would just sort of, each time you look at the smoothing, you'd have a couple of gains, a couple losses, they'd cancel out, everything would be fine. Well, in practice, because things tend to run in cycles, you will tend to have ups and downs. No one imagined that we were going to see the ramp up and ramp down that we've seen the last 6 years. I mean, just nobody. So we see these, I get a little ahead of myself, we see these as two sides of the same coin, we in our spreadsheets. The real key is to just understand what this means. And there's, I have a number here, which I'm going to... When we get to your figures, the thing that you need to always have in mind, I think this gets to somewhat what Mr. Johnson was saying before, that, at least know that there's one thing that we can predict, and that is we can predict that the deferred losses will show up on a schedule over the next 4 years. That's the one thing we can predict for you. So with that in mind, let's look at your actual numbers. I'm going to skip over the evolution of asset smoothing. This is your numbers from last year. And now, again, you have a slightly different method than the one we've been discussing. Instead of deferring gains and losses above your assumed rate, your fund, the thing that it defers is unrealized appreciation, depreciation, the difference between market value and book value. Okay. We will not get into a critique of that method, but this is something that, again, there's an ongoing discussion. What you'll find is that if we use you would actually get a little bit more smoothing if we use one of the methods that's now coming into favor. But here I really want to illustrate, what your actual numbers look like. So here are your numbers a year ago. You had about $300 million. Oops, there we go. You had about $300 million of deferred losses, and you can see where they came in. And this is like every plan on earth. 99 and 2000, fairly flat. Big loss in 01, big loss in 02. You defer 80% of this, 60% of this, 40% of this, just like we saw before. Add them all up. You got $300 million of bad news that was not taken into account when you did your 6/30/02 valuation. These are the pipeline losses. Going to the current year, this is the one that we just published. It's smaller, because what happened was June 03, you actually had some gains. You had some unrealized gains. But you still have to deal with these two big fat losses that aren't totally recognized yet. You do all the math, and now it's really cut in half. So your pipeline losses went from $300 million to $140 million. Okay? But that means you still have $143 million of bad news that will show up over the next 4 valuations. One of the things that we suggest that funds do is to quantify this. If, as of June 30th, 2003, from that date forward, if this fund did not have any more unrealized gains or losses, now that's kind of an artificial world, but that's your method. If you did not have any unrealized gains and losses starting June 30th, 2003 forever, I can predict with certainty that over the next 4 years, your unfunded actuarial accrued liability will increase by $143 million. That's one of the few things we can predict. It has a big if in front of it, right? But this stuff comes in on a schedule.
Excuse me. I know you're absolutely right.
Okay.
But
good start.
But conceptually, I want to just wrestle with this to get this. We're adding in the losses.
Adding in the losses.
And so that's it. So we're giving ourselves credit for a higher market value than we have.
Higher asset value.
Higher asset value than we have.
That's correct.
And I mean, I absolutely know it means we're going to have to come up with more money. But if we're crediting ourselves with higher asset value than we have, why does that translate into we have to put in more funds?
Okay. This year, this is where you are this year. Imagine what this schedule is going to look like next year. Mm-hmm. Okay. I can tell you what's going to happen. This number here, let's go to this 60 right here, okay? So what we're saying is you had $276 million in losses. Right. You've recognized 2/5 of it, right? Next year, this thing's going to move down one line. So that's going to have a 0.4 in front of it, which means that 20% of this number, which means it's a third of this number, which is about, what's that, $55 million, okay? That means that down at this 143 is going to be smaller by 55 million. So whatever else happens, there's 55 millions of losses that you ignored this year that you will not ignore next year. Great. Okay. And it will go straight into your unfunded liability.
Okay.
Right. Good. Now, if you take all of this 143 million,
ultimately it's going to.
In fact, it's going to. You can actually read it off the schedule.
We're not going to get to add 143 million. If everything stays the same, we won't get to add the 143 million.
No, in fact, the 143 is eventually, it's a sort of double negative. It will not get backed out, which means it's going to show up.
It's a double negative.
It's a double negative. It's exactly what it is.
All right.
Rough numbers, $143 million for you is 4% of pay. That means if nothing else changes over the next 4 years, your contribution is going to increase by another 400 basis points. That is the one thing where if you're going to do asset smoothing, we urge the boards and the employers to know that number because it's the one thing you can predict under a lot of very static, environmental assumptions.
And what's that translate into in terms of dollars? 4%?
I don't know. Because I only do, Paul? 4% of pay.
Well, I think it's about 450 or 475 million, so 4% of that is 17 million.
There you go. I'm not allowed to do math on the fly. I have staff. So we also have quality control problems.
Our actuarial payroll, our valuation payroll is about 475 million.
Okay.
So the 4% on that.
500, it's a little bit less than 20 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Very good.
Which is the equivalent of giving a 4% increase across the board to everybody in effect in terms of salary. Or in terms of cost of the budget.
Or equivalent to the ERAF shift that the governor's.
Yeah, that's right. There's a statement that I can exactly agree with. That is 4% of pay, whatever you want to call, whatever you have that's worth 4% of pay, including a 4% raise, that's what this is. Yeah. Okay? So that's smoothing. I think that's about it. The transition new smoothing method, this is something we're working out with the retirement board. For the most part, there's a lot of flexibility. Even if we go to a new method, we will most likely put before the board a process where there's no bump at transition. That is, on the day of the change of method, you get exactly the same result. This is a political consideration. But we believe that we have a method that will be superior going forward for a bunch of reasons that we'll discuss with their board. Okay. And I think that okay, now here you're, let's see. Oh, this is the proposed method. I think we don't need this. So anyway, this actually concludes the slide part. Oh, we're doing pretty good here. Normally the employers like this badge better than most, but the recurring theme here is that, when we talk about excess earnings and surpluses and assumptions, all of this has to do with timing. Fundamentally, contributions plus investment income pay benefits and expenses. and there are no assumptions or funding methods or anything else. Nevertheless, in the day-to-day life of the operation of a plan, it is the assumptions and the methods that determine your immediate cost, which of course is of pointed concern to everybody in this room and all your constituencies. So with that, I think we now turn to the actuarial report.
Okay.
And we're going to show you how to read an actuarial report. Okay. I think you have now, at this point, we're going to leave the audience behind because we do not have this on any of these slides. So we're just going to be turning pages. I don't know, do you guys have like fancy blue covers like this? Probably not. Okay, you have them like that. That'll work. So what you should have is a document which says Ventura County Employees Retirement Association Actuarial Evaluation and Review as of June 30th, 2003. I'm not following along. Yeah. I need one of these. Everybody good? Okay. Now I have tabs in mine with sections, but you probably don't, so we won't do those. The way this is laid out, it's very much in a pyramid form. There's a very short summary, then there's a second section which has a little more detail, then there's a third section which has more detail, and then there's a fourth section, which, do not try this at home section, which is, for people that have to read these things. So I'd like to go over the highlights with you. So if you turn to, it should be page little I, and it says purpose at the top. And what we've got here is about 1, 2, 3 pages of text, which will be bullets, and this is really the highlights of the current valuation. Then we have a couple pages that summarize the whole valuation in 2 or 3 pages of numbers, and then I'll highlight just 1 or 2 pages in the body of the report. So the purpose here, well, actually we went through this in the beginning of the discussion. If you jump down, I'm going to try to stay near the mic and read this. So the real key is if you go to the next to last paragraph, it's the last full paragraph where it says the contribution requirements are determined as a percentage of payroll, and you read down to the very end, this talks about its normal cost plus a 10-year rolling amortization payment, and it says that the aggregate employer contribution rate using the 10-year amortization payment is 13.71% of pay. So if you want a single number, now this is a combination of miscellaneous and safety, it's everything all averaged together, 13.71. The corresponding number in last year's actuarial report was 1.68% of pay. Now, when you look in our report, what it will show as last year's number is slightly different. It's 2.17. I'll explain why those are different. But more or less, you went from about 2% of pay to just short of 14% of pay. In terms of
2% when?
2% was as of the June 30th, 2002 valuation, which rates would have actually gone into effect as of June 30th, 2003. I'm looking over at my administrator friends. Okay, gotcha. There's a 1-year lag between the date that's on the report and the date that they actually go into effect, both for the members and the employers, just because we have to, get the valuation done and stuff like that. So if we looked at some other amortization periods, but they were not adopted by the board. The board stuck with the 10% approach. And now if we turn to page double I, we kind of go through in bullets, what happened from last year to this year. The main thing that happened that drives all this is investment return. As your investment return, both on a market value basis and on a smooth basis, was lower than your assumed rate. Of that total increase of about, close to 12%, 7%, 700 basis points, 7.00 times pay, was due to the losses on the actuarial value of assets. So after smoothing, the losses pushed your rate up by 7% of pay. By far the largest component. There obviously are others, but it's the biggest piece. We have a great table in here that will actually show you a reconciliation of each page, each piece as you go down. And that's where we'll close today. What else do we have here in the bullets? This shows the aggregate rate. It was 2.17 last year. And then this, as I make my comment, this is the second bullet. Out of the total of 11.54 increase, 7% was due to less than the assumed. I do want to underscore that that is the return on the actuarial value. That's after smoothing. It would have been worse if we weren't doing the smoothing. The next one is the member the member contribution rate actually decreased from 7.34 to 6.82. One thing that happened is we did do an experience analysis. That is, we went through and reviewed all the assumptions. Technically, Gabriel Roeder Smith did the experience analysis, and we came in and sort of redid it, and came up with our own recommendations.
the aggregate impact of the new assumptions on the employer contribution rate was to increase at about 1%. So I said 7% was due to investments. About 1% of pay is due to the assumption changes. Now, of all the different assumptions, there's only 2 or 3 that affect the member rates. As it turned out, for the members, the net effect of the assumption changes was actually to lower the cost slightly, and we'll see that in a later page too. So what we have is, if you look just at the effect of the new assumptions, it was a cost increase for the employer, and it was a cost decrease for the members. Okay. And one of those assumption changes was the interest rate assumption. That's the one that we focused on here today. Let's see. We can see that I always get a little bit ahead of myself here. This includes the next to last bullet. This includes the reduction from 8.25 to 8.0, as well as all the other assumptions. And then there was also some, let's say, some cleaning up of your actuarial balance sheet. There are 2 benefits which originally were thought of as funded out of excess earnings, but they were actually adopted by the Board of Supervisors. One is the $108.44 supplemental benefit, and the other is the $5,000 burial benefit, death benefit. So those were moved out of the excess earnings part of the valuation and put into the regular valuation as sort of a technical cleanup of the plan. Okay. Now, at the top of page III, this is where we talk about the pipeline losses. This is where you might want to pencil in. We don't actually show here. We describe in text that this means over the next 4 years, this $143 million is going to make its way into your unfunded actuarial accrued liability and then will get amortized. This is where you can pencil in. It's just short of 4% of pay. And then we always say this is our sort of escape clauses here that, the future contribution rates will, your experience may vary. It's that sort of disclaimer. Okay. That's really all we have on the text. We'll just flip the page of the numbers. Now, if you look up here at the top, we show for each tier what the total rate is. Look up where? Oh, I'm sorry. This is on page Roman 4, IV. Okay. Where it says summary of key valuation results, all dollar amounts in thousands. The top banner says employer contribution rate, and there you see tier 1, tier 2, general combined, safety, all categories combined. And there's the 13.71. And then if you go over 2 columns to your right, you see the previous year's results. Now this is where I had to call my staff to have them explain to me how this worked. The contribution rates that are shown here for each tier are exactly the same as in the last Gabriel Roeder Smith report, but the 2.17 is different, and that's because in order to get an apples to apples, we weighted the different tiers by their current payroll, and because of changes among who's in what tier, you get a different average even though the actual rate for each tier is the same. So the reason you saw 1.68 and we see 2.17 is because, proportionately there were more people in more expensive tiers this year. That's all that's about. That's in case you pull out last year's report and start comparing numbers. The 2.17 will not appear in last year's report. What you'll see is 1.68. And negative numbers in, for example, June 30th, 2002, the 16.99%.
Yeah.
Would in a sense be sort of an offsetting contribution for the positive numbers?
I believe so.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Is that true?
The actual contribution made is the negatives do offset the positives. Right. Exactly right. Then we have the member contribution rates, same idea. And then here's some funded status. As you know, I don't believe in these things, but you can certainly see that your funded percentage went from over 100 to under 100. That's the crucial issue. Here are your key assumptions. The only real changes as far as this is that 8.25 went down to 8%. Let's see, where is... Yeah, and this also shows both the, it shows the actual accrued liability, which was, basically went from $1.9 billion last year to $2.2 billion this year, whereas the actual value of assets went from $2.1 billion down a little bit. I'm still on page 4, so on page Roman 4, in the third banner where it says funded status. Got it. Okay. Well, I don't have the market value here. I've got another page I can find that. The smooth value, actually, I do know that. Let's go back. The net market value is $1,966,000 as of June 30th, 2003. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, man, that's the wrong method. Oh, I see what happens. Here we go. 1,966,000, and then you can see the 211, which is the actual value before we back out the non-valuation reserves, all that excess earnings machinery. And that does, actually, those numbers should match what's on here. No, they don't, because the 2057 that's on here has the reserves for the excess earnings benefits, like the 25 million that was used to fund the new supplemental benefit and your Star COLA. Those are backed out. That's why this doesn't exactly match up with that. Okay. I guess the other thing to look at would be, to get that idea, if you go to the next page in the summary, which is now little Roman 5, there's some demographic summaries here, which I won't go through in detail. Down at the bottom, it shows that we really have 3 different measures of assets, and this is where you can see what matches up with the slide. So looking at June 30, 2003, the market value is $1,966,000, like on the slide. The actuarial value, which is the smooth value with the $143 million of deferred losses, that's the 2110, matches the slide. And then you have looks like about $50 million of non-valuation assets. These are the assets that are set aside for the non-statutory benefits. And that then produces the 2057. It's the 2057 that drives your unfunded actuarial accrued liability and determines your contribution rate. Okay. It's interesting to note the 3 rates of return there. Your market value earned 4.06. Okay. Now remember, to me that means you lost 4% compared to an 8% assumption, or actually compared to an 8.25% assumption, which is what was operating during the year in question here. The actuarial value actually earned less. Now this is because your method doesn't smooth earnings above and below 8%. Your method smooths unrealized gains and losses, and what you had was a lot of realized gains. That is basically your folks realized some of the losses, and that's why you actually show a lower return here under the actuarial value than the market value. If that's confusing to you, that's exactly why we're talking about changing this method. So. Good. That's one of my questions. Yeah, right. You're going to recommend that we go back to using the above and below the assumed...
Not go back. That would be something that they've not done before, yes. That, which is exactly the same recommendation that's been discussed from Rick Roeder's firm for the last couple of years.
Yeah. Okay. Because using unrealized gains and losses takes you further away from sort of the smoothing effect of the 8%.
You know, I can't say that comfortably, because the thing about using unrealized gains and losses is it's just so unpredictable, because it's driven by trading activity.
What you actually do.
And we'd rather not. You know, we'd rather have this insulated from trading activity. Again, this is another whole sort of seminar.
What is the argument offered for why we should stay with unrealized gains and losses? Political question?
No, I have no inertia. Seriously, inertia. I don't think that there's anyone is campaigning for it. It's just, I think I would call it inertia, short of anything else. Anything else? Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, that actually does the numerical summary. Okay. The only other pages I want to touch on in here, I'm just going to hit 1 or 2. If you flip to page 5, now we're in Arabic numbers, you see a hard-to-read display that shows the smoothing method. Okay. We're working on that. But anyway, it's the same as what you see up on the slide. So I recommend you use the slide. Instead of this page, you can paste it in there. The next page to look at would be, if you go to page 9. Actually, 9 is a review of the summary. Here again, this shows the rate of return on at least 2 of the bases, the valuation basis and the actuarial value basis. Okay. There's been some discussion about the fact that there was $25 million that was as a result of a settlement, and I have to be very careful how I phrase this, but somehow $25 million went from being a valuation asset to a non-valuation asset, and in the course of that happening, an additional benefit was created, the $25 a month supplemental benefit. That translates itself into about 1.2% return. So part of the reason that you have a different return in these 2 columns is because some money moved from valuation assets into non-valuation assets. That's one reason why those 2 will be different. All the excess earnings decisions that get made by the retirement board
fundamentally manage the difference between these two columns on page 9. That's what that's all about. Okay? Now, the next thing on page 15, another slightly hard to read page. This actually shows how the contributions get broken down in all their different components. So what you see on here, first of all, is all the different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, then both those tiers combined, safety and everybody combined. Those are the rows going across. And now let's just look at the current year. We actually do the cost in two parts. We do the basic benefit, which is the, sort of the formula, and then the statutory COLA, the contributions and those benefits are actually tracked separately and costed separately. And you add those two together to get the total. So if you look at the total column at the bottom where it says, do you see 13.71? That 13.71 is the number that is from way back in the summary, sort of the super average number. What this lets you do, though, remember, a cost is always broken into normal cost and amortization. Now check this out. The 13.71 breaks into 9.86 normal cost and 3.85 amortizing your brand new unfunded liability. Now, go to the next to last column on the same page, and you see the 2.17. 2.17 was the average aggregated out number from last year, our version of it, not Rotor's. Rotor's was the 1.68. Notice that the normal cost is 8.04 and the amortization is a credit of 5.87 because you had a surplus. I think if you circle those two little triplets of numbers, you got the whole valuation in your pocket. The normal cost went up partly because of new benefits, but primarily because of the new assumptions. The lower interest rate, for example, will pump your normal cost up immediately. But the real swing here is that instead of having a 10-year amortization of surplus, which was basically a credit of 5.87, you now have a 10-year amortization of a liability, unfunded liability, which is a charge of 3.8.
And this operates the same way as the leverage you showed us. If you increase benefits by $10 million, it was a 20%. Same thing here.
Yeah,
if
exactly
you go
right.
from a
Exactly
loss
right.
to a gain, it has a big percentage increase.
Percentage. If you look at absolute dollars, that doesn't happen. If you look at it in percentages, well, I mean, you can think about it. If you had zero unfunded and you go to something, that's an infinite increase if you do percentages. Yeah.
Okay. And then the going from 8.04 normal cost to 9.86 normal cost, primarily is the change in the assumption rate, or, exclusively?
I'd say primarily all the assumptions, including the interest rate. All the assumptions. Because we tweaked mortality. We did a whole bunch of changes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So the last thing to look at is the very next page. This page is actually a lot of hard work, but we have found that it's one of the most, it's the ones that the trustees tend to find the most useful. It's really trying to get from last year to this year. And this will conclude our comments. Look at the contribution rate. We've tried to find as many sources, as many explanations for the change as we can. Now, there's always going to be a leftovers number. The leftovers number is called net of other changes. We try to get that as small as we can. Sometimes it's smaller than others. But in this case, you can read right down. This is like reading the rings on the tree. You can tell exactly what happened from last year to this year. The first thing is the investment loss. And remember, this is the return on actuarial value, not a market value, added 7%. Salary increases higher than expected, added about 2/3%. Difference in actual, blah, 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 blah. This is the fact that there's a 1-year lag between when we run the valuation, when the rates go in. Well, if the new rate is higher, all of our formulas assume that the new rate is going to start on the valuation date. So if the rate goes up, there's a loss because you delayed the increase, no free lunch, time value of money. So there we can quantify that amount. There's always issues when you transfer from one valuation system to another. Transferring from Gabriel Roger Smith to Siegel was no different. That's about 37 basis points. There was litigation settlement. There were two of these. One was the Aquilino case, which had to do with how different employees who come back into service after a break. Do they go back into their old tier into a new tier? And there was also the final Ventura 2 settlement, which was basically retroactivity. Add both of those together, that's 40 basis points. You had more than expected in-service pay redemptions. Basically, this is a terminal pay issue. That's an element of actuarial loss if you get more than we assume.
33 basis points there. Data, we actually did when we moved this value. I said we moved some non-valuation assets into the valuation assets. We actually picked up a little gain on there. That is, the reserve that was being held was more than it had to be, so you got a little bit of savings on that. Here's the 1%. Due to all the actual assumptions that we changed and lump them all together, increased cost by 1% of pay, and about 1 1/3 that we just, everything else lumped together. Add all that up, you get to the 13.71. And here we do have the estimated dollars based on our estimate of what payroll is shown in the last column. And
62 million?
Right. 62 million, yeah.
Of
That's again, but our estimates are never quite synced up with what the county comes
Of which
up with.
net county costs about 25 million?
General fund, about 27 million, but
Yeah, general fund.
that includes starting October 1,
Right.
and it's general fund.
Great, thank you.
Would have been, what, 9 million higher had it not, in the general fund, had we not made the assumption that we weren't going to start until October?
That's correct. And also, our costs include our pickup of employee costs.
Right.
Yeah. Which are never shown in the actual report. The actual report is always before any pickups.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you very much. How about questions for Mr. Angelo? I have a few.
Okay.
Others first. One, and you may not either be able to answer it or be the appropriate person to answer this, but we have this $25 million that was used for this new supplemental benefit.
Mm-hmm.
That hasn't been vested yet. Where do we stand with that? Is that because it's not vested, how does it affect this, and what happens given that we look like we have great stress here in terms of this?
Because my understanding is, and then we get other comments here, the amount that is being held in a reserve for that is just short of the 25 million. It's 24,791,000 as of this value, so let's call it 25 million. Those assets are not included in the green wedge. That is, they are not included as part of the assets that are used to develop your unfunded actual accrued liability. However, the present value of that promise to pay $27.50 a month to all these people is not included as a liability. So both sides are entirely out of and off the regular calculation of funding. The way this normally would work, like any other excess earnings funded benefit, if starting today we never again have excess earnings, eventually that $25 million is going to run out, and eventually that benefit will no longer be paid. And that is, to the extent that it is not a vested benefit, it can only be paid as long as there are excess earnings set aside and available to pay it. And my understanding is under the 37 Act, that is at the discretion of the retirement board.
And if there are no excess earnings added to that, what's the time frame for when that would expire?
I'm not sure. I believe that this was set up so that for the current, I know that at least for the current retirees, there's enough money there that if people, die on schedule, it will at least cover them. I do not know how much of that has been reserved to cover current actives retiring in the future. I don't know.
Okay.
You guys know?
The current disbursements are about $100,000 a month.
Okay.
Okay.
This is going to last a while.
All right. So it'll be a while.
From a cash standpoint, yeah, it's going to be there for a while.
My second question is just because I don't have a lot of experience working with the retirement boards, et cetera, but the retirement board's made up of employer representatives, employee representatives, sort of general public also. What is the incentive? I'm sure it's there. What is the incentive for the employee representatives to make decisions about assumption rates, et cetera, that that protect the employer from having to keep increasing contributions?
As you imagine, it's not an actual issue, but I will tell you my personal opinion, and that is that there's no distinction to be made. All the trustees are fiduciaries, and they're all serving in the best interest of the plan and the plan participants as mandated by the state constitution. Mm-hmm. And I do believe that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Is there a way, is this steady enough? I mean, it's not steady, obviously, at all. There's
significant fluctuations between the employer contribution we saw from one year to the next, 2.7 to 13%. Is it accurate to sort of view that as employer contributions to an employee benefit, that the employer contribution to an employee benefit, retirement, went from 2.17 to, from about 2% to 13%?
I think absolutely legitimate to think of it that way. Right. Remember, we are running a defined benefit plan. Right. Investment risk fundamentally is on the employer, not on the members. Now, let's go back to the last 5 years. There was a contribution holiday. Right. Now, one thing that I, encourage the boards to remember is that, it's like rust never sleeps. Normal cost is the rust that never sleeps. Whether you're making contributions or not, the normal cost is always there. It is inexorable. It is accruing and accruing. So during the period, this gets to Mr. Johnson's comment on the actual heroin. Anytime the employer is enjoying a period of time when they're not even contributing the normal cost, it's fundamentally unstable. It cannot last. Sure. You're going to be reading a lot about CalPERS coming up next few months and next year on exactly this point. So, to say that, that there's something untoward about the fact that the employer's cost has gone up, again, this is just the flip side of it going down.
Sure.
But if you ask me anytime someone says, what's the cost of the plan, there are many different measures of cost. For negotiations purposes, for example, when you had the period where the actual cash contribution was zero, you could very well have been in a situation where you're in bargaining and there's a retirement benefit that's on the table, and we do our calculation, and the cost under the current plan is zero, and the cost under the new plan is zero. Well, I will tell you that the county side bargaining folks aren't going to sit there and let anybody believe that that's a free benefit. I mean, there's always some underlying cost. So how you actually assign a cost to a benefit, to a large degree, depends on whether you want to be insulated from or reflect the funded status. Well, the cash that goes in is definitely the latter. It definitely reflects the funded status. So yeah, you've gone from an extraordinary good period into what, relatively speaking, is an extraordinarily bad period. Now, I think having a contribution rate of 12 or 14% for this plan, there's nothing unusual about that. The idea that you have a normal cost plus a modest unfunded liability, that's typical. The only reason it seems untypical is because you're coming out of a markedly untypical period, which was the contribution holiday.
And we're also paying on pension obligation bonds where they backloaded the payments so that we're paying the highest part of the pension obligation cost.
Right. I'm unaware of that.
In these next 2 or 3 years, yeah. So we're paying pension obligation costs plus these normal costs going up. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Flynn.
You mentioned 30-year period and not to look at what happened last year.
Yeah.
Now, does the tool of smoothing, though, help you do that? Is that applied to that 30 years, or it wouldn't work?
Not really. The idea is that you're trying to predict what the rate of return will be on market value. And that's supposed to be a long-term assumption. And whether it's 20 years or 30 years, but it's not 5 or 10. Then smoothing is simply, even if we're right about the long-term return, even if we're exactly right about the 30-year return, there's going to be short-term volatility. Smoothing comes in solely to address that short-term volatility. But they're really separate processes. I would say, notice when we go through the assumption setting process, there's no mention of smoothing. And when we go through the smoothing process, there's really no method of how you set the assumption. I would say those are very separate.
Mm-hmm. Just based on your last comments in answer to Supervisor Bennett's question, it seems that our system, our retirement system, is pretty comparable to other 37 Act systems in California.
I believe so.
Is that the case?
So one or two, some of the issues that we work with the board, again, on the one hand, you don't want a herd mentality. On the other hand, there is such a thing as a collective wisdom. So we're fairly quick to discuss with the board where their practices are typical of other 37 Act systems and where they're not. But I don't know that there's necessarily a demand to move with the herd. But there's a lot of, as I say, there's a lot of experience that we have developed with other boards, which certainly is part of what we bring to your board.
You did say that actuaries don't have really nothing to do with the investment part.
That's correct.
But having said that, do you look at the investment policies of the retirement board and scrutinize those?
We do not. We do not. I mean, by law, we do not. We are not fiduciaries, and that's a fiduciary act.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a legal process or definition of what excess earnings are? Or is it whatever the board says they are?
Well, it's defined in the statute. The thing where the statute is not specific, and this gets into another thing that's on our sort of agenda to work through with the board, is how you actually measure the amount of excess earnings in a given year. Your plan currently is measuring excess earnings on book value basis, not market value, not smooth value, but on book value. I would say at this point about half of the 37 Act systems are doing it on book value. The other half have converted to measuring excess earnings on the same basis that they use to measure the contribution, the funded status of the plan, the actuarial value of assets. And that's something that we will also be discussing with the board, whether they want to convert their reserving and excess earnings basis. This is the most technical conversation we will have with the board. Convert that from a book value basis to an actuarial value basis. But right now, the statute, I believe, and I say this with confidence because we've worked with a lot of different lawyers that have gone through this process and none of them have objected. The statute is not specific in terms of how earnings are measured. Remember, the statute was written in the 1930s when all funds were invested exclusively in fixed income. Rates of return were perfectly predictable. Buy and hold the bonds, you know what you're going to earn. And so if you had excess earnings, it really was an anomaly. It was not part of an inherent volatility in fund assets, which didn't come along until equity investments were permitted by the statute. So short answer is the excess earning mechanics is clearly in the statute. As far as the specific measure, our understanding is the statute is silent, and that's a board policy, retirement board policy.
Because it seems like, well, my concern and the dilemma that we're faced with is that your statement, and one that I agree with, I'm not sure that makes probably little difference in San Francisco in your practice, but is that 30 years, or some infinite period of time, the earnings assumption, is measured on the basis of whether you're fully funded, overfunded, underfunded. Okay. We looked at the last 10 years just to take a quick snapshot, particularly after your firm came in and said, well, maybe it ought to be dropped down to, 7 3/4, and the retirement board said, let's go at 8. We looked at it, we said, but over the last 10 years, even though we have not been realizing the earnings assumption that's been used, it's still running around 8 3/4, 0.5% above what the assumption was. So if one takes it over a longer period of time, we could say, well, maybe that assumption was still pretty good. Right. But I'm assuming that what you and others were looking at is that there's a sea change or a different future, and that's why we need to make some adjustments as to what the earnings in the future will be, and it needs to be brought down. So we go along with that. But since we were actually meeting our earnings assumption and the volatility was taking us above and below, how do we arrive at excess earnings that then allows the fiduciary to decide what the benefits will be on behalf of the sponsor?
How much time you got? I mean, the fact that this is a conversation we've had with all boards, including yours, and we will have it with them again. If you have, the assets going like this, and if every time it goes up like this, you pull some out and use it on something other than the statutory benefits, you have reduced the long-term effective return of the plan, which means you have increased the cost of the plan. This is the fundamental no free lunch rule. Correct. That does not mean, however, that this cannot be modeled, studied, and that a retirement board cannot say that, we believe that a certain amount of that is legitimately within our control and within our authority under the statute. I think you don't want to go nuts about it. You don't want to, not have some sort of way of measuring and anticipating what that effect will be. So I think it's a matter of having your eyes open. My understanding is that the statute permits this, and it does so for a reason. I think as long as it is done responsibly and with good advice from actuaries and folks like that, that's what leads to a responsible board. don't know where else to go.
Right. I appreciate the answer, and I think that the board needs to consider a conversation with the retirement board and officers as to whether or not that last one was done with eyes wide open or did have a lot of other policy issues that were brought into play, because you're going to be paying for that in addition to your 4% a year possibly for some time to come.
Other questions? Supervisor Parks.
What would be the effect with less employees in the pool?
Generally, fewer employees in the pool is a gain. I mean, remember the 3 out of 10. If it drops to 2 out of 10, that will lower the cost going forward. So reductions in staff generally will produce, lower unfunded liabilities in the next evaluation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Supervisor Flynn.
No, understood. I mean, there are a number of areas, where actuaries have kind of a dark reputation, because what everybody else considers bad, we consider a gain. And this is one of them. And this literally is one of them. Yeah.
CEOs have the same reputation, and while that is not the driving force, that is one of the elements of labor costs, which you can't afford anymore.
Yeah. Other questions? I'd just like to compliment you. You're obviously very skilled at presenting this to people that are not actuarials, and that was exceedingly clear, and also you were able to respond to questions and make it clear wherever we needed that explanation. So thank you very much. I think I at least feel confident that we have some professional sources that we can go to get good information on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay.
He's one of the few actuaries that doesn't put you to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. Thank you all.
And that you can understand.
Because we don't know whether he's one of the Sicilian ones. Or
Yeah. We don't dare go to sleep, right?
That's a different consulting service that's
That's
provided.
right.
I was wondering if there are members of the board that are here today.
You were wondering why?
If there are members of our retirement board that are here today.
We have. How about introducing yourself?
I think that would be nice. Thank you.
I'm Wayne LaRoque. I'm newly elected to the retirement board,
Great. All right.
representing the retirees.
All righty. And then
I'm Bob Hanson. I was not newly elected, but re-elected as a general member representative for the retirement board.
okay. Thank you. And anybody else? I know. Oh,
Chris Johnson. I've been on the board approximately.
okay. And then
And Tracy
who do you
Towner was here
represent?
earlier.
Who do you represent? Okay. And then I know that Mr. Matheny was here for
And
part of the
Tracy
presentation.
Towner as well, public safety.
Right. Okay. Good. Anybody else? Supervisor Michaels that you see? And Supervisor Michaels is on there.
I was trying to be very quiet over here.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Escape.
Okay. Any other questions, comments,
see
etc.?
anybody
I believe that was a receive and file presentation, correct?
Move to receive and file.
Yeah. Good. And we now have item 37, which is the adoption of the retirement contribution rate set forth in the actuarial evaluation of the Ventura County Employees Retirement Association.
Thank you, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Now that Mr. Angelo's done all the hard work, I'm submitting the evaluation as of June 30, 2003 on behalf of the Board of Retirement as required by Government Code Section 31453 and 31454. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
I think he's pretty much covered everything in our board letter.
Okay. Any questions?
Chair Bennett, do you
Yes.
have to specify when these rates would be adopted for the county?
Do
The effective date? I haven't had a discussion with Mr. CEO on this. Does this item 37 need to specify that these rates will not go into effect until October 1 at this time, or?
Help us out, County Council and Maris.
No, I believe you're adopting the rate for the next plan year. Its effective date is up to the board.
Section 31454 allows the board to implement the rates within any time within 90 days of the beginning of the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Move approval.
Ms. Cohen, that seemed,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seemed to address your question.
For now, somebody
Right.
needs to take official action so that they tell me when to put it into the
When to put
payroll
it in,
system.
right? Okay. So will you put that in your pocket, or CEO, to make sure that,
Right,
that
right.
we do that at the appropriate time?
Right.
Okay. All right. Great. So we have moved and seconded. Any objection? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I had
Yeah.
2 or 3 just kind of quick observations, some of which I made during the course of the presentation, but One of the things we should now go back and remember, we've been at this like for 3 years, struggling with this, and it's always difficult to project ahead and get anybody to believe what the future is. But as Mr. Angelo pointed out, that there were certain things that one could look at, like the pipeline liability or asset that was as regular as clockwork that was going to feed into the system. And so we weren't using a crystal ball when we came and talked to your board 3 years ago. We had a pretty good indication of what the future was going to be like, optimistically, and it turned out to be optimistically because the world is much worse. I put down a note to myself and I said, if we caved, but if we had capitulated or agreed to all of the demands that were placed on your board going back to August of 2001, we would have spent $300 million of this, quote, actuarial surplus that no longer exists. So put another way, you could add $300 million to your unfunded liability, which then would translate back into probably another $30 million a year in costs that we're not incurring. So, looking for some silver lining in all this misery is that at least we didn't, shoot ourselves in both feet. The assumption that we will start this October 1st was one that I made as a proposal, but it's not one, and this is the reason I assume why the auditor controller brings this up, which is an excellent point. Your board, trying to sound like Sylvester the Cat or something. Your board has a choice there. The reason why we decided to put that into the target budget wasn't necessarily to anticipate that you were going to go along with it, but based on everything that we saw, an additional $9 million heaped upon everything else that we're trying to cope with to keep public service at some minimum level. It seemed like that was putting the staff through an unnecessary aggravation at this point until we've had the discussion here at the board. So you need to think about that. I think it's not an irresponsible act to delay it, but the consequence is, as I understand it, is we push $9 million that we otherwise would have collected, and I can't remember what Paul Angelo said that he called that, but he had a term for it on present values or something. If we don't collect the $9 million now, it goes back into the system and will show up in the total, composite rate of what will have to be paid. But it spreads it out over a period of years, making it, and maybe by then we'll have another exuberant, irrational market that will give us returns that will help us, come out of this thing. But it won't be for a few years. Then the other thing that I think we need to remind ourselves of, and the Chairman Bennett mentioned it, but there's such a thing as called pension bonds, because every time I meet with staff people and others and they look at the situation we're faced with, everybody says, well, can't we get pension bonds or something to finance this?
We already have.
We've done it once, and other places have done it 2 and 3 times, but everybody should remember, we borrowed $155 million roughly. Back in the 90s. We're still paying that off. And in addition to all of this, we are paying about $24 million a year, and we don't get any relief until, I think, 07, 08. So, you do things for the right reasons, but sometimes you get a wrong result, and this is a case where that happened to us. It happened a long time ago, and we just happen to be on duty when it has to be adjusted for. But that's a serious problem, and so until somebody figures out how to adjust the law so that this board gets credit both on the books and in the minds of employees, both current and retired, that money is an expense of this pension system. It's not just free that somebody gave to us. And so when they look longingly at an actuarial surplus and say, let's have some additional benefits, we need them, I don't dispute that they need them, but nobody's paying for them, and now we're going to pay for them with fewer employees and less service to the public, so that all has to be worked into the equation. I'm not sure where we go on the $25 million excess earnings thing. I don't even know that your board wants to, but I'm going to pursue that whole question of when is an actuarial surplus turn into an excess earnings and can be set aside outside of a decision by the elected representatives of the taxpayers on behalf of the sponsor. It just seems to me that there's something, it may be the lawful way to do it right now, but it seems like there's something wrong in a system that takes out of the hands of the representatives of the sponsor or the taxpayers and allows us to drive cost up, because we're being told in the deposition process that I've been going through with the attorneys for the sheriff and for the district attorney, they have said, well, the board controls this, and I have to give this very complicated answer. No, the board doesn't control everything. Maybe they should, but they don't. They don't have the ability. And here's a case where some of your costs went up on payroll and you didn't have anything to say about it. In fact, what you did have to say about it basically didn't have much effect, at least not positively. So I guess that, plus I shall ever remember Paul Angelo's comment that rust never sleeps.
Any other comments? Appreciate the audience's attention and interest, and the retirement board members that came. I think that speaks well for your interest and your fiduciary responsibility with this. So thank you very much for doing that. And with that, I think we have nothing else, and we will adjourn for the day after a long day. Oh, we'll adjourn to closed session, and will we have an announcement? Potentially?
Potentially.
Potentially an announcement out of closed session. Thank you.
We're here from closed session, and we're happy to announce the board has decided to hire Noel Claybaum as the county council effective April 1st when our current county council will retire. Thank you very much.